Unleashed has been unleashed here in Europe. New mechanics, new legends, new chaos. Will Diana bathe Utrecht in moonlight? Or will we be dazzled by elder dragons? Or will Rengar ambush the competition in the jungle? I'm Shay Burton, delighted and excited to be your tour guide through this regional qualifier here in Utrecht. And I'm joined by the one, the only, Leo. How are we feeling this morning?
Oh, fantastic. Been waiting so long for the next regional qualifier. New meta in Unleashed. We've already watched a few tournaments over there in America and in China, of course. But this is some Europe action, and we have some of the best Riftbounders in the world, so I can't wait to see how things will unfold.
Neither can I. Now, you mentioned that we've had some events, here in Europe and across the world as well. Let's take a look at our roadmap, Leo. Talk to us about this one.
We started off with Lille. Of course, we had the big Asia win there, then followed by Atlanta, Annie, if I'm not mistaken. Then Unleashed reveal. We've had Sydney and Vancouver. We had an Aurelia win, and we also had the first Diana win with Alan ZQ just recently. And now we're hitting Utrecht. Let's see how that goes next week. We also have over in NA, Hartford regional qualifier.
That's going to be a real interesting one to see how the metagame develops in this short week. But it's not all over there, of course. We have two new sets, Vendetta and Radiance, and then sprinkled in amongst them, Barcelona, Singapore, and Los Angeles. And at some point, we'll get some news about that regional and how that's all going to pan. That's going to be on there somewhere. But that is our 2026 roadmap, what we're looking forward to here. But of course, for this weekend, it's all about Utrecht, Unleashed here in Europe.
And we have seen so many decks develop over time. I cannot wait how things are changing. Decks like Mastery, which was always a late-gamey ramp deck with units like White Flame Protector or then Vilmar when it came out. People are running the arena's greatest now. What madness will we see this weekend? What kind of crazy developments have people cooked up?
Well, if you like crazy developments like me and Leo do, one place you got to start Riftbounders is get involved at your locals. I love a locals. That's where you can get out your fun cards from your binder, try them out. If you're anything like me, the decks can get a little bit quirky, but that's where you're going to have fun.
Yeah, and the quirky decks can also give you a high chance of a best of legend in one of those regional qualifiers. Also, the friends indeed along the way are not to be underestimated. Yesterday at the pre-RQ tournament, I've seen one of my locals sitting at table 2 in round 3 or 4, so I was pretty proud of him. It's always cool to see how the players around you develop and how they are overcoming themselves.
There we go. So I have a question for you. You mentioned best ofs a little bit there. If we have some players who are in this hall we can see over there and the viewers at home, if they want to compete for a best of, they have a tournament to get through here in Utrecht. Talk to us about the sort of schedule and how that works.
Yeah, of course, you are playing the Swiss rounds first. On Saturday, it's 8 rounds of Swiss, and then there is a cutoff. Not everyone gets to play on Sunday, I suppose. And then on Sunday, 5 more rounds of Swiss. So we have 13 rounds in total where you're going to be paired up against people with similar scores of yours. And then the almighty top 8. Top 8 is going to be where you want to be, because then those 8 players play a single elimination tournament to see who is going to be the regional qualifier champion and, of course, who gets the best prizes.
Well, you mentioned prizes there, Leo. Our Riftbounders are competing for some very fun, fantastic prizes. How about, everybody, $6,000 US going to our champion, along with that playmat there and the champion card as well. Top 8 will get 1,000 to 3,000, and that cash prizing will cascade down all the way to top 32. Let's keep an eye on those future RQ competitor passes, though. Nothing to sniff at. Prize wall tickets, Leo. There's a lot of prizes over there. I'm looking at them. Got your fancy runes now and packs. We love that. And then, if you get a top 128, you're going to get the Vex playmat as well, all to play for.
Yeah, and that's the Vex overnumbered playmat. This one is incredibly cool. With a big arms and shadow keeping up Vex there. Vex looking bored as always. I just love these artworks. Honestly, the Unleashed artworks for overnumbered might be some of the best so far.
No, I love that. I can see where you're coming from. Vex always looking so apathetic when it's in the active, relaxed, causing carnage. We'll get a little bit more about that later on. But Leo, as we look over our competitor hall over there, we have some absolutely star-studded Riftbounders here in this event. Why don't we take a look at who's here and who's been doing the best this season?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have so many talented Riftbounders players we've talked to already, like Alan ZQ and Rocklow and Prismaticism. They are all competing and they are the best of the best for a reason. Look at those performances there. Sam D. Sherman, of course, also on number 4, has just played out an incredible final versus Alan ZQ. Got second in that one with the Rengar deck. Nobody thought that was going to happen. And then yesterday in the pre-RQ tournament, Rengar was all of a sudden top 5 most played decks. And then we have, of course, CTCG deciding with the LeBlanc deck. We have a bunch of Annies in there, Aurelia here and there. And then, of course, Pedro on the number 8 with the Azir deck.
Yeah, that Azir deck, absolutely love seeing that one arise. And the Sand Soldier's coming.
Oh.
There we go, we love that Sovereign. But yeah, keep an eye on this. Some of our players will be there. Alan ZQ, already a 2-time winner. Can he do it? Can he win another one and do it back to back? There's only one way to find out, folks, and that's by watching this stream all the way through Sunday, which I think is a very good idea for you to do. Now, Leo, before we sort of come to this event, we got asked, what we think is going to do well, for sure. And I think, I'm not going to lie, I think you guys played it a little bit safe. I did push the boat out a little bit. So let's have a look at our caster predictions and what we picked and why. I'll get us started. I did go with Pyke. I think Pyke is one of the most versatile decks in the game. If you want to ramp, you can play Pyke. If you want to hand rip your opponent with that Bewitching Spirit, you can do that with Pyke. If you want to remove, you have Star-Crossed and Falling Star. You can do that with Pyke. And if you want to, drop one of the biggest, baddest units in the game with Baron Nashor, you can do that with Pyke.
That's very nice to have a all-flexible deck that does a lot of different things. I'm a little bit more straightforward, Rek'Sai, Void, Burrower, one of the most aggressive decks we have here, constantly relying or hoping for good top decks, finding some extra nice things with Under Titan here and there, has performed incredibly out of nowhere at the Tianjin Regional, so that was already a blast. And I think that people might have underestimated it before. I think in Europe it was also a little bit underestimated. Could have a breakout performance here as well. I'm very curious to see that.
No, that deck can really get out of hand ridiculously fast. But Riftbounders, that's been mine and Leo's prediction, and that's been our show opening. But I think it's time to hear from Bandit and from James about their caster predictions, and we can get some gameplay started. So let's kick it over to them.
Thank you very much, guys, for taking us through our introduction for RQ Utrecht. James, joined by Bandit, as I'm stepping in for Medic, who unfortunately not feeling well this afternoon, or this weekend, I should say. So please, feel better soon, Medic. We look forward to having you joining us again. But Bandit, we're going right into round 1.
There can be no doubt about it. And have you played it too safe with Diana? I think it's a fair statement to make, because up to this point, I don't believe we've seen a back-to-back legend win an event yet. So is there just a 0% chance that you're right on this one?
0% chance. I'll be honest, when Alan ZQ is in the room on a deck, I'm like, there's no 0% option for that. I will say, I kind of took the easy route out on predictions, where I was like, kind of always bank on Alan at that point. There was some spicy things around the edge. I cast an event last week that like a Kha'Zix won, but I'm like, I don't think that's happening this weekend. I would love to be wrong, though.
You will be. You will. Here's the thing. I think Diana has all that versatility you're looking for. Can put it down a tempo. Can keep up with some aggro lists. But none can compare to the boss himself set. That's why they're going to overtake. I've said it at the start of set 2. Body will overtake Chaos. We have Rune Runner dominating out there, being a menace, very tough to deal with for pretty much every deck out there. Except Diana, I guess.
Yeah.
Still not great for Diana to be walking through.
We got Rune Runner.
Punch first over it. There is this habit. I feel the flexibility in a body deck, no pun intended, will what pull them out of the line.
Sure, I get that. I get that for sure. And especially like when we end up seeing the meta share, I'm expecting to see quite a lot of decks that do lean into body, like Master Yi, be our day 1 high prominence decks, and probably into the Swiss of day 2 as well. I think we were talking about this a little bit before we went live. One of the things for me, though, is when you reach towards the last rounds of Swiss, the top 8, that's when you end up needing that high skill cap, high skill, expression with what you can do within the game. And we're actually going into a Master Yi round 1, which I think is, something that makes a whole lot of sense. As I'm going to assume it's not Master Yi meditative. I'm going to assume it is...
It's round 1.
Yeah, traditional Master Yi, the one that came in the recent set, the forecast. We'll see when we actually get into game. It is round 1, as you said, but that would be quite a big surprise. Going up against a Teemo. Teemo deck that we saw a lot in Origins. Haven't seen as much recently, but I know there's a lot more hidden cards to throw around, and people have been trying to make it work a little bit more.
So the development that we've been seeing, at least in Teemo decks that tend to have a little bit of a higher win rate throughout, is Teemo lists that really focus on the aggressive side of things.
Yeah.
Try and get onto the battlefields with the Sprite Fountains on turn 1.
Yeah.
Before your opponent can, which is very effective against Yi. However, getting onto a battlefield which is already taken, quite difficult. Goes for both of these decks. So I don't think it'll be a very middle-of-the-road type match. It's who can get on there first and who can stick around the longest.
And I would say that that's one thing that Master Yi does extremely well if you're able to post up. It costs very few resources to be able to hold a battlefield because of that legend ability. Allows you to kind of just make a stronghold on each battlefield with minimal units, then have a couple pump spells on top of it. Whereas I've always found like Teemo, when you're ahead, it can feel great because you're like, I'm going to hide some cards, I'm going to shuffle some cards around, like bounce things. Yeah, you don't know what I'm playing. But when you're behind, Teemo's like, well, I can't play any hidden cards. There's nothing really I can do in this setup. And we'll see how it actually goes as we get through this. So yeah, it is going to be, I'm pretty sure it's the Master Yi Tempered, the forecast one that comes through. I did see it a little bit on our side as we came into the game. So no major surprises there. Likewise, I think it is the other Teemo that we typically see, at least the alt art that we're getting from our Teemo player.
You'll be jumping through, and this is kind of the nightmare situation for Teemos to be in. There are a handful of options to be dealing with incredibly powerful units. You have to usually access to the switcheroo to handle single big threat targets. You have Singularity sometimes flowing around in there, getting your turn 1, pseudo turn 1 unit out there to at least get stuck on a single battlefield before the Yi can, unless they are shenanigans and themselves out of there.
Yeah,
is going to be absolutely key. The bad side to this is the fact that Yi will have the point lead, and it's up to Teemo to push him off. Because if they're just going to stay like this, Yi will take it.
Yeah, and of course going into game 1 where you're not sure about the point lead, giving a Yi a hold battlefield to start to peak, I'm like, that's not what I want to do. But at the same time, you're a whole deck yourself in some regards. So like Teemo is like, I want that rune. I would like that rune too. So maybe I'm going to just hedge my bets, try and hope I win the dice roll and get ahead on things. But we do see one of the reasons why the Master Yi so good in this setup. And here's some of the tech that people started bringing in. The Windsinger to just bounce things back. It's Gust on a stick.
Gust on a stick. You can have a body for a single extra energy attached to it. You can hide it away. It will trigger on Strategist as well. The versatility is there. Furthermore, you deny Yi the hold. You deny Yi the extra rune that he would have gotten in 2 turns he could use. And the only thing that threatens you on the other side is you do have the Starsprint, which allows the Yi to get back out there in the next few turns just that little bit quicker, mount that counterattack just that little bit quicker, keep the pressure running on Teemo.
And one of the ways that you beat Yi is by avoiding combats on Yi's terms at all costs. You're basically saying, well, I'm never going to allow you to be the defender if possible, and things like the Windsinger just like, no, I will take the battlefield you're at, but I'm going to do it the way of bouncing it back to hand and turning this in my favor for the Teemo. So
there we have it. One of those pivotal cards we mentioned before, Ruin Runner. Spot it. Now, if you have the opportunity, it's so hard for a Teemo to deal with because strategist targets. You can't target the Ruin Runner. So your best bet is that you're maybe going to hit a Nocturne if they got those laying around in there from the reveal triggers. And the commitment to just develop for a turn, take it a little slower. There is no push off the clock just yet. Take your time, meditate a bit.
And then the other half of that is a lot of the chaos removal or bounce packages, like Rebukes doesn't work. Starcross doesn't work. Can't target on that Ruin Runner. So much of that ability for blue and purple to deal with units just is not effective against this. So from this point, we have to track what does Teemo do against a Master Yi that's already on battlefield on that Star Spring. So you're now looking at, okay, can I augment my units in any way? You mentioned you mentioned when it came to like revealing more if there is, for instance, a Nocturne in there. Is there a way to like dig for better answers through the deck? Because things like, I guess there's a Wages of Pain in hand by the looks of it as well.
This is painful.
Can I just...
I will say, I played the team myself. I adore this deck. Playing the Teemo strategist in base, that hurts my feelings. Yeah. just that little bit. But you really have to, because you have that threat of the Ruin Runner, where you know, all right, will I have the trickery to stick around for that? The strategist is not going to pull it off. We know for a fact that the switcheroo cannot pull it off. So what options do you have left in this regard? And
the second
is
one
this just the factor, like, all right, I'm not really properly geared up for this match. It's all in that sideboard.
Yeah, I think that's rough as well, because I think people had to expect a lot of Master Yi coming in. I think that's probably one of the tricky things here is you're like, okay, I really needed to try and get out a little bit quicker. I will say, though, you know, that first tricky play with the Windsinger at least allowed a Teemo player to take a little bit of an advantage in the beginning of the game, but everything that is coming now from Yi is like the stuff that feels like a problem. However, we're going into our first real showdown of RQ. Utrecht. Yeah, buffed up Ruin Runner is already quite difficult to deal with.
Yeah. Goes through.
Yeah, that is trouble for you. And you could see the little tip there. Yeah, I believe that was a hidden switcheroo, if I can...
Yes, yeah.
So that is painful already, because that... Painful is one of the most... Painful. Switcheroo is one of the most important cards in a Teemo deck, because it allows you to hold those battlefields with, let's say, only a few bodies, which are usually low on their might scale, trade very efficiently, dodge yourself that double power cost, keep your economy running. And now that you are beaten off of both of the battlefields, this is the point where you start to really sweat as a Teemo. Because what is your way back in? You're going to have to be looking for either a Singularity, unchecked power, if you're running that in your list. And those options are quite dramatic.
Yeah. One thing that's not important for this matchup, but I think is worth mentioning because we saw it in hand, the Akshan, the main deck gear hate. Let's focus back in on this exact turn, though, as we get Guerrilla Warfare coming through.
And you're getting back the switcheroo. That is... You're going to have to pay for it if you want to push through. And take into account, this Master Yi, he's not left powerless.
Attempt to come here.
He still has a fair amount of resources back to go. And I think we know for a fact that that Punch Burst is ready to go, can be responded with.
So
in the tricky situation of having to switcheroo first, you always know that because it's action speed, you kind of have to go, well, I'm going to do it now, and then just hope that you don't have anything on the back end. Like, please don't have any pump spells that have resolved once my switcheroo goes through.
There's really two trains of thought where you can be at in the game. And it's either play around the worst outcomes every single time. We see a lot of calculated players do this. Oh, no, I need to play on every single threat. Just imagine they always have it. The other side of the spectrum will lean a more aggressive way of make them have it. If they don't have it, the rewards for me, I will be in such... Okay. Well, in this case, at least be in a playable state again. Alas.
So the switcheroo has resolved. Now it's on to our next passive priority. See where this goes. It is 6-3. So the thing is, if you punch first, there's things like hard bargain, for instance, that would just say no, not gonna allow you to do that from this situation. So you do have to be careful of getting blown out too much.
And you have to keep in mind, the pressure is still on the Teemo in this regard, because the Yi is still ahead in pacing. If you're looking at, this is only the start. Now you have to get rid of a Ruin Runner as well. I'd like to see you switcheroo that one. Spoiler alert, you can't.
No, exactly. A couple of Teemos will go over to the Star Spring in order to bolster up that Windsinger. That would have been a little bit of a precarious position, leaving just a 1 might unit on that battlefield alone. But at this point, when we pass the turn back over, we have to look, okay, how do you approach the Star Spring with what is in hand for Patrick? We'll take another look in a moment, but it is definitely going to take some resources here, because in order to play out a unit, go aggressive onto that battlefield, make sure that you are able to go through all 3 units.
And here it comes really into play that the Yi plays up to this point haven't been that power hungry. So he does have a lot of resources to work with. The cards that he got to put down were rather efficient, so he gets to have a lot of options to be playing around with.
Okay. Okay, so it's just double action in the sense of, like, I'm not playing this for any of the gear hate, any of that. It's literally just a 4 might body for 4. I'll develop this turn, and next turn is when I'm going to be able to go over the top of you with just bigger units.
And trying to overwhelm a double strategist, hiding out on there,
doesn't make any difference, but
is a little nerve-wracking, I will say, because that will be 10 cards revealed if they both are allowed to trigger and they're not being charmed away. Even coming through as the extra fuel up here gets defied. The fact that you are looking to take down, which is, end of the day, only 5 might on a battlefield, rather simple. But the threat, and we haven't had confirmation just yet, but the threat of an extra Nocturne popping up out of there is the stuff of nightmare.
January's first, right?
Yeah, that is actually a really good point, and I think for people that maybe don't often see Teemo so much, I think it's a deck that it has a lot of love and a lot of hate. Yeah, I see what I did there accidentally with the hiddens. That Teemo strategist is important that you mentioned. It's going to be that when it defends, you reveal the top 5 cards of your main deck, and you deal 1 to an enemy for each card here with hidden, and then recycle them.
So the thing, so on reveal, we were not doing that anymore.
Okay, sorry.
It's only on defense. It's only on defense.
Yeah.
We have to target a unit. So as the showdown is about to start through on this one, we have seen, and I do find that a little nerve-wracking for our Teemo, the natural enemy of the Teemo.
Sure. Yeah, very much so. So I believe our players are just ordering
Can reveal
how the targeting goes.
Okay, so none.
Let's see what they have to say about that. We're just going to go through the reveals, and you're really looking for as much hidden through here, and we are...
Oh, wow.
Now, I'm not one to say that Teemo is a lottery deck, but that is pretty close to the stars aligning. And
He just shuffled it.
in hindsight, you're kind of like, should have targeted that auction. Playing it safe. Despite all this, we need to get through the second auction, because if we do not, that is still going to take out...
3.
Show it to me.
4.
4!
What a blowout.
Oh, and then it gets hit by a discipline. But still, I mean, that's going to help trade.
It goes?
I mean, it's gonna still take out the entire battlefield.
Yeah, it will still be enough.
And we've already used the 1 guerrilla warfare, so the resources to get back in this are slimming by the second. So despite we get 9 hidden cards or 8 hidden cards out of the 10, which is a remarkable result, the outcome, the bottom line, is still not all that Teemo favored.
Just to double check something, I think our players are going through it as well. The discipline actually has to be targeted on the other action, right? Because as soon as you start revealing cards, the trigger has already gone. So therefore, like, you can't see how much damage and then react to it. So discipline will come through anyway. Our players will allow just to move over to the other action.
I'll do Wages of Pain on that one.
Going to be, at least we'll be trading, but it's a dire trade still for the Teemo. You have to hold on.
Not trading anymore. That's 2 Wages of Pain.
Another discipline.
Another discipline. I get another gold token then, in that case, if it goes through.
+4.
Double discipline, though. This is a high resource showdown for this point in the game.
It's a showcase in consumerism, right? On the one side, inflation, and the other side, discipline. Can you refrain from
Sorry, I forgot.
spending all that money?
And at the end of it all,
The other one, I forgot to pay for
the other battlefield is just a ruin runner, right? Like, the other battlefield, you're still trying to figure out how you do it. I think overall, if I really had to look at this, our Yi player is on 6, with a ruin runner on one battlefield and a lonely power on the other, with more units available. I still think, as much as that looked cool for Teemo, as much as this looked like you're able to hold, I think the ability to recontrol these battlefields is perhaps a little bit beyond this game state.
you know how to say, oh, you may have won the battle, but you will lose the war.
Yeah.
So Timo didn't win the battle, but he will also lose the war.
Yes, exactly. Although I think in style won the battle.
With fireworks.
For sure. Wasn't expecting the reveal off the top so much for round one of the day. Warming up on things here at RQ Utrecht. Do love our early rounds where we get some spicy stuff, some different decks.
I mean, here's the thing. A comparable, little more aggressive version that we saw in Sydney, played by Ashen, do really well, make a top 8, catching people off guard. Now that we see the introduction, like just in our meta share, with more Rexas being played, more aggro-heavy lists to contest the Ys, to contest the Dianas, push them at an early pace, make sure they can't get comfortable. The Timo decks are under a little bit more pressure without that element of surprise. However, this game number 2 will flip the tables once again. Like we said, this is not a middle-of-the-road type match. And we do see a main-decked unchecked power, which against the Yi is a dream.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, that would have been what you were looking to find. That, of course, is gonna deal with everything. There's a Baron Nashor in the main deck as well. The Nocturnes that you're talking about.
So here is that there is some conflict in the Timo sphere about main decking the Baron Nashor.
Sure.
Because Timo burns through runes like no one else. Even though you can pay the energy to hide the cards, because you need them out there very quickly, you are often, like if you go on turn 1, you will play the Sprite Fountain, which will cost you one of your runes. You are more than happy to sacrifice your last rune to tuck something away in there, keep those stacks for holding going. Why is the Baron Nashor in conflict for a lot of players? You're not going to reach 10 energy.
Yeah.
However, closing out the game for Timo can be really hard. So having just a Baron to be like, all right, you now have 1 turn to deal with my Baron because I'm at 7 points, good luck, can be quite the challenge, even for Yi decks, even for Diana decks.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, looking through this list, it looks relatively stock for what we've seen from Master Yi's. The Rengars in there, of course, like as I said, a little bit in the first game. The Akshans currently are being mainboarded because you expect a lot of Aurora in the room. I'm excited to see our meta breakdown, and see how much Aurora is in there. It also helps you a little bit with like the Aurelia matchup and a few other things, but generally, it's not a surprise to see a couple of Akshans right there at this point in the tournament.
What I think is a very tough decision to make for Yi right now is which battlefield to select. Because both the Arena's greatest there. Timo loves playing Arena's greatest. Yeah, let's play a shorter game.
Yeah, get me through.
On the other side, when you look at the Emperor's Deus, Timo loves playing that. I'll take it with a Sprite, pay 1, get a permanent token instead.
Yep. Get my Timo back in hand if that's the one.
If they're stuck, which you could already do with your legend, but now I get a free Sand Soldier for it.
Exactly. You leave something behind, you're able to kind of make that conversion. So there's plenty of differences that those battlefields make. I mean, I said in game 1 that giving your opponent the hold and channel was something perhaps you don't want against Yi. Maybe these two are battlefields you don't want against Timo, as you said.
It's 2 decks that really want similar game plans to unfold in front of them. The pacing set out will be very different. And now that Timo gets to go first, he has to capitalize on it, right?
Right. At this point, then, you look over at the Yi, there are so many good early game options. Like, I still think Scuttle Crab is absolutely one of the best cards right now in the game. Any card that will replace itself, and by replacing itself, I mean when you play it, you draw a card. So you're already neutral, and then you get a body that can score a point, and then you get the Yi legend ability, which is going to make it harder to break, and then you get information.
What? No.
Yeah, you believe it or not,
you
get to see your opponent's hand. Like, and all of these things, I think people look at them in a vacuum and say, none of them on their own are quite that good, but you put them all on one card with one legend, you're like, this is insane.
And if that's still not good enough for you, those hidden cards, I will have a look at those as well. You want to play more hidden cards after that? I'll be having a look at those as well, since you can look at hidden cards for the entirety of the turn.
Yeah.
So,
Of course.
Scuttle Crab, like you said before, even though usually a herbivore, natural predator of a team.
The first time, but I didn't mark it anyway.
So I'm looking at this, like, how important do we think is going to be to get... That's a handful of not units. I guess
it's
there's a sprite fountain in there. But is that you're like, that's good enough for me in the early game in this situation?
So what you're looking for is usually
Mine too.
a sprite fountain and then a unit to hide.
Okay.
So that you can, in fact, hold.
Yeah, because that's what I'm thinking is like, the bait with Teemo is like, well, I guess I'll take that to hand
You
and
ready?
shuffle it in and hope I have a different sleeve on, so that you don't know that I only have that as my unit. That's what I was a little bit alluding to on the rest of things. But in this situation, I don't think will be possible. Perhaps on the next turn, we'll see where our Teemo player goes.
In this regard, I feel like you're not able to pay for Emperor's Days. Do you really want to negate that from the Yi?
I'll conquer one.
Because, I mean, you have some Scuttle options there. You have some Lonely Poro options there
Do I pay?
to get your value throughout.
Yeah.
But just
No,
being
no,
able
it's
to
like
play the Scuttle Crabs time and time and time
any
again,
case.
that is where it's going to be at. Has our Teemo found
Hide
a
one.
unit to
And
hide
back
away?
to you.
That's kind of the big question coming through. If not, I mean, we saw there was a Consult the Past ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll miss out on the hold point. So be it. We will live.
Yeah, and because it's reaction speed, you just do it on the temporary trigger.
Correct.
So at the beginning, instead of the hold, you
reveal?
just, yep. Oh, it is the Teemo instead. So
They took it away from their legends in our Zoom in the big old switcheroo. Now,
yeah,
with
we
your champion.
got switcherooed.
Channel.
So we'll be able to get the hold, and then, as you said, react in that moment. So ends up playing
Here.
onto both battlefields. This is the pace you were talking about in game one. That you would hope if you're the Teemo player.
And the power that this deck has to just continuously do this. And I will say, a little bit surprised to see Teemo bring out the Arena's Greatest. Because we saw that there was a Bandle tree in there as well, which,
I'll put one here.
believe it or not, Teemo players are very conflicted about.
Okay. What I'm hearing is Teemo players can't agree on a lot.
Pass back to you.
Yeah, they're Yordles. They have a lot of time to be discussing things.
Okay.
Right? But the reason why, if you play Bandle Tree, you kind of usually want it to play it when you're going first.
Sure.
If your opponent takes it, you're not getting back on there, and it's kind of a wasted Bandle Tree. Meanwhile, Arena's Greatest is great when you're going second. Because it kind of, even from a second perspective, you still get to push forward. And in my opinion, hiding 2 cards away on a hidden tree, it's a bit overkill. It's a bit win more.
Okay. Okay. Something I think we've seen a little bit now after seeing Patrick's hand that might very well come to fruition at one point. We actually see a sideboard card of an Alpha Strike moved in. So what that's going to be able to do is pick off a lot of these small might units that Teemo wants to play. Other than the Baron, Teemo's list is very low to the ground on the actual amount of strength at a battlefield that it is holding with. So there's a potential point on a further turn where you go, okay, well, I only have like, Ruin Runner, you can say, okay, 5, I'll just dish that out among all of your units, and suddenly everything dies.
It's a bit of a nightmare to be against. Like, that is the point where the Yi matchup can be so destructive, where the answers that Yi has are so efficient. And because you are very much fishing in the same pond, like we talked before, we both really want to hold onto this battlefield and not let go, get ourselves entrenched. That is...
You can't hear us when I announce?
Here.
Oh, you can hear. Okay, it's good.
Let me see what the players are talking about.
Let's see.
Oh, don't be shy, guys.
I think they were talking about what they could hear from each other at that point. In this situation, though, holding to 4 will look to re-establish control, potentially. At this point, do you even try and spread your resources over both battlefields if you're Teemo? Are you trying to sneak quickly to that 8 point and say, well, I'm going to lose the fights, but I'll just take lots of small ones?
There is no tomorrow for Teemo.
Okay.
You are... imagine you're preparing for winter. And you want to hibernate, and it's already autumn. There's no more leaves on the trees. We need to hurry it along. The faster you get this game over, the better it is. Something interesting.
Okay.
Even though there is an Arena's Greatest on the battlefield, Patrick is at 0 points.
Okay, we'll find out from our team, and as this goes, whether that is something that Patrick missed or whether it's something that we
I'll do the trigger then. Yeah.
need to update.
All right,
Nocturne.
here we go again. Spin the wheel of
Can I
mythicality.
use dice?
I mean, it's a good situation.
Pen?
And again, no pump spell has been used prior.
No. Another Nocturne.
Oh! Two Nocturnes hit in...
And 1 damage.
I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, there's only 1 damage, and we will be losing our Timo for it.
But
It's very unfortunate.
is that okay? That's
2
fine,
power,
right?
2 units, 8 might on the board is an acceptable consolation price.
Well, you just get to decide you can decide where to put them, and you can just put them here, and then you won't actually end up losing the battlefield as it stands now. Now, of course, we can only assume that Patrick is going to have combat tricks on the other side of it. But this Timo has been everything that Ikersa has needed.
There is a point to be made to be spreading out your risk like this by keeping 1 Nocturne in base and keeping putting 1 on the battlefield.
Yeah.
However, I feel like you're also lowering the bar for success for a Yi.
Yeah. Do you, at this point, looking at it, like there's a couple options out here. We see a oh, okay. There's some important things in hand as well on Ikersa's side. Do you have to discipline Alpha Strike? do you have to say I can't lose this Yi? I'm too far behind in the point game, and do you just say, oh, I have to pump this, and then I have to hit this and just be able to survive through?
If I play Alpha Strike,
Can
I
let's have a look at what they're saying, because
the targeting, but before resolving, can I play Discipline on top of that?
so I believe it is like you said, where we are going over the.
Sorry, I hear you. So you don't, yeah.
I believe they're waiting for a judge to clarify something for them. It looked like we were talking about the targeting.
No.
So I think the players are just speaking to the judges on an interaction there as we came through the reveals of Timo. So we'll get an update for you on stream as soon as we can.
Alpha Strike is a tricky card.
Yeah.
Because with the target selection of both the unit and the targets that you're picking and how the damage gets divided, there's a lot of rules that gotta be clarified. It's good when you're in doubt, get that judge involved.
Yes.
Make sure it's all clarified. Now, one way or the other, I'm very worried for Timo here. Because he is, like we said before, by spreading out the Nocturnes, I feel like you have to assume that he has at least a single buff spell to push his Yi to, let's say, at least 7 or 8 might. If it's a punch first, it's gonna be a lot worse.
Yeah.
I feel like you're giving me such a favorable trade right now that the benefit from getting those 2 Nocturnes is diminished quite a bit.
I'll switch.
So we had the Alpha
I
Strike
would get damage twice.
So,
used. Now we're going to have a switcheroo,
so I got
which I believe was hidden at that battlefield,
get
right? So it can be
+2
used
on
reaction
Get
speed.
-3. No, you can turn him around.
We're going down the rabbit
no,
hole.
because this is damage.
Exactly.
No, this is might,
Yeah.
and this is damage.
Oh, sorry.
So
My bad. Yeah.
So
1
do
damage.
1, and then get a -2.
Yep.
Yeah.
So then I get -2, so I get 2 damages on my guys
No, wait. I still.
of the Alpha, no?
No, wait. I still have. I
Sure.
have a reaction. So
Okay.
So Discipline on top is going to invalidate some of what just happened with the switcheroo as well. And that's one of the other things is... Switcheroo is a difficult card because you have to decide your timing on doing it. Because you obviously can't pass priority and just say, no, I'm not going to do it. But you can always get blown out on the other side. It's like you switcheroo and then, oh, you had a Discipline on top? Okay, that's really frustrating.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if we have like another very spectacular showdown, only for Timo to scoop it right afterwards anyway? Like we had in game 1.
Either way, Nikos, I think, has won over some fans, I'm sure, for this game on how it's played.
Go away, and then this goes away, no? Because then he's at 4.
no, but you're not no response for this. Then
No, because this one was reaction to Alpha Strike.
yeah. Then I
and
let the
Discipline-
switcheroo resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, you play
Yeah,
separate.
then
Okay,
I play
okay.
after you resolve. Then I can play this because it's still on the chain.
Okay.
Yes, that is something that is really important. So the switcheroo has to resolve first. Otherwise, if the
then
discipline
that
resolves
passes through.
first,
Okay, so
it's the Teemo player that gets the benefit of the discipline. You have to have that go. And that's something that I think catches out players sometimes is the chain does not have to fully
4
resolve.
damage on him.
You can resolve step by step and say, no, your switcheroo will go. My Alpha Strike has not resolved yet. And then I'll react to my own ability that is on the chain.
Like a hop-on, hop-off tour bus.
Exactly. You're not stuck on the bus. They're not like, no, you joined this for 2 hours. You've got to stay now.
No,
No.
if you want to enjoy the view
bar-
here a little longer,
my focus-
take in those Alpha Strikes.
I'll do so.
And trust me,
2
Teemo
and
is not too happy about taking on those Alpha Strikes.
then
Then
Going to be a wages of pain
The damages go away.
yeah, then
on top of that.
So now combat is done.
yeah.
All right, guys, we made it.
more gold.
Well done, everyone.
But the end result is, I think, the way that the damage ended up being coming from that Alpha Strike, it wasn't enough to eat through the Nocturne and the Teemo, so that Wages of Pain clears out the Master Yi. And despite having the longest chain ever, what started with a Master Yi going into a showdown against a single Teemo, surprise, 2 Nocturnes, and about 5 spells later, and we're finally at a situation where Teemo survived the hold.
5.
If you were to tie an anchor around that chain, you could hold down a very large container ship.
Channel 2. Oh,
End of the line. We are still in a mirrored situation from what we had before. To the point where now it is the Teemo that is sitting on the point lead. He can relatively rest on his laurels, wait for the Yi to develop more, and that was a costly turn, right? You are losing your Yi. You have, I think it was like 3 or 4 separate cards invested. That wreaks havoc upon your hand. And except for a Ruin Runner, all of the threats that a Yi can throw out there
let's check out.
can be answered by the Teemo with the Existential Dread.
Yeah, as we'll see the Nocturnes head across, end up
+2.
conquering the second
Yeah,
battlefield of the turn. Puts Nikos in a really strong position. Now, one thing we actually saw from the revealed information come through that we didn't see in the main board, there's Thousand Tail Watchers now in the Teemo deck, which that is a card that will help significantly against the Master Yi. It also goes through that Ruin Runner problem of like, hey, it doesn't target it, so you get the -3, you're able to put out a big unit. It does kind of go towards the side of you saying you kind of don't have the runes. You're going to have to spend a lot to it, but it's going to win you the game when you do it.
And this is the nice part about Teemo.
GG.
Because you can get yourself so far ahead as we do have the concede coming through when Teemo's sitting on both of the battlefields, looking to hold that with all the energy up, hitting card through.
Throwing out of cards.
Game 3 is going to be a nail-biter.
Let me
But
get
to get back to the initial point,
you get too fast.
if Teemo is allowed to get ahead like
Yeah, I mean,
even if you do get on the
unfortunately,
battlefield, you usually have
I want
2
my
full
Sprite Fountain, of
turns
course, always first,
to
but
dig for answers, to get yourself in a position where you can
always,
look to equalize the board
draining on
through an unchecked power.
Yes.
The only thing that causes me worry, Yi is not a deck that overloads battlefields. They want to
Right.
stick around
Yeah.
with a single body, and unchecked power is just, that's a very costly investment because it also exhausts all your units.
Yeah, that's very true. I kept trying to play it in so many decks, and I'm like, I just can't get this card to work.
It's really cool. I feel
know.
cool when I play it.
I do. When it works, the time that it works and kills everything, you're like, yes, this is everything that I need. But I was like trying to play it in Ari at one point back in Spirit Forge, and I'm like, I can't make this card work. I need something that deals more damage, but this is the wrong archetype to play it in.
I just love the
whole deck
visualization
using
of
unchecked.
Ari calling in unchecked power to clear out the battlefield.
Exactly. Not exactly what you're looking for. And thank you for joining us, everybody, early here in Utrecht. If you're waking up with a Teemo Yi matchup, I don't think anybody expected it either, but happy to, in round 1, take you through some of our lesser seen decks. At least since Origins. I mean, Teemo was played quite a bit at the beginning.
Step aside, coffee and tea. It's time for Yimo and Teemo.
Yimo and Teemo.
Yimo and Teemo.
Okay.
I'm coining it.
That's fair. It is the Yimo matchup. And it does have some niche interactions, I think. Hidden cards are always... keeping in mind all of the potential paths in front of you when a deck is full of hidden cards is incredibly difficult, especially when you're not warmed up.
When you run into a deck that has 3 hidden cards, 3 of that is easy.
Yeah.
5 hidden cards. I can work around 5 hidden cards.
Yeah, just about.
Teemo plays 20 plus hidden cards in certain lists. Then it's like, well, surely he played a Sprite there. He wouldn't play the switch. He wouldn't hide the switcheroo there because then he can't hold it. obviously I will be attacking that one. Like the mental warfare that you're putting your opponent through is very it's very Bandle City-esque.
Oh, and now we're going to Bandle Tree on our third game, which means that the hidden cards just everywhere.
It is all about getting that 2-drop quickly.
Yeah.
If the Yi misses the 2-drop, they might be in a world of trouble. Expect aggressive mulligans to dig as deep as they can. I mean, there's plenty of hits out there, but end of the day, it's a card game all the same.
Always will have that RNG factor. A number of times I've mulliganed and be like, well, I really hope the top of my deck is kind to me today. And
they sense your fear.
It does, yeah, the top card of your deck does know. It's like
they're like printers. They can sense it. Oh, you really need me. No. I'm out of magenta.
Just gonna break today.
Yeah, good luck.
So, round one. If you don't want to wake up to play round one, you can hit up your local summoner skirmish and win your skirmish and skip round one at an RQ. If not, you can show up and have a matchup exactly like this.
Blinged out. Hey,
I know. I
there
was
we
gonna
go.
say, all right.
See, it's good to wake up, get that first point going, make sure we're all on the same page. Will we get through it?
You need cards.
Yeah, we need to mulligan first.
Something that we see relatively frequently. Patrick reveals the top 3 cards of his rune deck instead of drawing at that point, so the judges are gonna sort that out.
So this is a lovely opening position for our Teemo player to be in. It is going to be a little more tricky though, because when you go second as Teemo, but you do have access to either the Sprite Burst or Fountain, you are still getting on the battlefield before Yi is. And then you're in a similar position where it is up to the Yi to dislodge the Teemo from the battlefield, because he can't just hide out on the other one, because he'll be behind.
Yeah. Exactly. As our judges are just going through start a game procedure, just where it happens. People just reveal, you're playing feature match round 1 at an RQ. I think everybody would do it at that point. I've definitely done that skirmish. I'm like, I'll draw from the wrong.
It's been a long day for these players. RQs are notoriously marathon-like experiences.
If you've never played in a featured match, the ability to forget how to do the basic things of a card game, I forget how to shuffle, like that kind of thing when you play in a feature match. But
another notorious one, counting past 3 is suddenly a lot more difficult.
Yeah, wildly difficult. Anytime that there's a live camera or a live microphone around you. So we are heading into the mulligans. Of course, Nycursor will wait for Patrick's decision on mulliganing.
So there is a lot to get through here in mulliganing. And there's not a lot of time to be talking about it, but they're mulliganing away your bombs feels bad. It feels really bad. But if you can't even get to it, you need to secure yourself a solid early game, especially against a deck like Teemo that can punish a weak early game. So
Arena?
Yeah, that is very true. It's always one of those ones, though, where you're like, I really wish I wasn't sending it to the bottom, but I think I have to in order to just play this matchup out. Lonely Paro is going to drop as the first play. Sprite Call in response. So this was one of the moments where you said, you can get out earlier than the Yi, even going second with this Teemo.
Yeah, we just saw a little glimpse of it, which is very in character. But the Evelyn has been spotted on the Teemo side, where if you charm on a stick, it's pretty lovely. If you can play it on your own turn from hidden, messing with the board state, it is. I mean, there's a reason people love to play charm. They love to play Moonfall. Teemo gets to dip in that pool as well.
Yeah, I actually have really enjoyed playing with Evelyn, being able to use that, as you said, charm on a stick. But you do have to remember, again, people who don't play against Evelyn a lot, it is only on your turn if it's revealed. If you have to reveal it on your opponent's turn,
very true.
She's just a unit. She just is helping out.
He's just chilling.
It's that Evelyn, when you're in a game that isn't hiding in the jungle anymore, they're just running around in a lane, and you're like, what are you doing in League? You're like, please don't do this. As there's the Master Yi.
I'll play Teemo.
There you have it. Teemo coming from the reveal.
And that is the nice part of having the strategist in your champion zone. If need be, and you don't have a hidden unit in hand, you can just drop it from the champion zone. Ensure yourself that you're getting that whole trigger, And now, once more, we have more options available to be hiding more cards.
Yeah.
And it is really, really key right now to be hitting the consult the pasts.
Okay.
Otherwise, you are burning through your hand quicker than you can answer for.
Is that perhaps one of the reasons why we didn't see the double hide at the beginning? Because, of course, Bandletree is going to open up that option of, like, you can hide an additional card there, like, having control. Like, is that one of that conversation topics there, where you don't want to deramp, you don't want to burn through cards too much?
And also, it's quite, you can't unhide cards. You're going to have
Sure.
to commit to playing them. So
Yeah.
Right, we'll move here.
having an extra slot open,
I'll tap
just
one,
in case,
take this
can be very
hand.
reassuring.
Okay. Okay, so here's the juggle with Teemo, where you bring it back to hand using a legend ability. The sprite will just go there. And this is, at this point, I guess, more just saying, you're going to have to commit things in order to take this battlefield. So let me hide some cards here. You don't know what it is. It could be the Teemo again. It could be something else.
It could. I'm taking back team. I'm going to hide something. It could be anything. It could be even the Teemo.
And there's the double hide. Yeah, exactly. And this is where you have to play a different sleeve, the same sleeve on your chosen champion Teemo, because you don't want that like hide it in and well, I guess you know which one it is.
It's definitely not something I have done more than once. Whoops.
Yep.
It's like, oh, well, yeah, now that you mention it, it sounds obvious.
Yeah, I think everybody that plays Teemo realizes that once. So the game of rune economy at this point feels quite tense for Teemo, but Patrick on the Marcy on the other side, feeling quite flush right now, has just been able to not really recycle their way through the early game. Will be able to build into some quite big turns later on. I did see the Thousand Tail Watcher in hand for Nykursa, so I wouldn't be surprised for the next couple of turns to see it
Correct one.
be a growth
Deck.
moment for Nykursa, where it's like, I have to build up to be able to play this.
So I'll hold to 4.
Here is the awkward situation to be in. Because of the passive and the Lonely Poro and jumping up to 4 might, if they were to defend, the sprite is not going to start a lot there. Which means that Yi can keep up pretty comfortably. Yeah, they'll have to address the battlefield at some point,
Yeah.
but there is not that leeway we're talking about, where Teemo can take 2 turns after being pushed off to reestablish themselves on the board. So it's going to be a little bit of a race that we're going through. And when Rune Runner's already on the board,
No rule.
that race can require some pit stops real soon.
Yeah, especially when you look at like the options in hand to deal with a Ruin Runner are the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. You have to get to the point where you're able to play that.
But is it even enough? Because I feel like after that as well, the combat tricks that Yi has are so plentiful and so efficient.
That's a really good point. But if it's not enough, then it's unlikely, unless you can win this game quicker.
You can't live in fear.
Exactly. I'm like, if it's the only option from this point, because as we said, Switcheroo can't target the Rune Runner, so you maybe have to look at a situation where are you able to... I mean,
I'll
he's
reveal
never going to hold with
Evelyn.
Rune Runner and something else.
I'll take
Evelyn will get
Master
revealed.
Yi
We're talking here about the Charm on a Stick. As
I can
he
move
now going to be the attacker
unit
in this
from any
situation, does
different
not
location
benefit from the
my
Master
battlefield.
Yi
Yeah,
legend ability.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
important thing here is that Yi is
She's
stepped
either
out.
exhausted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's
So
my bad,
in
my
this
bad.
regard,
She's exhausted.
you're going to have to
Then
make sure you're getting
Master.
enough damage through, right? I mean,
turn.
with enough
Oh.
hiddens, it should be fine.
I'll put on a side.
Already finds a Nocturne.
No damage. 1 damage. 2 damage. 3 damage.
Okay.
So
Finds a
Nocturne-
Nocturne and 3 points of damage
But they need to recycle.
to go onto the...
Yeah,
Yeah,
my bad.
no, that's mind.
Yeah, but here is so I can.
Oh, it's any. Yeah,
any,
yeah,
any.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Only when play I have to cycle that one. Oh yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. One.
So the Yi is going to end up dying in this exchange. It just
I'll play this one.
whatever Nykursa ends up putting behind. The thing is, if you don't put the Nocturne to the battlefield, the Yi does just trade. So you either have to commit the switcheroo, which you don't really want to do,
It's
because that's going to deramp you,
Yeah.
or you have to just say, well, you're going to either take 2 units or the Nocturne.
And the positive part about this is that it does kind of push the Yi back a little bit.
Yes.
It gets you that little bit of leeway where you are not immediately
And,
sentenced
Yeah, yeah.
and
Which one you?
left out to dry. Now,
Kill him.
Nocturne, okay.
We'll end
losing
up.
out on the Yi and only being left to two
So-
bodies out there.
The Sprite will come here.
If Yi taps out once again,
5 Conquer.
it's going to be very, very costly. And I think you really have to think twice as the Yi about continuing to tap out against the Teemo that has a stocked up hand.
Yeah, we are now at 5 points for Teemo, though. So if I haven't seen Patrick's options in a little while,
one.
so depending on how this
Take
next
Teemo back.
turn of developing, because just a Ruin Runner alone probably won't win this game for Yi. Probably won't turn it around. It is obviously one of
Go
the
on.
toughest things for the Teemo to play around.
Yeah.
So this already is a pretty good position
Can I?
for at least having options for Teemo. Nycursor just checking
I can- okay,
they're
okay.
able to
Like
change
this.
rune assignment
And then-
on what is being hidden.
For 1.
Now, there's some tells there.
1 here.
When your opponent says, I want to keep my 2 purple runes, there's some
Mind games of the century.
there's some very specific cards that we've seen both of already in Rebuke
There's
and
a sprite.
Switcheroo.
There's a sprite. You will hide units at the sprite.
But-
Nobody would be hiding Switcheroo under the sprite. Would it make sense?
Well, it's also to play it from hand, right? So you're also like feigning Rebuke. So, I mean, it's at least better to do that due diligence there and like tell your opponent basically like, hey, I need 2 purples, rather than recycling the purple and letting it go.
Here is something interesting in hand that can change the math of the game.
Aha.
When Trinity Force is introduced,
Yeah.
suddenly that points discrepancy, that little gap that the team was working on, it's not that big of a deal anymore. If you're managing, in this case, then to score extra
Sure.
on your holding, right? That is going to allow you to catch up. And suddenly it's back on the Teemo side to be launching an assault into the Yi. And that is just something that Teemos don't really excel out, let
Yeah.
alone if you have 2 runes next turn 4 to work with.
And here's where you're like, well, I don't care if you have Rebuke, if I have a Ruin Runner with a Trinity Force, and I'm going to start going into a battlefield. So looking at the options, there are not too many that you're worried about here that I'm thinking of when Teemo's defending in this situation, if it's a Ruin Runner. Again, so many of Teemo's combat tricks and abilities to change a showdown are based on targeting at least one of your opponent's units. So Ruin Runners don't really
100%.
care about that.
100%. Yeah, rebuke this, you casual. It is, but we were talking about it in our prediction as well.
Yeah.
This is the menace
Yes.
that a Ruin Runner can be. And leaving alone
In reaction.
the sprite just for now.
Faces.
Okay, so it's a tide turner. We'll bring the sprite over as
And
tide turner will take the arena's greatest. So again, not really too many options to actually fight this Ruin Runner. So we'll end up keeping the tide turner alive. The sprite would have had temporary at the beginning of the next turn. So just saying, hey, I want the permanent unit for now.
And now you're going to have to do some math, which is by far my favorite part of the game.
And my least favorite part of the game.
Oh,
so-
no, I was really hoping I could manifest it within you.
No.
So just walk it through here, right?
Sure.
Teemo will go up to 6.
Yeah.
Lovely. On Yi's turn, they'll go up to 6.
Yeah.
And then Teemo will go up to 7.
Yeah.
And then Yi goes up to 8.
And then you say, congratulations on winning round 1. Yes.
And how do you, to even start melting that snowball that has arrived, full-on avalanche on the Bandle tree, is going to be quite the task. And they simply don't have a lot of time to be working with.
That's the thing, is even now, in a best-case scenario of playing a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, alone, it would only trade because Ruin Runner would go, you can't play it anyway. They don't have the runes.
of
Yeah.
course,
It's just not a viable option right now. So I think, reveal.
Oh, the fact that he is going to have to recycle
it.
the unchecked
Yeah.
power is... I mean, clearly the price card of that card, just
Yeah.
energy-wise, is already quite of an ask. But now, the sentencing is almost signed, sealed, not yet delivered. They're holding on still.
Yeah, it finds a Nocturne and a Teemo, so I don't know
But they're playing,
how you're going to be able to take out the Ruin Runner, though, is half of the problem.
pass as well.
especially if you play it on the battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. How do you ever get the amount of might on the back end to on your next turn deal with the Ruin Runner before it jumps up, as you said, to 8 points quickly over 2 turns.
And going down yet another rune.
Yeah, Charm is
Farming
gonna really hurt at this situation. Ruin Runner not gonna really have any options to deal with it, and Ruin Runner will stand by. And as good of a start as this was for Teemo getting out of the gates, I think unfortunately Yi has turned the corner.
There is something really sad about seeing a single Chaos Rune sit there holding out. But I do have to call out the commitment to just play through it, play it out, make the most of it, right? Because end of the day, you're playing against a human. Humans tend to make mistakes all the time.
Yeah, it's going to be a hide on a Wages of Pain. Has to look for another option somehow. That'll be the hold to 6.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Oh, and Alpha Strike picked up as well. That, again, means that if there is any moment in this exchange where you're like, oh, that Teemo is looking like he could build a scary board. Nope, it's immediately going to get taken out in any kind of showdown situation. So I think we are closing in on our round 1 win here.
And that is really the position for you where you can really take all of the oxygen out of the furnace of their opponent.
Yeah.
Where the rune differential in the pool is just so great. The cards in hand, they are drowning in options. Meanwhile, Teemo is really struggling to keep their head sticking above the water. They're really keen on pushing off the Tide Turner.
Yeah, they really want to clear it out. I was anticipating the ready and then move to battlefield because, of course, you want to be able to... Wages gets revealed. Ruin Runner, again, not a legal target. We'll create a gold token, but it's not going to be enough because we're going up to 5 runes. Not going to be enough to even play the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Vex won't do enough out of hand.
The last grains of sand ticking away through the hourglass. And out, it is a valiant stand.
A hidden card. That is
disrespect.
That is accidental disrespect at this point. You're against the hidden deck and you're like, hold on a second.
GG.
What if I hide when GG's round 1 goes to Patrick, taking it down on the Master Yi. But I gotta say, what a fun matchup. And an unorthodox one, but a fun matchup to start the day here in Utrecht.
Immediately to start off the game where you do get some amusement chain questions, it kind of defogs the mind a little bit.
Yeah.
Make sure that we're all here, we're all still in the game. Good wake-up call, good wake-up call. Nice warm-up, round 1 in the bag. I want more.
Yeah.
I'm not done yet.
Making us think about all of the different hidden cards at this point. We're just showing the showcase of what came out recently and what is available for our players when it comes to the blue-purple domains. Always fun to see like a Teemo matchup. We're going to see some of the highlights here. This is the reveal of 4 taken out. In fact, it was the back-to-back reveals that just decimated
that was fireworks.
That exchange.
That was straight up fireworks. And I will say, getting the double Nocturne Trout, even though the games were, if you were to summarize them, a little one-sided.
Sure, yeah.
They were entertaining. And that is kind of like, the decks clearly got to do what they wanted. And just to paint a boogeyman out there, this is why Yi is feared and why we see in such a large part of our player base.
Yeah, I think that really does stand to why, as you said, Yi is feared, or at least Yi is going to be a high presence deck here. It is insanely consistent. It is easy to play a 2-drop and then play a unit on turn 4 because it's in the turn 2 in the chosen champion zone, and then you just kind of play it out, and by the end of the game, you have a handful of combat spells where you're like, I'll just +2 and draw a card, I'll just punch first, I'll defy, I'll charm, like lots of different things in different stages to just keep you in the game.
To me, the beautiful part about combat tricks is if you are not confident enough in your current situation, you don't have to commit to it and save it for a rainy day. You can really pick your battles, how cliche as that might sound, but knowing when to capitalize on your opponent's perceived weakness is really what separates the wheat from the chaff when it comes to Yi pilots.
Yeah, and we'll see a lot of Yi throughout day 1. I feel like in the majority of tournaments that we've seen recently, Yi does have a little bit of a fall off going into the top 8. Not necessarily as good success when it comes to those last rounds of Swiss. At least when you have so many, there's only so few that can actually make it through. But
I mean, it's linear, right?
Yeah.
Like even though the deck is inherently fair, where like it plays a lot by the rules that are set out there, where let's say a Diana or a Rengar tend to break the normal rules, but like, oh no, I will be cheating out the tempo here. No, you thought I was attacking with 1. No, there's 4 units now. Good luck with that. So it's really up to them to decide how will I push through.
Well, we have our first winner here at RQ Utrecht. Let's head over to Barrett, who is standing by to find out more.
Thanks so much for an excellent cast on that game. I'm Barrett, and I'm joined by our round 1 winner here in Utrecht, Patrick, playing Master Yi, the Wuju Bladesman. And I gotta ask you, Patrick, right off the bat, I believe Master Yi, Wuju Bladesman, might be the most represented legend in the room of this event. So I gotta ask you, why did you pick it and then give us that sort of dominating performance? Because you're gonna have your work cut out for you if you're looking for something like that best of.
Yep, okay, so at Lille, I played Rek'Sai and Kai'Sa. And during the pre-RQ, I played against Julian from Rift left. And he beat me, you know, it was... And I saw him playing, and I also played against another Master Yi during the pre-RQ. And when I came back to where I live in, and I said, okay, it looks like Master Yi seems to be a fun legend to play. Because I believe that it's good to have like a legend that add extra value without paying extra cost. That is why one of my previous legend was Annie, because of the 2 extra runes. So Master Yi with the +2, you always have extra value to play. And you always force your opponent to bring more. And that's what I felt when I was playing on the Lille. They said, oh, I like this, so I'm going to play more. And I started to play since Lille, Master Yi until now. Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And I'll be honest with you, we were looking at this sort of like matchup statistics with these 2 different legends, and it was a lot closer than I would think it normally is. And the reason why I say that is because exactly what you said, if Master Yi gets on a battlefield against a Teemo, that kind of defeats their entire purpose of wanting to hide cards at their battlefields, and your extra 2 might, as well as tricks like Discipline, which you saw a lot of them across those games, which really help in those sort of combat tricks, because Teemo strategists can be really scary sometimes, as we saw in that game where there's 2 of them on the battlefield, getting rid of your Akshans. So with that in mind, do you think that sort of combat tricks and that solidified of +2 might, as well as your battlefield selections of that more sort of aggro mid-range type of Master Yi, is going to be enough to kind of fight against things like Diana in the field as well? Because you have these combat tricks, but at the end of the day, your legend just gives you the +2 might, and it's usually because you're by yourself at a battlefield. Do you think that's maybe a downside to the deck when you go against these other sort of like control-style matchups?
So what we do as Master Yi, you always force your opponent to spend resource while most of the time you're not spending. So they always need to put something extra, right? So the plan for against other legends is always to say, I need to make them to spend resource, and there's some legends that are not very good on defense, right? As Master Yi is. And the Master Yi has a lot of tools also to boost his might when he's going over. So then I try to do this, like make them spend resource. Then when I know that they have spent resource, they have less room open, they use like some power, and some cards, and when I go over them, I can use better my resource that I have all my rooms up. And then when I need to defend again, they need to spend more resource to take over. So that's usually the plan that I do.
That sounds like an expert game plan for this entire tournament, and you're off to a good start today, Patrick. Congratulations in that round 1 win, but you got 7 more rounds today if you want to make it to that day 2, and you have a lot of competition in the room. But we're going to go ahead and send it back.
Thank you very much, Barrett, and lovely to see you on our European broadcasts. We stole you. We stole you. You're not going back. We're going to keep you here. Lovely to hear as well from our winner in round 1, hearing a little bit about the ethos around Yi and how it played out in the Teemo matchup. The good thing is we get to have more Riftbound. Believe it or not, we weren't only going to show you 1 matchup this weekend. We were going to just keep going while our players are playing. We're going into our second feature match for round 1, and we're going into game 2. I believe it is between Diana and Lilia.
Ooh, well, I'm so glad you managed to pull some strings for us there, James.
I have no strings to pull. We'll see where we end up on this matchup. As I said, I believe that is the decks that we are going into.
Here is the thing when you're playing as Lilia, right?
Yeah.
Tricksy. Very ephemeral.
Okay.
Kind of hard to really get your hands on. And as a Diana, you kind of put people in chains now and then. It's like, oh, no. Don't you worry. You're going over here now.
Yeah.
The card that can really lock it all up is, of course, that Lilting Lullaby.
Sure, yeah, that's to look at the Diana side of the matchup. The Lilia side of the matchup. As we got Diana on stream, I think this is a deck that people are relatively familiar with now. There are some minor tweaks and changes that we see from people. This one, I see an Eclipse in there. Always interesting to see the Eclipse come out in the lineup. But yeah, as you said, on the Lilia side, that signature spell, Lilting Lullaby, can really say, no, actually, you don't get to cast any more spells for the rest of the turn.
And the tricky part there is like the only way to kind of wiggle your way out of that is if you were to main deck an Abandon.
Sure.
To kind of alleviate that pressure. But since Lilia is not one of the main threats that people are main boarding against, the first game should be less risky for our Lilia. But we are not going into game 1.
No, we're not. We're going into game 2. So we don't have full sideboard information at this point in the tournament for the players. Yeah, we gotta see what comes up. Keep us on our toes. Try and guess. Like, was that card in the main board? Was that card in the main board? Luckily on the Teemo game, we got some easy ones, some easy differences there. As we said, good morning to all of you joining us. If you stayed up to watch football overnight, good night. Now stay up to watch Riftbound overnight too for you throughout the day. It's okay. Just don't sleep this weekend. Watch plenty of Riftbound. We've got lots for you. As Soul Ghost on the Lilia, we get to see something different as well in the beginning. And you know what? This is not connected here at all, but the Hail Mary shot is, if the rise of like these infinite combo decks, there's the one card that deals with them like very easily is Lilting Lullaby, right? Do we see Lilia rise in priority because Lux is people are playing it? I'm memeing. I'm memeing at this point. That's not a real statement.
No, I've already taken you serious, and now you will be made fun of.
It's a classic. It's okay. I don't mind.
Honestly,
a seal of any color.
I would love to see it.
I know, right?
If that is what it takes to see more Lilia, I'm okay with that.
Everybody is playing like combo decks. Yeah, we hopefully later today we will see if a Lux or any of the infinite combos are making it through. But early part of the day, we're like, hey, let's just get on with some of these matchups here with the legends that we might be expecting to see.
Make sure that people get to properly wake up with their Teemos and Limos, right?
I mean, if you're playing against Lily, she doesn't want you to wake up. She wants you asleep.
And I would like to go over
Keep
here.
on napping, snoozing. This is kind of a problem when you are as a Diana into the Lilia.
Okay.
Because with the overwhelming presence of the sprites, it's very hard to trade efficient. And even if you do get a good Moonfall off, oh, you got rid of a bunch of tokens. Good on you. Meanwhile, for the Lilia, to mount a assault onto a battlefield with an overwhelming amount of sprite tokens, you are not as invested in those larger showdowns.
And then for Conquer is good.
Slight note here.
And another Vex. Okay.
But I will say, that's always one card that Lilia hates to see. And that is Vex. Because Vex just says, no, actually your tokens don't do anything. Your sprites don't do anything at all. They will come in and they're stunned and you can't move them this turn. Oh, what's that? Temporary at the beginning of your turn. Goodbye.
How unfortunate for you.
Oh, that's really a shame. No, so from this moment, it does become quite difficult to break this Diana situation. Because as well, Diana only having one rune available right now, and the legend is tapped, so you do have to always be aware when that is ready. You have that extra
would die in the beginning phase.
energy.
Okay.
It's just a 5-might unit.
Okay.
Here's Soul Ghost explaining, Shadow Watcher, not something we see very often. He's like, just a 5-might unit. It's just a 5-might unit. It does the thing.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
You know.
My favorite type of card.
Sure.
Honestly, why even bother put rules on there? I do something sometimes. Look it up, mate.
But at this point, it's looking for a body. Again, when you're playing against a Vex, the card, the apathetic, where you have to put down a unit and then wait an entire turn and say, well, I'll deal with the Vex next turn, maybe, if I can.
Pushing it out in front of you. Nah, I'll deal with it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Now it's all about, all right, we have finally a unit that can start contesting that Vex. But you're walking into a Diana who has plenty of access to the Stupefies.
Yeah.
When is enough for you to commit to an assault? Because you can't wait forever, as the lead is already starting to mount. Just 2 points now.
Yeah, and part of the problem is like a lot of the later game options. It's going to be a Starcross. Part of the later game options.
Yeah.
You would normally look to be like, okay, I can ambush a Vilemore. Defy to the Starcross is going to deal with that. Normally you'd be like, I'll ambush a Vilemore, but again, it doesn't deal with Vex. Like, it's again, you're playing it that turn, it's going to get stunned, you won't deal combat damage. So I'm looking at this. The main board, maybe there's a way of doing like Heart of Dark Ice shenanigans where you like really do a telegraphed attack in the lead up to it. But that is like really easily readable by a deck like Diana, who's like, yeah, I have a million options to deal with that. That's not actually going to be a problem for me. I guess maybe if Last Stand is still in the deck, we saw it in the main board, I'm pretty sure. So maybe that would be another option to kind of chunk through it. But for now, it will be the Vex being pulled back as Diana will just say, I don't have to keep Vex here at all times.
Do we have to talk about the elephant in the room that there's a Grand Plaza in our game? Where, all right, the point discrepancy doesn't really matter when there are 7 units on.
Yeah, I guess even if the units are stunned, it doesn't matter. It's like, hey, they're all here. That all makes sense.
The tricky part is, as far as I know, those sprites, they're going to stick around unless we're gearing towards that. That would be quite of an angle of approach to chew through the temporary.
Yeah, there are a lot of spells and abilities that you may not end up seeing when you play against the Lilia. For instance, we might end up seeing there's a couple of hidden cards like Keeper of the Masks, which just kind of says, okay, put a bunch of units out real quick. And the way that the beginning of the turn is layered, they don't get temporary to die that turn. You get them the whole next turn. So there's some trickiness there. Definitely a deck that if you're Diana, you're like, well, I'm just hoping that I hit my matchups that I know inside out. And then round 1, you sit down against the Lilia, and you're like, I think if I slam Vex, I'm fine. But then I've just got to thread the needle on everything else.
That's just the beauty of an alternate win con. It really kind of makes it into more of a binary experience, where it's like, oh, you worked so hard to get those 7 points. It would be a shame if I were to win the game anyway.
Now, Starcross is going to force out the hidden card. It is Keeper of the Masks, which, unfortunately, as said, if you do that in reaction to the temporary trigger on the sprite previously, then they wouldn't end up falling that turn. However, doing it now during Diana's turn means that they will, of course, I believe, end up dying at the beginning. Yeah, the Keeper of the Mask original token does have a temporary, or original unit has temporary anyway.
Okay.
Trying to get tricky with it.
Yeah. And that's just one of the things about Diana. You think you've dealt with the Starcross with the Defy, and then you're like, yep, Fizz, okay. Cool, we'll just recur that. Do it again.
3 mana basically.
Incredibly difficult to deal with, is because Diana spells are never truly gone.
Yeah, and because Diana is not in Calm, the 3rd time can't be the charm.
Yeah, fair.
And you can tell that at least from the playing what you're seeing,
and you're at 2
there's no such thing as, oh, I am prepared for the Lilia matchup when they slam down the Grand Plaza. I'm fairly certain that is not a matchup that they have encountered in their locals a whole lot. Now, on the other side, I'm fairly certain Lilia has encountered plenty of ways.
Yes, yeah, definitely. That's one of the things I've always thought at the RQ level is when you're playing a more unique deck, you actually have weird better understanding of the matchup than your opponents most of the time, because you've probably drilled against the meta deck. So I will say I think this probably is quite a difficult matchup for Soul Ghost in general, but I think that Diana not necessarily just locking a battlefield with the Vex is, you know, a sign. I can't tell yet whether it's like a familiarity of like, I don't need to do that, because if I lose the Vex, that's more of a problem. And I want Lilia to play around having to think about, okay, if a Vex does end up on a battlefield, what do I do? Or is it just that Hui's a great unit? Hui's just good enough on its own that you don't care about the Vex in this situation.
And then I would like to move in here.
Coming out through. Accelerate
Right
it.
on
Get a presence back on these battlefields. You're
It's good.
Then I
gonna have to be pushed.
conquer to 4.
And you're gonna have to keep your eye out for the smoke and mirrors here, right?
And
Yeah.
Making sure that they can take back the Lilia.
write another card here.
Snatch some points, because they are currently in the lead. It is up to Diana to overcome that smaller deficit.
Yeah. That's a really niche interaction on the specific wording as well on Lilia Faithborn. Because you're leaving the sprite where Lilia moved from, it's also not a readied sprite. It's like one of the few times that it's like play a sprite that's not readied. Like that just feels weird to me. Every other time I play sprites, I'm like, yeah, ready.
The
I get to move.
laziest sprites are all followers of Lilia.
They're asleep. She's put them, everything's asleep.
Story of my life. I wake up exhausted and then I'm temporary.
Wait, what round do you disappear today? Because I don't want to be left alone. So yeah. Okay, so that is
Good.
going to be a Ride the Wind going to hand.
Now, as a Diana, you can just kind of hop on, hop off the battlefields, filter through your deck a little more with the Diana ability, like we just saw. Keep up for now. Launch Separate Assault. That will start now. Hui move trigger is on the chain.
So draw discard. Discards a unit. We've seen this so many times, so Hui will obviously get stronger in that situation.
Hashtag Riftbound.
Yeah, exactly. Show us how you're lifting on social media.
I mean, honestly, have you seen the size of that brush that he is curling every day?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
So it is going to be
And I swap, have a pending move trigger.
another Keeper
I
of
move
Masks.
one, and
Smoke and mirrors.
Oh, Smoke and Mirrors. Sorry, I was looking at the upside down. It's actually quite similar. Yeah, Smoke and Mirrors. Sorry, thank you. Is one of the other hidden options
to play
in the deck.
on my sprite.
Threatening the trade now onto the Hui. And losing the Hui as a Diana is such a painful
So
way
you
to go
would
through.
get
Because
8, correct.
currently it's, I mean, you have some bodies to go for.
Uh-huh.
And with Vex no longer on the battlefield, that sprite is not stunned.
Right.
So they
Yeah,
are
that
threatening the
happens.
damage right here.
What happens?
I will resolve.
Card.
What more do we have in hand? I mean, there's plenty of outs, right? You
Yeah.
can follow your way through here. There's
And it's up to you to play something.
a lot of roads that lead to Rome. in
Yeah,
this
right, the
regard.
wind.
We also saw the Ride the Wind earlier. It's going to be
Base.
Hui back to
Boss.
base,
It's good.
which means
Move.
we get to do it all over again.
It's also
I just
plus.
can't get enough of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we'll obviously get
you can see it.
the move from Hui.
It's important to get your cardio in,
And
right?
move.
Yeah.
For all the lift bounders out there.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, cardio bound doesn't really have the same.
No. Well, although if you're using cardio to track your Riftbound entry into events and here at the venue, that's
You have how much next?
we've done it. We cracked it. That's it.
That is my favorite unscripted moment so far.
So, 8 runes.
All right, now we get to draw again. He keeps the might. We get to launch a second assault.
Yeah.
I'll
How many more tricks are up there? Smoke and mirrors are gone. The discipline is gone. Yeah, you get to stock up a bit with only 3 energy left.
okay. Move. To
And do it again. Another draw discard. Has been a handful of spells for the most part in this exchange.
But having
There
access,
was a fizz, but you kind of don't want to ditch that.
Another unit.
Well-
Go to 11.
But you do now.
they'll do it anyway.
Nothing I can do against that.
That's for time zone.
Yeah, well, fizz is always one of those ones where it's like,
2, 4.
it just unlocks your entire graveyard, your entire trash to be able to be like, well, I discarded spells that turn, but I can get to play them all again.
And like, Fizz is definitely up there as one of the best units in the deck. But the only one that beats it probably is the Hui. And if it's your only
Yeah,
option,
Sure.
they had to discard a unit, right? Otherwise, they're still ending up trading because they discarded the spell last turn.
And I get the other rationale there is like you look at the rest of the hand, you see a Starcross, you see a Ride the Wind, like you're like, oh, I have options. It's fine. I actually don't need the Fizz at this moment. It's like, it is really good. I do want to hold it, but do I need it? It becomes a little bit win more in that moment.
And now you're back in that awkward position where you have to fight into a Vex on battlefield. So either you're going to have the Conservatory trigger with the Diana right there, giving over more options. They still have at least 4 energy available. I can't make out if Diana is tapped.
Question. I think
we'll figure it out. But the point to keep in mind when you're playing into Diana, on her turn, it's really sets of 3 that you need to worry about. The Moonfall, the Ride the Wind plus a Stupefy, like things in that regard. So if there are above 2, you really have to think twice. And I'm not sure if a Brutalizer will be enough to turn the tide alone.
Especially when we know, for instance, there is Starcross in hand, and there's good targets for Starcross on Diana's side. It's like, I'll bounce Ravenbloom. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just threatening to trade right now. I would love to just take out either the Vex or the Hui, dependent. But I don't think they'll let it get that far. Like you said, that Starcross seems locked and loaded.
Do you gamble and say pass priority? See if they use a pump spell and you get even more out of it?
No. Obviously.
I feel...
of course, priority has passed, so yeah.
As a Diana right now, you are the one about to lose something.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry,
No, don't.
Misappropriated our priority, of course. It was Soul Ghost going for the showdown. So, yeah, we'll Starcross exactly as expected. Gonna try it again.
Yeah, Brutalizer will be getting off some of that value throughout there. An extra 3 might pumping that up. Now.
We'll move in. We'll create a sprite on move.
How much will you have left in the tank? Because that Diana is gone now, right? With only 2 energy still left up.
Go to 7.
Will you get pushed over?
Play on guard. Would go to 9.
It's costing them so much. Look at the cards that they are investing already. Even if they do manage to hold on, that is such a costly assault to push off the Vex in the way. So, from what we can see in the hand, they at least have like an emergency exit.
Yeah, and
Ride the Wind for at least one of them.
So you just say Hui is the more valuable unit at this point, and you just say, hey, I'm going to Ride the Wind.
Yeah,
Happens.
In this, here's the thing. Vex is great when you're already ahead. But they're not ahead right now. And if they are to lose this showdown, right, they're just keeping up.
And that's a replacement Vex in hand, right? I think the middle card, I believe, is Vex, just from the angle. The artwork looks similar. So maybe you just say, Ride the Wind way. Keep it alive.
On...
Oh, they're not very certain either.
It's an understandable decision if you're like, there's one that breaks the matchup and one that...
To the Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Okay.
Is just better for me, so Hui to Ravenbloom Conservatory is the play.
Yeah. And this resolves, you get to conquer.
I was not necessarily expecting them to be discarding a unit there. Because in discard, I would think, what are the odds I'll have another showdown for the Hui to be in?
For free.
Is that just overly cautious, or?
One less for the sprite.
I guess it's looking at what resources are on the back end of like how much can you actually then go aggressive with. We'll go in, look
get rid of your Diana if I can.
Okay, Ravenbloom.
Yes.
First the only consolation right now is the fact that this Diana is tapped out. Finally.
Yeah.
And that is always such a commitment to make for a Diana. And whenever you see all the runes tapped and the legend, if you cannot punish that, they kind of got away with a free crime.
Yeah, that +3 as well on the Hui. Kind of an insurance policy of just saying, maybe I don't want you making a different decision and going over the top somehow with what you've got.
Proving themselves not overly cautious at all. It's not paranoid when they're actually coming for you.
So, the Ride the Wind being used at least the one was like, I would like to be able to utilize that maybe a little more offensively at times, but still having another and still having options. But it is just down to the Hui. Without the likes of like a Moonfall to, you know, bring in more of what Soul Ghost is putting on the board, might be tricky to hold control of both battlefields. We might be playing a bit of a tit for tat on one battlefield at a time right now.
And that is where you get pushed to the absolute limit, as there is another Right the Wind just hiding in hand.
But you've always got stack deck. And the great thing is that Diana can just go, oh, well, if we start a showdown, I'll use my legend ability for that. Or you can just do it now and just say, give me some information. Like, give me another option.
It really feels like, could you show me again what's behind door number?
Yeah, I actually want to see the 3 doors. Like, there's no surprise to this. Like, let me see. But Hui moving back to base, of course, we'll be able to still move it with the Ride the Wind when it happens. So draw this. Oh, of all the cards to draw.
Nice, okay.
Oh, look who is at the top of the deck. Moonfall is
They
here.
would do a Moonfall at this point. They've gone through like at least like a third, close to half of their deck right now. Getting rid of Turtledust, get another hand.
Oh, this happened. I saw someone do this last week. If both of these go off, I mean, you can't at this point because you need the Hui as well.
Tell me anyway.
Double moonfalling is so brutal. Like if you thought Thousand-Tailed Watcher was bad, like Moonfall into Moonfall, move 2 units and give everything -4 is disgusting.
Where are all these moons coming from?
They're not. They're
Tatooine's
got
trees.
2. That's why they're playing.
Right,
There you go.
in here.
Mystery solved. Thanks.
So, Ride the Wind will come through, put Hui on a battlefield. You don't need 2 if one's good enough, is what I would say.
What was true for our Diana,
at
where I finally
4
tapped
currently.
out, that makes it so much safer to start these engagements. And the
I would
same
go
is
to
true
5
when your
with my
Lilia is
mask
stepping
together.
out. No threat
You
whatsoever.
go to 5 with your mask, huh?
Yes.
God damn it.
Thinking it through, just going through all the options. Is Moonfall even a necessary option? Just deciding what to discard will be a Vex, so
Yeah.
gets the +3 already. So doesn't have to all in here. Depends on what comes from this. As the Smoke and Mirrors.
They'll be saving
There's the counter
their
spell.
champion. But what remains? Even though the Sprite will once again get a little assist from the mask coming through, it feels like with every passing turn, Soul Ghost is losing grip of the
You'll be
game,
defending for
losing
6.
ground, being pushed further and further back. Meanwhile, the Diana, even though that these showdowns are growing rather costly.
Yeah, lots of resources being used on the Diana side, but this is one of the things that the deck does do really well.
Yeah.
You can utilize the Diana Legend, plus also then just the massive amounts of draw. Hui really just supplements the draw, the utility, everything that you need in that exchange. Is that a hard bargain in hand? Is that the thought process here? Yeah, it is going to be hard bargain on the Smoke and Mirrors.
And that is hard to react to when you don't have any, when you're poor.
Can't deal with that. Can't end up paying the 2. Nothing really.
You still
do
want
in
to play a
response.
stick deck? Or
And
okay.
you have to take into account.
And then we'll play a stack deck during
Stack
the
your deck.
showdown still. We'll see what ends up coming from it.
You have to take into account that from the Lilia side now, even trying to keep up by launching an assault onto the conservatory, which is open at the moment. It really feels like with
They conquered
as
2
long as you
6.
cannot answer the Hui, this Diana will keep running away from
Player
you.
goes to base.
Not necessarily in victory points just yet, but look at the trash.
And
Yeah.
then move back.
The
move
more
trigger.
cards you get to see in your deck, the closer you are to hitting the peak of power of your deck. Because there's less variance.
Yeah.
You get to see all the cards. All the options are available to you, or
rid of
at
this.
least have gone through your hands. And that is just so hard to really compete with as a Lilia. And
Then I will.
even though they are burning through Vexes like it's nobody's business, taking them down in combat, being discarded by the Hui,
trash.
that alleviates some of the pressure.
Yeah.
But you're still not comfortable.
No, you're still not comfortable. Is it too early in the day to say that Diana is running away with this?
Just let that sink in for a bit.
Yeah, I know.
Last turn.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I kind of
I can
am.
see you smile.
I know. I'm deep down. There's regret. sadness.
I do love a good Quay pun. I'm mostly upset that you got to it before me.
Sorry. If I'm not here for bad humor, what else am I here for, really? Like, the love of the game, that's what we're here for. As Soul Ghost is going to try and figure their way out of this exchange. So, 5 points on the board, so you know there's no way of conquering both to win this. Have to get to 8. So, it has to be, how do I stop the million options of Diana on Diana's turn? Because remember, all you've got to do is draw into a Fizz, and you get access to those Ride the Winds that are already in the trash. You just got to draw into one of the many options that Diana has to say, yeah, I'll just go to one battlefield, go to the other, there we go. And shields are mostly down now.
You're threatening it. There's a lot of cards, and you get to see another card when Quay starts to move.
Double Stupefy as well in hand is going to be another 2 cards, just to be able to see. You got a bunch of spells in hand to just discard, even if it is Stupefy, you don't even want to pay for it. And a stacked deck on top of it as well. We'll just say, all I got to do is find a Fizz or Ride the Wind, and I take this match.
We're going to leave no card unturned to solve this little dilemma. Just looking for the answer. Trying to hold on.
You get
absolute worst case.
At least 2 more digs.
Absolute worst case. You move on to the battlefield, and you just start moonfalling. Just make life as miserable as can be for the Lilia. Make it as hard as possibly can be to push them off the conservatory. You'll get another reveal trigger if you have to defend there. So even though the most comfortable way out would be to Ride the Wind, would be to Fizz and get the double conquer this turn, you don't have to, and end of the day, you're not being rewarded in a greater way if you're double conquering or just holding.
No, that's true. Winning's winning at that point. So it doesn't matter how you get there. There are, as you said, multiple ways to it. You get a lot of looks on as well. If you, for instance, are using the Moonfall, if you Quay, move to Ravenbloom, Moonfall, bring them in, your defender, you get another look at a spell. Oh, what do I get? So you can go through a lot of your deck. Even on this turn.
Not necessarily related to the game, but I love it when their cards are like fanned out like that. If you like lift up the bottom card, they all domino over to the other side.
So now it's just down to the methodology here. We got to see the first draw.
I wonder, well, if you're a Lilia right now, right, you still have the single energy up. You're still threatening a Defy.
True.
So, are you going to try and bait it out as a Diana?
Oh, well, if you do bait it out, now you've got the Fizz. So Moonfall discarded for a draw.
Then I play for 1. Stupefy on him.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Takes a Stupefy. Could be setting up, whether it's just a draw.
Yes, action to you. So, do I conquer?
You conquer.
Yeah. So, conquer to 7.
Whether it's just a draw or whether it is to set up a Moonfall is neither here nor there at this point.
Conquer to 7.
Constantly just throwing little bits out there. Will you want to defy this? Or maybe that. Ooh, wouldn't it be so awful if I couldn't stack deck right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you only have
anything.
one option, you just have to wait for the most significant thing. The funny thing is, if it was a Ride the Wind from hand, you just then play the Fizz after it. But there is no Ride the Wind in hand, so...
Yeah, there were a lot of Ride the Winds already expanded.
There's at least 2. Oh, it is 3.
Yeah,
it is all 3 are in the graveyard.
all of
Okay.
it. So not a lot of
3.
options left there. And at that point, do you play as if they have it?
And you have to Moonfall, right? Ooh. Okay, just gonna go for it with the Fizz. I mean, I don't hate it in that regard. You're saying you have to have the Defy.
But you are shooing yourself in. Yeah, you see, it gets defied, and now your hold position is. I'm not gonna say it's horrible, but it is more fragile than it could. Sure. I mean, you still have access to the Moonfall, of course, if needed.
Yeah. Exactly, and that obviously is something you can play on your opponent's turn. You don't necessarily have to decide to do it now, but that does allow them to untap. So, okay, gonna Tide Turner, bring back the Hui. Get another draw.
This significantly hurts the chances of moonfalling.
Yes, by 100%, I would say. But what helps the chances of moonfalling is drawing one and then either being able to discard it or not.
Do they have all of their moonfalls in hand right now?
One went into the trash earlier. Now the second one is looking like it's going into the trash.
I think they have another one in hand.
Draw one.
How do I hold all of these moons?
And pass turn to you.
Okay, so not
Awakening.
the easiest position to be in. However,
22 wins.
first things first. We need to deal with the tide turner. Get it off of the battlefield. That is part one. Make sure that they're not hobbling over to a different battlefield to be annoying about it. It's gonna be really tough for a single energy. Gotta cover your bases. How much do you even want to invest? And this is a nice start by just adding the bodies to the pile.
Yeah. Just saying, okay, I'm going to need more. I'm going to need to go over the top of this, at least to hold on.
Can we refer to sprites as bodies? Quite ephemeral, right?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Let's be inclusive. They're units. They're units. I don't want to body shape. for all the ghosts among us.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's good.
So going up to 6.
Good. Going to 6.
I mean, this game, it's tricky because being on 5 on that turn, just
Come over here, get my.
if you were looking to go to 8 this turn, it's a very different situation. But there's like a sense of security on the Diana side where you're like, I need you to spend enough resources so that when it comes to my turn, I have multiple options of clearing you off both battlefields.
And at this point, the double conquer.
I will equip my.
It's not impossible, right? You have the moonfall still ready to rip and roar.
And.
But that comfort, where you were like, oh, we just need to hit the win the game, scoop it up, get a coffee, go to round number 2. That comfort that was also visible whilst they were digging throughout their deck seems a far ways away. This is the turn to do it upon.
So we know we're going to get multiple draws.
How many cards in hand?
One card in hand, one card in a dream.
It's all you need. Card in the chair.
That's always reassuring. Lux finds 2 defies at least in the trash.
Sure.
Is like, okay, well, I have the resources to play
Defender
2
for 9 here and 7 here, right?
I get to move in.
But he doesn't have 2. He only has a single one in hand. Or there's another fizz.
Oh yeah, you're right. They did put one in trash. So we'll get to look at a couple more with Hui on the move.
And if you want to take it even further, right? If you give the turn back over, they will be spawning another sprite. So it is not even guaranteed that you will, in fact, be able to hold the battlefield and deny them the double conquer or the hold.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
So even though, I mean, I think we were both almost counting the Lilia out a little bit.
Move trigger.
More so than
they were up on the
feels.
ropes.
Yeah, I think that defy on the Ride the Wind has really punished and at least made the options more tricky. So Hui goes up to 8.
Then Ravenbloom.
Still needs another 1. Ravenbloom trigger comes through. Will not be.
Oh, missing out on that.
Yeah.
Is painful. That would have been 5 might ready to go on their own turn.
Flower.
So that does explain some of the emotion.
Moonfall going to bring the sprite over. There's the fist bump, because the -2s on everything would be just too much to go through, and a very close end of the game puts Diana over Lilia and through round 1 with a win.
No third defy. I mean, and that is that moment again where you have to make the decision, am I going to play respectful or am I going to make them have it?
Yeah, and made them have it, but eventually still ended up picking up the win. That is round 1 done, Bandit. Your first round at an RQ in the books. We're going to go to a break. We'll do the old switcheroo on ourselves, and when we come back, we'll be back with round 2.
Alright then, Riftbound fans, I'm Shay Burton and we're here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. This venue is massive with a lot to look at, so why don't we have a look now? Starting off with the trophy. Only one person will leave here this weekend holding that trophy and securing themselves a slot in the regionals later on in the year. Who will it be? Only one way to find out. That's by watching the rest of this stream. But there's also some other things that people are playing for here. This is your last chance to get the best of legends cards for Origins. And we can see them all here. A fantastic different way to play in the tournaments is to try and be the top legend for your chosen deck. Whew. Okay, so we finally made it to the prize wall. For the players who are in the side events, they actually get tickets which they can redeem for a multitude of different prizes. We have packs, we have sleeves, we have play mats, we have badges. So it's not all about the main event. And there's actually currently an event happening right now that players are competing for these points. And there's events happening right now. A team 2v2 event, and then the pre-regional event as well. And quite honestly, the scale is massive. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of players right now, all battling it out. But it's not all about competition. You can actually open packs here at the event right now. And not only that, it's actually live streamed for the rest of the venue to see. We have to have a look at this. Come get involved. Okay, here we go. So we have two people opening their packs right now. They even have a big red button if they pack something good. Here we go. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Oh, here we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. Hey, we get the big red button hit as well. Come on, that's what it's all about here. Okay, so I was just catching up with our person who just opened up the pack there, and turns out you actually really needed this card, right?
Yes, correct. I want to play Ivan tomorrow, and in the main event, and this is the Altart I'm missing, and I want to go to play this tomorrow.
Okay, wow, see, it was written in the stars. Best of luck for you and your event. And of course, when you're at these events, there's always cosplayers. We see one there. Let's see if we can quickly chat to him. Excuse me. I must say, I love your cosplay. How long did it take you to make that?
Well, this is an amalgamation of 3 years to 4 years of cosplaying, continuously upgrading, testing bits. Sometimes something gets tatted, something gets broken, so I'm always working to improve.
For the people, why did you choose to cosplay Echo?
Well, everybody tells that I look like him, so I might as well commit to the bid.
You definitely do. Why is Echo one of your favorite characters?
Echo is maybe one of my most respectable characters, mostly because we share a lot of ideas and opinions about a lot of things. Yeah, I can respect him a lot.
There you go, playing the character. I've got some fantastic advice there. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. And here's something I love about the Riftbound event, the community aspect. And I think that's immortalized perfectly with the graffiti wall. You can come over here and write down anything and everything you like, and it will stay there for the whole event. And you can see card shout-outs there. You can see people saying that they was here. And quite honestly, it's a bit of me. I'm a big fan. Look how colorful it is as well. Who doesn't love colors? But of course, the main event, it has to be all about the stage with 2 feature tables, so we can feature 2 matches per round and the interview area as well, so we can hear from the winners. Now, at the end of this weekend, our finalist and champion will be crowned here. Who will it be? Who will be getting the last of best ofs from the Origins set? Only one way to find out, and that's by getting back to the stream. All right, then we are back. The rift has been ripped wide open. It's time to see who will be getting the best of the last best of from the Origins set. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Leo. How are we feeling this morning?
I'm feeling fantastic. Just really can't wait to get things going. We've already seen one really cool featured match, and now we have 2 more up and coming. We have someone who you should know if you've been following at least the European side of the broadcast for Riftbound.
Yep, we have a pretty star-studded all-star matchup coming at you here for our Swiss round 2 match. We have Squirtle, the Lille regional qualifier champion, versus Rune Breaker.
And to no one's surprise, Squirtle is again on the Zir deck. What A strong performance of this deck, a legend that came out in Spirit Fortune. People said, hey, this is maybe a B-tier deck at best. And then all of a sudden people started to play it more. And then again, it was so incredibly strong.
Yeah, it was such a strong deck, you know. Actually had some buffs coming in the Unleash deck via that Soul Sword card. Another equipment, another one-cost equipment. That's what Azir all loves. Equipment, low cost, and getting those Sand Soldiers into play. So it's a deck, you know, you can't be surprised to see it do super well. Always taking a regional qualifier home. And when it's in the hands of someone that already took a regional qualifier home, you have to be a bit worried.
It was an absolute masterclass. There was basically no mistakes in his entire play in the tournament. He had so many flawless turns. With Azir, it's all about getting those steady conquers.
Yep.
And the deck that his opponent is bringing, the good old Runebreaker, that is not necessarily a deck that can stop you too much from conquering. So I think we can take that away as well when we're talking about Azir. It's going to be the Azir versus Sivir matchup.
Yep.
You know, Sivir traditionally played with the dazzling Aurora gear, even though we had quite some time where it was played with other gears, with the Seal of Discords, and then other cards like Ezreal Prodigy, good times, good times. But now it's all about that big Elder Dragon. The thing is that this deck takes quite a while to stop you from playing the game.
Yep.
If you get this Elder Dragon out, it's really hard to come back from it. But Azir should have a rather positive matchup into it, just because you can generate those tokens like it's nothing. Before the Elder Dragon turn, you can push back all of your Sand Soldiers and then push them back in one by one, because there's not much you need to overcome. So I think in theory, that deck, especially after siding, should have a decent matchup into Sivir. And there you can see some interesting battlefields. The Forgotten Monument is not something you see all the time, but in Aurora decks you see it quite frequently, actually. Players can't score until the third turn.
Yep.
It really helps against those decks that can go wide in the base.
Yeah, probably could be something we actually see in this matchup, right? Because as you say, this is like a battle of polar opposite decks. You know, the Aurora loves that Elder Dragon to come into the late game in combination with the Flurry of Blade and just, you know, slaughter your opponent as it were. But it takes a long time to get going. Azir, we're talking about Sand Soldier tokens. We can get them going turn one. And as you say, you want to try and conquer both battlefields at the same time and get points. That battlefield could stop that.
I really want to point out that Runebreaker did something great during deck building here. Some people have seen the Lux Infinite Loop deck with the Renata Glask and everything, and that's basically a free matchup versus this deck, versus the Aurora decks. But with the inverted timelines, you could take away like 20 cards from hand. But this actually shows that Sivir Legend is favored in this matchup, which I find really interesting.
Favored by the Legend, but our win prediction here, based on Legend matchup performance and recent form from our players, actually has this down as a straight 50-50. So I'm intrigued to see how this is going to pan out, because as we've been alluding to, this is a very different play styles in decks here. And I think as I'm sitting down here, I would assume Azir has to be favored, but well, only one way to find out.
I think it really comes down if you hit your important spots, if you find those rises that when your field actually gets cleared, if there is a big Elder Dragon that might surprise you, or something like a Flurry of Relates when the Elder Dragon is already developed, if they hit their ramp early on, then there is some comeback mechanics there with a rise. But that is a very, very clean list. The Azir decks, there's not too much crazy invention going on with those. There's not like those completely maniac decks that you're seeing all of a sudden. The decks really do look a little alike, but we're actually seeing two back-offs. I think that most of the time you see one back-off.
I was about to say, I think the increased back-off count is something we haven't seen a lot of, but, you know, fantastic card, stunning something that comes in there. Scary times. I think the main addition has just been that Soul Sword, right, in the Unleashed set, giving you another equipment, a one-cost equipment, which is all about, right? All you want to do is get as much equipment in play, get your Sand Soldiers, and then build towards that signature spell, that Arise, to bring in a lot of Sand Soldiers in combination with your champion, Azir Sovereign. That is where the game can get out of hand fast.
Yep, you got the ready Sand Soldiers as well, so you can score immediately, especially against decks like Aurora. I like the double back-off for the Aurora matchup, for example, because if they get to play and they want to push in an Elder Dragon, you can most of the time prevent Elder Dragon from taking away 3 of your units. You should have built up multiple copies, and if you push it back out, it's gonna be sometimes tough for them to get back in there. Also, interesting 1 Peacekeeper. Some people have already started to play 2. Some people play multiple copies in the side deck. I really like this deck so far.
It's a deck that we can't really be surprised to see, you know, doing well. It's a deck you can't be surprised to play against, but it can be scary when it gets rolling. And I'm just so intrigued to see how this is going to pan out, because you would imagine, you know, as it's going to get off to an early lead, can you eventually stabilize? I'm not so sure. So we're going to see how this pans out going into our round 2. But Leo, let me ask you a question here. So let's say you're a player who's currently 1 game up. We love to see that.
Of course.
And let's say you are trying to go for a top 8 and beyond.
Yeah.
What do you think is going through those players' heads right now?
I mean, you should go 1 by 1, 1 at a time, right? In such a big tournament, you have 13 rounds of Swiss, 12 more ahead of you. You're already immediately in the feature match area. You're playing versus a Lille champion, for example.
Good point.
It is quite threatening, quite intimidating. But you're also playing with the heart of the Aurora, so you can basically sometimes even say, hey, you know what, deck? Just do your thing. I will just roll with you and let you win some games for me by hitting all of these Elder Dragons. However, it is really important to take a game at a time, right? So you cannot already say, hey, I started 1-0. This is my chance to get the top cut. That's not how it works, especially since most of these Riftbounders have already gotten their round 1 bye from skirmishes.
Great point, yeah.
So basically, some of them haven't played yet. so already starting to calculate how easy it is going to be for you to hit the top cut. I don't think that's right. But I think some standard things you need to watch out for in those tournaments is that you pack some snacks, some healthy snacks. Nuts are always a game changer.
Yeah.
And water.
Bottle of water as well. Water, hydration, so important. A good night of sleep the night before as well. It's actually something, if you do make your day 2, it's fun to like test with your friends, you know, celebrate with your friends. Get yourself a good amount of sleep though. You need those 8 hours. Trading card games, Riftbound, there's a lot of concentration. Make sure you get that sleep in. But it looks like, Leo, here we go. Our Swiss round 2 feature match here at the Utrecht regional qualifiers kicking us off. Runebreaker getting the chest down, and it is over to Squirtle. Let's see what we can do. Sand Soldier immediately into play via that Azir Legend ability.
Yep. Soft start, of course. The treasure trove is always nice to hit that 2-drop, but it is not quite immobilized. We're going for the Catalyst of Aeons.
Ooh.
That is, of course, not the worst start, but if you're looking closely, this is only 6 runes, so the next turn you're not going to hit that Aurora just quite yet, and that is already something good for Squirtle.
Yep, Squirtle just needs to get off to the races as soon as possible. Here we go to the aim of the game is equipment early on for that Azir deck. When you play an equipment, I should say, you can use your Azir Emperor of the Sands ability to pay 1 and get a Sand Soldier with Weapon Master, as we can see it being used here. We're conquering up into that first battlefield there, Leo. First points on the board for Squirtle.
I really like the Hall of Legends versus the Aurora deck. I mean, it's really good in general, but you can actually make 2 of those Sand Soldier tokens in the turn you played just 1 gear. Also very interesting that it is not immediately weapon mastered onto the Brutalizer here, because he knows, hey, most of the time I just need 2 might to conquer anything here, and I want to keep the Brutalizer free so I can abuse the 2 more might if there is a unit on board. Stack deck is now not finding the Aurora, is finding actually 2 of those units. For now, that's kind of good because they're under the deck.
Yep.
So that is something very chill. You're not going to draw them next turn, but next turn has to be the Aurora turn. So you kind of want to find one of those. Top decks now with the Trove.
Okay, so we're getting in the gear from the Silver Legend ability there, as it were. What else can Runebreaker be piecing together?
Squirtle has a very, very chill hand here. That is something that is very much looking like 1-by-1 build-up in a game versus other decks like Diana or a Yi, which is a little bit more interactive with your board state. Those hands do not really work too well all of the time. You don't have a lot of interaction, you just have more and more weapons to build up. Against Aurora, that is kind of insane, actually. You can just drop something every turn and then overwhelm your opponent with a big Arise in the endgame. You don't need anything like those crazy defies, even though a defy on the Catalyst of Aeons does slap.
Going out of Runebreaker's turn, we did see the Fading Memories to give one of the unit at Battlefield or Gear temporary, and it is back over to Squirtle now. Let's see what he can piece together.
What is that? 1, 2, 3, 6 runes I made that? 6? 7? There's a lot going on. Probably not on a rise turn. You'd say a lot more equipment for that to be super valuable.
Yeah, and you don't need the units just yet, right?
Oh,
you just need to conquer once, and you just need to push one Sand Soldier into a battlefield at a time. So I think this Azir versus Aurora matchup, that's something to wake up for both of these Riftbounders, just because they are aware, hey, there's not a lot going on the battlefield right now, but of course you still need to play out your sequencing correctly. Forgotten Monument is a battlefield that you want to hold, not conquer, but of course you can't hold anything without conquering it first, so gonna push a Sand Soldier in there that is going to force him to recycle a rune if that actually does resolve. Oh no, that's the Forgotten Monument, not Sigil. It's Sigil. Okay, yeah, you have to recycle rune.
And we did see the Gust coming in there as well there, Leo.
Recycle 1 rune.
That is perhaps going to bounce unless we have a Discipline that could push our might to 4 as reaction, so Gust would fizzle.
And now we see a BF sword come down there for Squirtle. That's going to come equipped to that Sand Soldier as well. Okay. 3 points on the board there for Squirtle, but we are getting to sort of danger zone here for Runebreaker. This is where his game plan will be unlocked.
I like what he has put together in his hand, though. Of course, you would always want to throw down an Aurora here.
Of course.
At the very late.
Yeah.
But Flurry of Blades, if you have 2 of those, it can sometimes even help you to get rid of some Sand Soldiers when they're trying to conquer. But they are even playing Aurora.
I don't see it. We see a Sabotage. Then you look at Squirtle's hand, recycle a non-unit. Let's see, plenty of options there. Arise immediately sent to the bottom.
Yeah. Taken some notes. Those are just a few equipment gears that you don't need to worry too much about. You need to worry about your own cards a little more. You definitely want to have this Dazzling Aurora in your hand soon. And I think even though the Sabotage is a little bit annoying for Squirtle, that should be 8 open runes right now for Runebreaker, and that means out of the Aurora territory, therefore 1 more turn to chill for Squirtle.
I have a question for you.
Please.
So we're not going to see Aurora this turn, it's looking like. If you're Squirtle, how many turns can you sort of get away with, or how many turns do you want to see without the Aurora?
All of them. I think it's just definitely all of them. The thing is, you have so many resources on your board right now in terms of Sand Soldiers that you, at some point, don't really care about the Aurora anymore. When you hit that 6 mark and the Aurora drops, that's fine. You wasted your entire turn on this gear, you play an Elder Drake, you can kill some of my Sand Soldiers, but then I'm just going to reconquer both of those. Now Runebreaker has to develop the Sivir, which is a unit, at least.
Yeah.
That is already something.
We can start to pressure the board a little bit now. Is over to Squirtle. Brutalizer going to come down. There comes another Sand Soldier as well. We are battling in the desert, it seems. Sand Soldiers here, there, and literally everywhere. What else are we eyeing up here from the hand? Looks like we're going to see some movement there. Going to be a Conquer. It's looking like, oh no, he's toying with us there, Leo.
Yeah, he's keeping us on the edge of our season in this game. But the BF sword equipped, I think he's now contemplating which Sand Soldier to push to see how to get the most usage out of those equipments. And I think when there is a Sivir developed on the opposing side of the board, then it makes sense to push that BF sword. Even though if it's now an Aurora turn, the Sivir is going to get +2 might. So Sivir is going to be able to overpower that Sand Soldier. But I think this is a very micro decision that really doesn't have a good answer to it. However, if there is no Aurora being played this turn, the Sivir can't overpower the Sand Soldier. And otherwise, you're just going to re-equip this BF sword at some point anyways. So I don't think it matters too much. This should have been the right decision for Squirtle.
So on the back of the Conquer into the Hall of Legends, we are going to see the Azir Legend reused. We're going to get another Sand Soldier. We're attaching a Brutalizer to that Sand Soldier. It's currently at the Hall of Legends as well.
So he wants, if an Aurora is played, that or another card that costs 2 power, or 2 power in total, that the Sivir Mercenary would have to crash into this
Still
Sand
no
Soldier.
Aurora, though.
Yeah, but we have the Lunar Boon. That costs 3 energy, so that is quite costly. And we are again out of Aurora range for this turn. And so I think Pedro is just more than fine to just go, yep, do whatever.
All right, so let me rephrase my question earlier then, Leo. If you are Runebreaker, is this game sort of slowly slipping out of hand now, or can the comeback still come on?
I think it's rapidly slipping out of his hand since the last 2 turns where he didn't find the Aurora to play on 9. That deck is so reliant on this one gear, and that is the big risk of this. Of course, Dazzling Aurora relieves you from some of the decisions that you have to make in a game, right? So it really delivers you those big, powerful, impactful units on a silver plate without having to do too much because it just plays them at the end of the turn. If you don't find it, you're not really playing the game. As you can see here, he has the option to conquer the Sigil of the Storm here for free, but he also doesn't want to do that because that would mean further DRAM. It's also very interesting to see that Squirtle has decided to actually push the Sand Soldier out of the Sigil of the Storm, because every time you reconquer it, you are going to have to recycle one of your runes. But that was to play around the Elder Drake. You know, Elder Drake chooses 3 locations and then deals 1 damage to each and then kills every unit that has taken damage. So decides, hey, I'm going to keep every Sand Soldier I want around and I'm going to pay with runes for that. That is fine for me.
Yeah, something to be said. You know that Elder Dragon is coming in, trying to spread your units out and try and don't have them, you know, here, there, and everywhere, so the Elder Dragon can just clean them up. We are going to see a conquer into that Sigil of the Storm, though. That is going to go through Squirtle onto 7. And then we are going to see the Sigil of the Storm as well, forcing you to recycle one of those runes. One still to play with.
Now, 7, it's very interesting. You have 2 ways to go now. On the side of Squirtle, because you either pull out of the Hall of Legends again to save another Sand Soldier from a possible Elder Dragon. However, you can also just say, hey, you only have 1 Sivir here, and that is not too threatening. So if you cannot push, or if you find Aurora and hit a Mind Splitter, I'm still going to win with 1 holding point.
There's quite a few options, isn't there, really? You can even start using your, if you was to pull back, Azir Champion as well. We're going to see another Sand Soldier coming down. And I think if you are Runebreaker, I'm just struggling. I'm really struggling. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, it's hard to find a line to get back into this game.
Yeah. We are going to see another Sand Soldier. No, I think you're fine just to, you know, hold it all here.
This is a little bit looking like a demo game, where you're explaining how Azir works.
Yeah, this is the dream scenario, right? If you're Scott figured, okay, this is what we need. This is Utrecht's going to be my event if all my games go this way. I can tell you that.
Yeah. He also has still the big push with the accelerated Azir later on. So even if a Aurora is found, pulls out the Sand Soldier here. Even if Runebreaker can conquer the Sigil of the Storm with the Sivir and then drop the Dazzling Aurora.
Dazzling Aurora. Oh.
Okay, that might get you there.
Okay, we're not there yet. Stack deck.
No way, that is impossible. He's also slowly shaking his head. Runebreaker. Does he get rune broken by his own deck at this point? Because there is just nothing to be found.
Well, I don't think the runes have been the problem here. It's been the deck, right? Just hasn't been able to draw into that Aurora yet. Still have the Sivir, of course, but you know, with Squirtle at 7 and literally a cornucopia of options to get to that 8, there is the Mobilize. He's letting you draw 1. Oh, but it is just going to be the concession, and Squirtle will take game 1 here, our round 2 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. And if you're Squirtle, I'm quite happy about that.
This was too much.
And yeah, just players.
My hand was fun. Like,
you had a very bad end, I think, but
it was like, okay.
Yeah, they're also figuring it out, right? That was really unplayable for Runebreaker.
Yeah, sounds like it. And I think it's kind of obvious when you see the weight pan out. Yeah, Squirtle knows. You didn't have a great hand, did you? And Runebreaker said, yeah, it turns out I did not.
Well, you still have it.
Yeah, I had.
You have pieces, so points.
Yeah, the sabotage was super good. Yeah. The good thing is it was only a rune, so I knew there was no Aurora.
Yeah.
Like if you had Aurora into Mind Splitter, it was
that was crazy. Yeah.
Well, there was no Aurora.
So there was no Mind Splitter.
Now, I will say, I think that game 1 on the one side should be the easiest for Sivir because the cards coming in from the side deck are nasty. Every single deck has nasty answers into Aurora decks. Like, for example, in this color combination, this domain combination, Salvage or Ash. Huge. But I think the other battlefields that Sivir is running, they might work a little better against Azir. Because, you know, in the Forgotten Monument, I mean, we saw it on the left side, but it was the Sigil of the Storm. Forgotten Monument doesn't let you score until your third turn. So that's big.
Very important,
It takes away like one conqueror most of the time. And then we also have the good old Esperance Climb that also pseudo takes away one conqueror from you, right? By pushing the game to 9.
But there's actually a lot of interesting cards in this sideboard that Squirtle can look. We mentioned, you know, the Disarming Rake and the Salvage, the most on-the-nose counters. You also have that, the Ashy. I think that's a really interesting card as well. Letting you look at your opponent's hand, you put one card away and you say, until you hold, my friend, you can't get that card back. So there's a lot of options here for Squirtle. Looking at this Runebreaker's deck here, though, Leo, what do you think they could be sideboarding in?
This is sometimes you play more Mind Splitter after siding because you want to be able to find the Mind Splitter first instead of an Elder Drake if you have one of those battlefields that relieves you from a little bit of pressure, like the Forgotten Monument and the Aspirant's Climb. So you want to find the Mind Splitter first, take out hopefully only one answer to the Dazzling Aurora, and then start Elder Draking all the way through. Sometimes you even have 2 Aurora in hand. That is, of course, then absolutely golden. If you get that engine going and you have your last rights as well, that is pretty nifty. But other than that, I think cards like Hard Bargain, they are pseudo answers to this removal because especially decks like Azir, they don't need to fully exhaust their runes against you, right? So if you have a hard bargain for something like a Salvage, they're just gonna go, hey, I can pay 4 extra. I do not care.
It looks like sideboarding is still being done here, but I think if you're Squirtle, you must be feeling on top of the world. You snuck the game there. Well, I say Rume didn't really play the game much, if I'm being completely honest with you. But now we'll have that sideboarding pressure, as you do say. And I think if you are a Dazzling Aurora player, you know that that sideboard is going to come in hot, heavy, and aggressive against you. Because the gear hate, Leo, honestly, it's in almost every single deck.
And here you can see if you have enough of those equipment gears, gonna have a good time. You're gonna build up in the base, and then your opponent, if they do not find the Aurora at all, of course, you're just going to out-sit them, basically. You don't have to really do anything. You just push 2 Might Units into battlefields, and then you're golden.
Yeah, the Sand Soldiers are doing exactly what they need to do there. Just sit on that battlefield, get those points. This Azir deck, though, has a lot of tips and tricks. We've mentioned Araz. We didn't see it in that last game, though. That's obviously a big mid to late game ender. The guards as well can be hidden. Get some Sand Soldiers into play. And, of course, the mighty Azir Sovereign coming in play with Accelerate. And when you attack, you can move your Sand tokens as well, your Sand Soldier tokens, I should say. Basically saying, whatever battlefield I want, I will take.
The coolest thing about Azir Sovereign is that it takes every token. Doesn't even need the Sand Soldiers, it's just every single token that you can make. So you can also play this card in other decks. It has also seen quite a bit of play. It's something that Ivern players use, because Ivern has...
of course, yeah.
You know, Ivern likes to build a nest in a bush, and then has Azir Sovereign to somehow get another push into another battlefield if it gets close on points.
So it looks like we are getting sorted here for our Game 2. Round 2 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. If you're joining us, you've joined us at a great time. Here we go, Mulligans. And it looks always going to be 2 for Runebreaker. You just need... This isn't even a want at this point. This is a need to get to that Dazzling Aurora.
I think we already...
Oh, there it was. The last one off the Mulligan. If you're Runebreaker, try and poker face now. Don't give too much away. But there it is. Is there 2 in that hand, actually?
There's something huge that I want to tell you about the
What's
hand of Squirtle, is that he can play a big 2-drop now. Doesn't have to start with the Brutalizer, has the Eye of the Herald for 1 energy, and has a Sand Soldier. That means 1 energy open for a Defy to a potential Catalyst. But that is something that Runebreaker is sniffing out here, and instead goes off to the Pack of Treasures combination with the Trove. Pack of Wonders Treasures Trove.
That combination letting you draw and get extra runes into play. You love to see it there. If you're Runebreaker, and I think if you are Runebreaker, this is what you need. You need a very different Game 2 here. Immediately off to the races there with the ramp and the Aurora in hand. Over to Squirtle, though. some more equipment into play. That is going to be some more Sand Soldiers, I imagine. And if you're Squirtle, I mean, this is all you can do, isn't it? Just get points on the board, get your Sand Soldiers down, get your equipment down. But the game is kind of in Rule Breaker's hand. If that Dazzling Aurora comes out, Squirtle will be the one answering the questions.
Yep, that's definitely true. I mean, the Seat of Power is just a really, really good battlefield against Aurora specifically, just because in the early to mid game, you are 900% going to have a bunch of battlefields that you're controlling. So you can just conquer this one, and then next turn you're going to push your other Sand Soldier into the Seat of Power. You're going to find some extra draws, hoping to find answers or extra pushes versus the Dazzling Aurora. But this game, don't forget, we're playing to 9. So we're looking forward to these uneven numbers that we want to actually goes for the sword without being able to ready the Azir Legend again.
Okay, so it is over to Runebreaker. Now, a Catalyst of Aeons.
Do you even defy that anymore? That is a big question. Usually in the turn before, I would have said yes, 100%. But now, on the next turn, your opponent is going to be at 9 anyways, already at 7 runes. So if you defy that, it does nothing. I think that is actually, at this point, a defy bait. Cards that you would rather defy are something like Lunar Boon, that we're also not going to see here. A Last Ride is already being set up.
Do 2 points.
Yeah, and that Last Right's going to be really interesting, letting you play a unit from your trash. You just have to pay the cost, of course, but letting you recycle those very hefty units that Dazzling Aurora gets into play. We are going to see a Conquer, though, into another battlefield, and then we are going to see the Recruit token come down as well, mounting a bit of a defense here.
I will go back.
Eye of the Herald also really, really cool against the Elder Dragon, just because you can leave those Recruit tokens in the battlefields and then still get a holding point. And then afterwards, after the holding point, retreat those from the battlefield back to base, so you have all of your units in the same place and you didn't have to conquer.
Ooh, we are going to see the Arise here, though, Leo. That's going to be for 3 Sand Soldiers, 2 of which will come in ready as well. The big signature spell from Azir.
I really liked how he telegraphed this already in the last turn by just playing the sword out for basically no reason, quotation mark, without getting a Sand Soldier for it.
I will.
Oh, that is so well played as well. Playing them into the battlefield, equipping the Eye of the Herald with Weapon Master, and then amassing all of those Recruit tokens.
Can I just say, what has happened to Squirtle's board? All of a sudden, we've gone from Sand Soldiers to what is this? I can hardly count all these units, and they're all spread out. A lot of them are in the base, Leo. So even if the Elder Dragon was to come out, we can only take away 2 of those units. Squirtle playing around that Elder Dragon perfectly. But here we go for Runebreaker. Finally, the namesake of the deck, Dazzling Aurora, has come down.
And now Sivir is gonna create a gold token for us. I can imagine that we're still going to go for a Pack of Wonders. Small play here. But what else is Runebreaker going to do? No, he's just going to pass and finds the Elder Dragon off the top. However, that is, as you said earlier, not going to deal so much. And in the next turn, Squirtle is going to go up to 5. That is 2 more double conquers that he needs.
So that Elder Dragon is obviously the build around. When you put it into play, you can deal 1 damage to any unit at any one location. So you can do 1 at both battlefields and the base. But because of the Elder Dragon's ability, any amount of damage can kill a unit. So in theory, that can be a 3 unit swing. However, if you play around it like Squirtle did, it's not as costly.
And Squirtle already, because the Mind Splitter wasn't hit.
Oh, and there's the salvage, Leo. 1 turn of Dazzling Aurora, and we can get rid of it. Does Runebreaker have a response? Doesn't look like it. It has gone through.
The nastiest thing about that is the card replaces itself immediately, right?
Yeah.
Your biggest power plays, you've already thrown down the Arise. Your other biggest power plays that you have right now, they don't really cost a lot of energy. So that's just basically free there. See how Runebreaker can follow this one up, because I believe there's multiple copies of this in hand, and this is where it gets tricky for your opponent.
Does have another Dazzling Aurora in hand. Does also have the Last Rites as well. So Squirtle isn't out of the woods yet, but has had some fantastic answers to Runebreaker's questions. Does have this big, bad, scary Elder Dragon to play with. Has played around Flurry of Blades rather nicely here, keeping those units in the base, has Squirtle.
Yeah, and I think keeping the defy from the early game is really, really important. There, I said something about trying to defy a lunar boon if your opponent can't, so that your opponent can't find Aurora. That's one way to go. But I also like the approach of Skrtl. I mean, there wasn't a lunar boon played so far, but I like the approach where he's just going to go, hey, I know that I have a bunch of small units and I need to push as many of them as I can into a battlefield with an Elder Drake.
Yep.
So you will have to Flurry of Blaze me, and this is where I keep the defy.
Yep. Yeah. So we are going to see the pack there going to get put back into the hand to draw and channel. So let's have a think. If we're a Rune Breaker here, what are we? Need to get some more units. Oh, there comes the other dazzling Aurora coming down. Will Squirtle be able to answer that one? Because I feel as if you can't let Rune Breaker get too many of these big units into play. As you say, you might have an answer for one. You might be able to get rid of one dazzling Aurora, sure, but you know, if one Elder Dragon becomes into two, becomes into a Mindbreaker, that could get out of hand. But here we go. The big, the bad, the scary Elder Dragon swinging into that battlefield. And that's going to be a nice, easy point there.
Knowing that he is much more likely to hit another Elder Dragon instead of a Mind Splitter.
Yep.
Probably he is pushing this one into...
Oh, there's your Lunar Bloom, though, that you mentioned earlier. Letting you discard one to draw two, work towards those resources. Oh, and here is a Dazzling Aurora. What are we going to hit? Is it going to be a Mind Bender? Is it going to be the Elder Dragon? Mind Splitter.
Where to put it?
Now, this has an interesting coming into play ability. Is you get to look at your opponent's hand, and they discard that card as well.
Let's see what the players have to say about this.
Okay.
Place it into base, so there was a little bit of thinking where to put it.
Oh, well, shuffle.
Okay, so let's see. The Defy seems like the easy choice here, I think. It looks like that's immediately been popped to the side. Again, Runebreaker taking notes because you get to consult your opponent's hand. When you can play Riftbound with perfect hand knowledge and you know your opponent hasn't got any answers, that means your cards like your Flurry of Blades can be used worry-free.
It's already something.
And that's actually super huge to hit the Mind Splitter there. Because
yes, I believe so as well, yeah.
You only need one rune for a Flurry of Blades, and as long as Elder Drake is on there, everything will die.
Yep. That Flurry of Blades becomes rather terrifying. Flurry of Blades let you deal 1 damage to all units at battlefields, and in combination with the Elder Dragon that basically says whatever Flurry of Blades hits will immediately get sent to your opponent's trash.
The thing is, even if you have a Flurry of Blades, that is the beauty of equipments, right? So if you throw in 2 Sand Soldiers with a BF sword on them, that is threatening the Elder Dragon. You have to Flurry of Blades that, or else he's gone. Then you can just re-equip those BF swords. I think as Skrtl has already developed all of those units, like a crazy amount of units in the early to mid game, he set himself up for success to push through multiple Flurry of Blades, even in the end game, because his runes are not as important to him anymore. He can just start paying power cost after power cost.
Was that another BF sword coming down that recruit?
Yeah.
Wow, we have so much, on a Sand Soldier I should say, we have so much might on the board here. Quite honestly, I would love to see the mental image of this Sand Soldiers dual-wielding BF swords running into that Elder Dragon.
I mean,
and that currently trades, right? It's just on those 2 on their own, right?
Yeah, you need another Sand Soldier, so you are at 8 might with these, and you push another one in. I think this one has the
Here we go.
Eye of the Herald, so you get another...
A recruit's going to come in as well. So here we go. Big showdown here. 10 versus the 11. Elder Dragon versus the double Sand Soldier. And there's the Flurry of Blades, the instant response. And with that Defy going out the hand with a Mind Splitter, Squirtle just has to eat that.
But that's so fine for him, right? Because he still has plenty of runes left. Only 2 Order runes, though. That is very important in this scenario. Because
that means that you can only attach those double BF sword
one more
and have no more left to play with. Exactly that. No room for error there.
Yeah, but I would say that is completely fine with him. So floats one of the Order runes and floats another one. So we are going to go into the double BF equip. I really like that we're seeing much more of a game now than we have seen in the first one.
Infinitely more game, right?
Now you can actually see how Skrtl is piloting this, knowing his opponent is completely tapped out.
So here we go again. Another big showdown into this Elder Dragon. we have the Sand Soldier with a double BF sword and a Soul Sword and a Recruit. And it looks like, yep, Runebreaker has to concede that one. And Squirtle has cleared away that Elder Dragon, and Squirtle can just immediately, with free reign, charge the rest of his recruits and or Sand Soldiers wherever he wants and start taking points. Bear in mind, Leo, he's currently at 6. We have to go to 9 because of Aspirant's Climb, of course, but Squirtle is getting towards game-winning territory.
Oh, and he actually wants to hold one of the battlefields. That is very interesting because of the Eye of the Herald. That is so well played by him. And he says, hey, you kind of want to go into this battlefield, otherwise you cannot Elder Drake it off. This is one where I have more might. But he also needs to pay attention to the rune management in the next turn, because if he doesn't hit to order, trouble.
I was about to say, I've got to keep an eye on those runes. Squirtle is in a fantastic spot, but you don't want to be caught runeless, as it were. Is over to Runebreaker, though, who doesn't really have to worry about runes, has too many to count, realistically, to play with here, and 2 gold as well.
That is a lot of possible draw on the side of Runebreaker, because these ramp spells, I think only Catalyst of Aeon. I'm not too sure about Mobilize. When you are already fully rammed. Oh, yeah, if you can't draw one.
As well. Yep. Elder Dragon in the hand. How many does he play? Does play 3. So we've seen 1. 1's in the hand, so it is still 1 available.
Decides to not play that one, but goes for
It's okay.
Predict effect.
Yeah,
It's also such a nice addition to the deck. Not only because it adds consistency to the Scryer's Bloom, but also because if you're playing into a lot of Diana and they will have acceptable losses, you just know in that matchup, when you're expecting that 1 energy spell, you just keep the Scryer's Bloom on the board. You just never use it, and then you drop Aurora, and then each player sacrifices a gear, becomes a lot less threatening.
Nice little interesting addition to the deck there, which is what it needs. Is a little bit more, what's the word, interactivity, I'd like to say, for letting you, because let's be honest, Dazzling Aurora is public enemy #1 here. Gear hate is everywhere. But we are going to see Mind Splitter charging into the Aspirant's Climb. And what do we make this here? 2, 3, yep, 7 versus 2, I should say.
That's 3. We have the
It was
recruit.
3. And I think Runebreaker is going to win this. Oh, we are going to see the Death Grip coming in.
Draw card.
Oh, Death Grip, using the BF Sword attached weapon mastered unit that was played after the big pushes here.
So now we're at a tie.
Okay.
And yet...
Oh, no, we're not even at a tie. We're tying with the Sand Soldier, and that Hidden Blade really did a lot of work. Or the Grip.
Wow. The Death Grip there coming in clutch. And you have to feel, you know, when you're Runebreaker charging these big units and you're getting traded with tokens, it has to feel rough. We are going to see the Sivir coming back, though, from the champion zone.
Yes.
That is very, very useful for Runebreaker to have here, because he can just charge it into the seat of power, take that battlefield, and then, of course, at the end of the turn, use Dazzling Aurora to play a Elder Dragon or another Mind Splitter, whatever you're finding. For him, I think it's hopefully an Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
Push it also into the seat of power, which is going to cause some problems in the turn afterwards, perhaps, because then you are threatening a hold on the Aspirant's Climb on the side of Squirtle. But we are going to go for another Treasure Trove. Pack of Wonders combination gets you 1 more rune again and draws you a card. And that is so much ramp, so much consistency in the hand, but none of these cards really do anything right now.
I was about to say, not really the card you want, but not really bad cards nonetheless. A ton of draw power, but as you say, don't really need that. Here we're going to see the Dazzling Aurora, though. Will it be Mind Splitter? Will it be an Elder Dragon? Yeah, it's going to be the Elder Dragon.
I think we've seen some incredible tech there from Runebreaker.
Yeah.
Any Stubborn in hand, that is not a card that you necessarily want to find off of the Dazzling Aurora, but this card on play is a spell from your trash to your hand.
Yeah, fantastic little addition that we've seen a lot more actually come into decks. Then you reuse those spells, as you do say, you know, letting you use your Gust, perhaps, Scryer's Bloom, Mobilize, Flurry of Blades, of course, is an easy one.
And a Heatless Resurrection from the side deck, possibly.
Yep, it was.
We're putting that Elder Dragon onto that battlefield with our Silver Mercenary, so we are trying to not lose in the next turn. Now Skirtle can push, of course, one recruit token into the Aspirant's Climb, go up to 8, which is not a game shot yet.
No.
He has a plethora of equipments there. that is not very little, but
no. There's a lot of extra might there on the board.
Yep. He ran out of units.
He has, exactly, yeah. Oh, we also see the Scuttle Crab come down, though. That is going to give Squirtle some... No, well, there's not hand load yet. It's when he gets on the death knell. I apologize. But yeah, you're right. No units to play with. It's like the reverse of where we were earlier. So yeah, you can easily get to 8, but... And then this is where you'd normally see the Azir Sovereign come down to clear out. But that is a lot of might on the other side of the board there. I don't think we're going to see that this turn.
Big question is, if Runebreaker has more cards in his deck that are not Elder Dragon, can he prevent the 1 recruit hold? Can he prevent a 2 recruit hold? Because that would fix the Elder Dragon problem immediately if Squirtle just pushes these 2 recruits into the Aspirant's Climb. There has to be a way to clear that, and I think any
another BF sword. That is an absolute ridiculous amount of might on the board there. Well, what's the potential might, I should say.
I think the Any Stubborn is going to be a key piece for the next turn for Runebreaker.
Okay.
Because he just picks up the Flurry of Blades from the trash. Oh, Squirtle actually wants to wait for a bigger push and doesn't push anything into the battlefield, knowing the 8th point doesn't help him too much. He's very unlikely to hold there. That is very, very interesting.
I think that was Runebreaker's first hold so far, right? I believe. Maybe it's the second. But here we are back over to Runebreaker now. Has got a Flurry of Blades in the hand. But you're right. I'm a big fan of that Annie card. You would be sad to see it come into play. You do say via that Dazzling Aurora. But lets you just be so flexible. In a deck that I think Dazzling Aurora, I think it's safe to say is quite linear. Hasn't got many tips and tricks. That Annie coming on the sideboard just lets you get a little bit more funky with it. As we do see it come down now. And let's see, what are we going to take? Look at all that gold as well. Here we go.
I mean, it's very typical for a dragon to sit on a lot of gold.
Yes, that's on brand. I like that, yeah. We are going to see Flurry of Blades taken off that Annie, I must say, though, Leo. So I think that's currently 2 Flurry and Blades in hand as well. So you can play around any potential Defy. You know, try and defy my first one, have a second one.
1 float.
It seems like Squirtle has completely ran out of steam, and Runebreaker is definitely stabilized at this point. I think that is something you can just state here. Is equipping the last rights to the Any Stubborn, and for a hold, you could just play something from the trash like the Elder Dragon for its full cost, though. But now is also, and that is something really great about that card, that is the main use of it, basically. Recycles the units from your trash when you equip it, so that you can hit them off of Dazzling Aurora again and again and again and again and again. And again.
Oh, we're going to get the ganking coming in there from the Severe. An extra point on the board. Now, this is interesting. This is what Runebreaker needs.
She has ganking.
Yeah, she does. Come on. And this is what Runebreaker needs. You know, has weathered the storm. Squirtle was off the race. We saw that absolute colossal board state Squirtle had with BF swords here, recruits there, sand tokens here. Runebreaker has destroyed all them, for lack of a better term, and now has his big units in play. Here is a Dazzling Aurora again. I believe this should hit an Elder Dragon. Could hit a Mind Splitter, of course.
I think the Mind Splitter is under the deck if we haven't seen all of the Elder Dragons yet.
There it is. Yeah.
Check. Sure.
So I think Squirtle hasn't got any units in play other than the base. So I'm assuming the Sand Soldier will not be long for this world.
Sand Soldier.
Sand Soldier, yep. Don't want to give up that free hand information on the Scuttle Crab. And again, while it has 0 might, don't have to really worry about that one. But yeah, now this is a scary board state, though. Looking at Leo, let's be honest here. 2 Elder Dragon, the Annie, another Elder Dragon, so 2 in total, and then the Sivir as well. And if you're Squirtle, all you have is 2 recruits and the Scuttlebug. We do see a Guards, though. That can get some Sand Soldiers into play, of course. But, oh, wow. What is that 5-cost card there? Is that a Void Disruptive?
Oh, that's...
Oh, it's the Ash. Oh, a bit late for that one.
The Ash would be very, very late. Something like an Imperial Decree would be incredibly cool here. If he was running that.
I don't think he's running that one, though.
In the side deck, perhaps? Because that is a good... Nope.
No.
That would be kind of crazy with a lot of tokens.
Crazy.
Yep.
But now we're checking out the board state. What can Squirtle do to get back into this game? Because for now, it is looking like one of those games where you have almost gotten Aurora.
Here we go. Azir Sovereign coming down. We see the guards coming down as well, Leo. The board state has exploded. Equipment getting attached. Sand soldiers here, there, literally everywhere.
And we pass.
And we pass. We're getting ready for the big turn. It's going to be next turn, though.
5, 6 old. Yes.
Players just making sure A, B, C, D is followed correctly, drawing a card, channeling the runes. And now I think it's another turn of Runebreaker just sitting on what he has, and Sabotaging is also super strong here, taking away that charm, surely.
Massive. Absolutely massive turn there for the Sabotage. You know Squirtle's building towards trying to get game next turn. Sabotage removing any potential threats there. What a turn for that, Leo.
Squirtle is a champion, though. He is not scooping any games here anytime soon, even though there are only 21 more minutes left on the round. Oh, Pack of Wonders bouncing back the Annie Stubborn. That works. Paying some gold here, and you're going to add back that Sabotage, take out that Doran's Blade. That is another push, that gear that can be played to get another Sand Soldier to push with Azir Sovereign.
Wow. Such high play there from Runebreaker. And here we are going to see the Dazzling Aurora come down again. This one should be a Mind Splitter, I believe. Yep. And then you get even more hand destruction as well.
Hush.
Let's see what Squirtle can find off the top. Is there anything like an Arise that can get him back into this game? Let's see what he finds off the top. If they're way back, or have we reached a dead end? Oh.
Hidden Blaze.
That is a card.
It is a card. I mean, it will get you through one of these absolute titans that you're staring across the board from, but
Need a brutalizer for the runes. Okay, 4. I can do
Squirtle just thinking, has to plan this turn out a lot.
this.
I really like the calculating he's doing, because first things first, most of the time you're throwing in your Scuttle Crab.
Yeah,
you want to get full information of your opponent.
Good one.
Then again, you have so many gears you can recycle.
There
you
we
want
go.
to try to trade something off. Let's see.
Yeah, there goes a humble scuttle.
That's the brave Scuttle Crab there with the BF swords. That will be able to trade into the Annie.
One is Annie. Trigger, get 1 experience.
But now we get the Death Knell on the Scuttle Crab, giving Squirtle hand knowledge from Runebreaker. And yeah, there's a lot of options in that hand. Double Flurry of Blades is
I have
terrifying.
to keep it revealed or...
He barely looked.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's that champion difference right there.
So how I do this?
This is such a big turn here, folks. I cannot understate how important this turn will be. Can Squirtle weather this storm? Or will the Mind Splitter and the Elder Dragons get this game back for Runebreaker, who's currently 1 game down here in our Swiss Round 2 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier?
I wonder if Squirtle is trying to Hidden Blade his own recruit unit.
O2.
The draw 2? I think that seems pretty sensible when you want a 1-card hand right now.
Because otherwise you could have Hidden Bladed a Elder Dragon preemptively.
Yep.
And then shoved in the Scuttle Crab to see what he drew. Because now if you're Hidden Blading your opponent, you're playing versus 2 cards that you don't know of. However,
here.
It's also fine to do it that way, just so you have more flexibility later on. That is a big token.
It was 10 strength, but I think it's been immediately sent to the discard pile, or the trash, I should say. And yeah, this is struggling. Again, that board state did explode last turn, but it seems to have got back pretty anemic again, Leo. What are we planning here?
Repeat the same. 2 green and 1 yellow.
We're floating. We're floating.
5, 7, 8.
Wow.
9. Go here.
Is that the biggest Sand Soldier we've ever seen?
7 is...
I think it is for me, not going to lie.
I go for 10.
Currently at 10, that can trade with Elder Dragon.
A big issue for Squirtle is that double Elder Dragon. Because if you're just hidden, if there's just one, you hidden bladed, and Flurry of Blades does nothing anymore.
Yeah. You don't really want to be playing against 2 Elder Dragon, I can tell you that. Is over to Runebreaker now, though. Priority has been passed. We know has 2 Flurry of Blades in hand. Don't need to use those. Oh, there we are going to see that. That means there will be no trading with that Sand Soldier. Will get sent to the trash.
I mean, there's
and there we go.
One more order rune.
7-8. I think this is GG. That's okay.
And yet we are going to see the concession there from Squirtle. Did need the big push that turn, and Runebreaker was able to weather that storm. And do you know what that means, folks? That means we're going to a game 3 here at our Swiss Round 2 feature match. Runebreaker versus Squirtle, the Lille Regional Qualifier champion. Runebreaker evens it up here.
And now for the first time, we're going to see a going first of the Asia legend in this matchup. That can, of course, also help you score some more points. However, this is going to be a monument game, therefore scoring extra points on your... Wait, it is up until their 3rd turn, right?
3rd turn.
Then that shouldn't be the biggest issue.
Interesting. See how it all pans out here in the game 3. Now, what do you think is going through Runebreaker's head here, Leo, then? So, game 1 definitely wasn't your game, right? Of course. Shuffle up for game 2. Game 2, I think it's safe to say, went rather well. What do you think is going through his head now?
I think what's going through his head is, thank goodness I had 2 Aurora.
Yes.
Because that second one did all the work while the first one was immediately salvaged.
Yep.
Therefore, that really helped him execute the strategy. So I would be a little bit afraid of all the cards that I've seen before. So you know that your opponent is siding in ashes and salvages.
Yep, great point.
That is some really important knowledge that you have. You know that there's a Scuttle Crab in the deck list.
Yep.
Of your opponent. So those are all little key information pieces that you can work with.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I don't think we got to consult exactly how much gear removal Squirtle did side into, but let's assume it was at least 1 salvage and 1 ash. If you're going into this game 3, are you saying, I need it all? I need the disarming rate, I need 2 times copy of Ashy, and I need both my salvage. You ever go all in like this?
Yeah. I think that that's what it's there for. If you're playing Ash, Salvage, and Disarming Rake, then you are siding all of this in the matchup. And we have also seen that a Charm was put in the deck of him. Question is, how many answers do you have on the side of Runebreaker?
Well, we see the ×3 Sabotage. It's a great start. Guess the Annie can reuse those as well. Annie's a great card. We saw it got used there for fantastic effect.
Annie convinced me in that last game.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a versatile card, is it? Being able to reuse spells, you know, kind of in a similar way to what Fizz does, right? You know, obviously, you don't get it for free, but you get it back. You can use it next turn. And when you have, what was he sitting on, like 4 gold, all the runes, you can realistically reuse all those. One card we haven't seen much of, though, Leo, is those ×2 of the back off.
Yeah.
Do you think they could be impactful here?
I am not sure. Sometimes it's good to stop an Elder Drake there, but you don't really see Flurry of Blades being played before Elder Drake hits the board, so that could be the consequence of that then. So I think might be a card that you side out. Big question, are we hitting the 1-drop? Yes, we are.
Okay, so here we go. Game 3 our Swiss Round 2 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. Squirtle immediately getting that Sand Soldier down. We're going to see a stacked deck coming in there for Runebreaker. And I'll tell you what, in a game 3 situation where you go in second, stacked deck, what a card to see.
Yeah, and I love that the players are playing so incredibly fast. Stack deck is hitting 3 cards again. And we are going to add ourselves a little breeze, a little gust.
Here we go. It's over to Squirtle now, though. Let's see what we've got. We see a ton of equipment again. Eye of the Herald. We're seeing it all here.
Yep.
So we can move that now. We will get a recruit there as well. 2 recruit, I should say, because there is 2 there, of course. And then we get another Sand Soldier. This is the beauty of that Azir deck, right? 1 token becomes 2 token, becomes 3 token, becomes 4 token. A Rise, it honestly gets a little bit silly.
It's okay.
Contemplates whether he wants to put 1. Because if he doesn't put the Eye of the Herald onto the Sand Soldier in the base, he can push back the other one and then get 2 recruits in base, which is far more valuable. There's the cards in hand are on the left side. Yeah, okay, so that was the Scryer's Bloom. I was considering why did he only have like 2 cards in hand, but that was...
There is a Dazzling Aurora currently in the hand, so that is good. And a Sabotage to sort of protect as well.
Yeah.
Treasure Trove coming down there.
That I'm telling you what, that would have been a really, really good catalyst of Aeon's turn, but we found it too late, if that even was the top deck. That is, Gust is not really doing too much here anymore, so you will not be able to play it in the next turn as well. However, can chill a little bit because we're playing to 8 this game, so it is not a 9-point game.
Yeah, of course.
And Squirtle is only at 2 at the moment, but Squirtle is doing such a good job at amassing tokens already. You know, it is his 2nd turn now, or it's his 3rd turn, and he already has 4 units on board. That is efficient. And now it's 6.
And I was about to say, it's only going to get bigger and larger. So he is going to get more of those down. Oh, we do see the Ash here. Could this be a turn? Surely.
I think you wait for the Ash with...
You wait one more turn?
Yeah, you wait it immediately before the Dazzling Aurora can hit the board.
Just to be a maximum irritant. The Ash card, folks, is Oh, we going for it now?
The thing is, you are now exactly at 5 runes. So therefore, if you want to play the Ash there, you cannot go for a Sand Soldier this turn. Oh, and there is going to be a Gust there. Death Grip.
Into the Death Grip, so you can at least draw 1 off that.
Yeah, but the Sand Soldier gets boosted, so the Gust doesn't resolve, so we are getting those points.
Yes, great point there. Squirtle knows to aim the game against your Dazzling Aurora decks. You need to get off to the races fast, which is why we saw that chain resolve as it did. Is over to Warbreaker. Sabotage. Okay. A little bit of hand disruption here. We're going to immediately defy that, though. Squirtle saying, not today, Runebreaker, not today, not in a game 3. Into the Lunar Bloom drawing cards.
The boon is happening. Discarding another boon. So that telegraphs that Runebreaker might already have an Aurora, otherwise he would have needed the other Lunar boon, maybe.
So is this your Ash turn then?
Yeah.
And that could
has to be.
And that'd be devastating. Ash, in case you don't know, folks, when you play it, you look at your opponent's hand, you take 1 card you find there, you pop it to the side, and you say, you know what, Runebreaker, until you hold, you're not getting that card back. That could be devastating if it targets that Dazzling Aurora, which, spoiler alert, I'm assuming it will if it comes down.
Already at 5 points. This is the turn to Arise.
Oh, we're going to see the Arise instead. Here we go.
Not even going for that Ash, saying, hey, you discard a Lunar Boon with your Lunar Boon. You might even be at 2 Auroras. You might have a huge turn next turn. So I'm going to prepare my base. I'm not going to win by denying you the Aurora. I'm going to win by beating you.
Well, folks, you can't see me, but I have my head in my hands of how many tokens there are in play. Squirtle has been so aggressive. There is the Dazzling Aurora for Runebreaker. But as you say, could it be a little bit too late here?
I kind of like the Ash, as you're so far ahead in points, as a big push in the end. First of all, you can see how many cards your opponent already has in deck. You have seen 2 blades.
You hit the Mind Splitter there, though.
Now you might be losing the Ash.
Now you might,
Or the Hidden Blade.
Or the Hidden Blades. Both have a lot of value, but the Hidden Blade just being able to bail you out on one of these monstrous units that Runebreaker has. He's saying, no easy Hidden Blade for you. That will get sent to the trash. It's over to Squirtle now.
So
the world is his oyster with this board state.
There is 2 ways to go right now. So you either develop even further or you play the Ash now. Playing the Ash now, of course, helps you with checking out what could happen next turn. However, you are not going to win this turn. You're going to go up to 7, and it's going to be all nice and chill there.
Yep.
But if you Ash now, your opponent gets 1 more top deck before you get to draw. But we don't have too many cards that are efficient. So we're checking this out. And he was correct. There is another Dazzling Aurora, but there's nothing too threatening.
Yeah, there's no sort of insta-pick there, I think. There's no immediate game winner there.
I think you take the Aurora even. I mean, the Heatless Resurrection has no target in the trash right now.
Yep, and that looks like that is what he's going for there.
All right, he takes out the Resurrection. So wants his opponent to go for another big Aurora turn, because that doesn't really develop the game state for him.
Yeah, because the Aurora obviously concludes at the end of the turn, right? It's not like it can stop this
Yeah.
from Squirtle winning next turn. Bear in mind, has still got champion unit Azir as well to just start maneuvering around the board, if needed, of course. Setting up a hold on both battlefields, though. Squirtle saying, right, you're going to have to push me off both of these, and you've only got one unit in play this turn. Good luck, my friend. Here we go. This could be the deciding turn here in our Swiss round 2 feature match here. Over to Runebreaker. What can he do?
How many might does he have in the Forgotten Monument? Because maybe he is just offering trades to his opponent in both of those battlefields. Do not forget about the Trifarian War Camp ability to push your units for one more might. If you have multiple tokens in there, that's multiple mights. I want to say now.
And it is just going to be the concession. Runebreaker couldn't break both of those battlefield holds, and Squirtle will win our Swiss round 2 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier.
Squirtle taking another W here, saying he is not respecting the Aurora in hand, doesn't even care for it with Ashe. And so many people have said, hey, Ashe is such a great card versus Aurora because you can snipe it off the hand basically and prevent them from playing. But Squirtle has elevated that play a little bit. He says, hey, you can have your Dazzling Aurora. That is absolutely fine with me. I will take out your last interactions. I will take out everything you have. And I will just win by overwhelming you with Sand Soldiers and out-tempoing you.
Yeah, and I mean, as we look consulting some highlights here, you can see just that is exactly how that game 1 panned out. Obviously, Runebreaker was playing the Dazzling Aurora deck, wasn't dazzling anyone, didn't have any Aurora in play, so game 1 wrapped up rather quickly. Game 2, however, you know, it did get off to the races a little bit different.
That is a bunch of tokens. I thought that Squirtle had the advantage there too.
Yeah, I think so. It looked like, you know, when the Aurora came down, immediately got salvaged. You think, okay, just has to maneuver in and around that one Elder Dragon. Runebreaker immediately popped the second one down. Mind splitted away the good cards from hand. We saw the Annie come into play as well. And that meant we were shuffling up for a game 3, which was the first time Squirtle was going first. So you have to think he's immediately favored. But Runebreaker, you know, did have some cards to play, but in the end, you look at a board state like this, your opponent had so much of a point advantage, and bear in mind he's a previous regional qualifier champion as well. He's got to have to say his favor. That's some great play from Squirtle.
Did not have to care about the Forgotten Monument, almost forgot about it in the moment. That was just pure dominance and shows why some of these aggressive decks like Azir can handle those situations rather well. Because you are just playing your game plan, and then at some point you're going to have some Elder Drakes thrown at you. But it doesn't really matter. If you can control your tokens well, you have multiple turns of pushes that you can set up. And if you chill on spending might early in the game, which, you know, the Aurora deck doesn't force you to do that, you can later on have big pushes with those equipments, with those BF swords. Even though we saw in Game 2 that sometimes, especially in Esperance Climb games, that is also not enough.
Yeah, like, as you can say, those Toga coming in, the BF Sword ×2, a couple of recruits coming in from Ida Herald. That 10 might from the Elder Dragon doesn't look so mighty after all. But we've been doing a lot of talking. I want to hear from the winner of our round 2 feature match there. So let's kick it down to Barrett for our interview.
Excellent cast there for... I mean, I'm actually feeling very privileged to sit in this chair, being able to sit next to you. Squirtle, our current reigning regional qualifier champion for Lille, the last time we were here in Europe. How does it feel now being 2-0 into this tournament, and you're making a great performance just like you did that last regional qualifier, which, by the way, if I remember, didn't drop a single match.
Yeah, I'm technically still undefeated, right?
Which is good, because, I mean, people like Alan ZQ, who we have to, of course, talk about in the picture, you know, is currently kind of like on a very long winning streak over the course of all the qualifiers, but you can match that. How does it feel coming into today?
Well, at least the pressure is off. So I'm just chilling, want to also have fun with the tournament. It's also nice that I'm still playing Azir. Like it has improved since Lille. So it's nice to still be able to play the deck that has given me a win. So it's nice, and I'm eager to face Alan, Prisma, and those players that are super good, are making results consistently. So it's nice to try to be in their leagues, right?
You're definitely in a league of your own as well, of course. You know, now we get to see you play again, you know, on your way up, hopefully making that incredible day 2 performance. Hope to see you even maybe in another top cuts here, because we came off one of the most rigorous top cuts, I think, from Vancouver, and now we have a tough act to follow. But I am rooting for you, like you said, with this Azir deck, because I'm just such a big fan of Calm domain, which is so powerful right now, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. And the Order domain, having access to a lot of this extra removal, you're really well tailored for the format. But I have to ask you, as one of the representatives of this legend and someone who does well with it, is there something in the field that you are kind of afraid of to go in?
The last thing
Is there like a deck in the format that you're kind of afraid to run into, or that you don't want to run into?
I'm happy against everything. Of course, there are worse matchups, but I think as long as you have like a strategy against them, like for example, the most played deck that is Master Yi right now is not the ideal matchup. But it happened the same with Draven in Lille. But as long as you have a plan and try to play accordingly, it eases out. It's not like if I see it, I'm going to lose. So I have a plan. I think I can perform even in the bad matchups. So I'd rather not see them, but if I do, I'm not unhappy.
And I can't imagine you're too worried, because you're doing a fantastic job, and you have 6 more rounds to play, but you're off to a great start. Squirtle, thank you so much. I wish you luck, but we're going to send it back.
All right, thank you so much for that, Barrett. It's always great to hear from regional qualifier champions hearing their thought processes throughout the round and how it all panned out. What's going through your head right now, Leo, after watching that one?
I want to pick up some Azir, dude. That deck looks really amazing. It's not that often that you have like token decks that can actually beat the decks with real big top end when you have multiple Elder Drakes and you're just throwing the recruits at them and actually start trading. That's kind of amazing.
Like I said, I think I adore the mental image of the big Elder Dragon. I just see this one Sand Soldier, double BF sword in hand. Like, I'm going to have a bit of this. And he goes charging in, things you love to see. Something else I'd love to see is, though, there's a guest here in this venue that's been causing quite a stir. A lot of people know them, a well-known content creator, Spoozy. So I think Bandit caught up with them earlier. Let's see how that panned out.
With me, I have a very special guest all the way from Sweden, a familiar face to the league connoisseurs out there. That of the dudes, it is no one else than Spoozy. Spoozy, how you doing?
That was good. That's how I want to be introduced everywhere.
It is my pleasure. Now, we are at the RQ, and I'm very curious. What is your schedule looking like this weekend?
So, I went into this event. This is my first RQ. This is my first TCG, so I'm a bit of a noob. But I wanted to have as many fun events as possible. So I'm only going to do sides. I'm going to do a little bit of sealed, maybe try out draft a bit. There's some creator events that I can take part in that I'm kind of excited. There's like talks of a draft where you can play like a booster from each set, which seems kind of cool. So I'm just going to be doing that and then roaming around. There's a lot of things to see here, like, you know, all the vendors have some cool stuff. There's some photo booths I want to check out. There's the wall over there where you can like write your signature and stuff. So that's what I'm going to be jumping around.
There's plenty to be looking out for, and any highlights? Like, oh, I'm really excited to get involved in either this one or that one.
I mean, well, first off, highlights for me is always like meeting people that has watched my videos back in the day or are watching them now. That's always like the best thing to go to any of these events. But I think I'm really looking forward to playing a lot of the games where you open packs. So whether it's draft or sealed, or maybe even that box draft thing. That seems like a lot, but yeah, like opening cards and then playing out of what you get seems really, really fun to me. Yeah.
I honestly, I can't wait. A box is a lot of cards to be going through.
Yeah.
It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
However, you have been putting in the time locally at your local game store with a streaming setup.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't encountered anything like it in the wild. What was your locals' reaction to you introducing that to the store?
It was the best. So like Alpha Spel in Stockholm, where I play every week, they've been really supportive. You know, I always wanted to strike a balance of making sure that everyone that goes there, because not everyone that goes there might want to be on a live stream. So we always make sure that everyone is comfortable with it. And if you sit down and you get match fight with me, you don't have to be on stream. I'll just go to the pause screen. But that's only happened once, I think, since I got there, because it turns out everyone is just so awesome and loves hanging out, and like we're all nerds, so we're a bit introverted, most of us, but we're also really social at the same time. So it's just been a blast. And we've been steadily growing, so now we're about like 50 people every week who just comes down and plays Riftbound. Yeah, it's awesome.
It sounds like a real treat, and I mean, as any new project, there are some obstacles to overcome. What is the next iteration? What is something like, if I can change that, or I want to update to really pull it to the next level? What's on the menu here?
Okay, well, let me just first say that if you're doing Riftbound content, the glare, man, the glare is like the devil that you have to overcome. No matter what light you put on a card, it's just gonna glare out the whole card. So what I do is I come like 2 hours early before the event starts, and I put like, you know, paper bags over the lamps, and I like cover everything up, and it looks like a weird grotto cave in there, man, when I'm done. And then, you know, we get to gaming. But yeah, I think something that's more interactable would be cool as an upgrade. Like maybe that you can hover over cards while you're watching the stream, they can pop up and you can read about them. That'd be cool.
I like that. Just to get more in with the viewers themselves. So in your local scene, you have been seen playing many a legend. Now, just talk me through what makes you stick by a legend just that little bit longer.
Usually, it has to be a legend that not everybody plays. That isn't the meta. And then I play until I win, basically. So right before I got here,
that does explain why you're so long on a jet.
Yes, it is true. But before I got here, I got 4-0 on Kha'Zix on my Nexus night. And that was like the highlight of my Riftbound career, I tell you. So now I might be ready to move on to something else. I've been playing a lot of Kha'Zix the past weeks.
Any teasers, maybe? Ooh, I wonder what that could be.
Yeah, you can figure it out. Just go on that.
Now, I'm very curious, right? Because in my experience, you're always going into new games with friends. Which CG members have been accompanying you on this new Riftbound journey, if any?
So none, because I haven't reached out to them about this, because it's always been a little bit hard to schedule, because I play games during work hours, and they work during work hours, and then, you know, we're all grown up now, so it's like a little bit hard to schedule. But not many of them live in Stockholm either, where I am. So it's a bit harder to sort of like get it going. They live basically across the whole world, but also like different parts of Sweden. So, but I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to reach out to them a bit more.
For the next CG meetup, is that?
Yeah, for sure. But I will say, the one thing that is so phenomenal about TCGs, which I understand now, I get it now, people have been doing this for years, is that you get to go out and meet a bunch of new friends. Which honestly, like I'm sporting my 40s soon, it's kind of hard to find new friends. Like, you know, I don't know what people do. I guess they have normal jobs and they meet them there. But like I have going here, traveling here, I went here with 10 new people that I call my new friends. And I didn't know them a couple of months ago, which is so cool. So, you know.
A one-of-a-kind experience. Now, to close it off, the people have been clamoring. Hypothetical situation. Planty is now a playable legend. What domains is Planty in, and what is the legend ability?
I mean, it's green, obviously. It's probably green, yellow. So we're probably thinking some sort of a jungle theme-ish, creating a lot of sapling tokens, flooding the board, swinging in for good damage, something like that.
I like it. I like it. Riot, you listening? Get on that. Get on that. Subi, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in all of these side events, and more to come. Back to you.
Back to us, which is you.
You're welcome.
Lovely to hear from Spoozy. It feels so weird. I first met him.
Nostalgic.
Like, it must be over 10 years ago now when we did EU LCS in Rotterdam. I did a video with him. He looks a lot younger. I looked a lot younger at the time. Very early on in my career. But we are heading on to round 3, which is still early in this tournament. But we've got plenty to talk about already. We just had an Aurora matchup, which unfortunately an Aurora not finding Aurora is bad news. That's everything that you hate in that setup.
Not me.
No,
okay.
You at home. I know there's many of you in chat that are like, that's actually fine with us. That's okay if we never saw Aurora come
I like
out
game
of
2.
Yeah.
I like game 2 because it was a lot closer. And they had me believe it. I'm glad I went to a game 3 because even though, you know, you can have preferences in decks, the best games are the ones where both of them get to do what they want.
Yes. And Aurora's a deck that I think we will see throughout the weekend. I think everybody always worries that we're going to see like 20% meta share for Aurora, and most of the time it doesn't end up panning out. We can actually take a little bit of a look at the meta share.
You have to mention that you are an Aurora player?
I'm not anymore. I found a new home. I'm playing Vex instead. But our players this weekend, wow, we're at 10% share is our highest share for a deck in the room. Is pretty.
That puts a smile on my face.
It does. Okay. There's some fun stuff in here. So Master Yi and Diana, I think we're expecting to be up there. Irelia is a superstar for day one especially. LeBlanc is another one we think will do well early on in the rounds, but maybe struggle. Start to get to Aurora, and then there's 67 Victor players in the room.
Honestly, I haven't seen them. Where are they? Can we get them on? Here's the thing. I feel like Victor has been flying under the radar for quite a while, even though I feel like a lot of the matchups are quite favorable for Victor. It just we just never see him in top 8 anymore.
I know a lot of people have been kind of best of hunting with Victor. I believe now. Those of you that aren't with your finger on the pulse of the full meta of Riftbound right now may not know that last weekend we had an infinite combo played at a competitive level.
True.
Which is a difficult one, and if we see it, we will end up explaining it to you. But we know that kind of like the teams and the high-level players all said, hang on a second, let's theory craft a little bit, try and build things out. It is in mind and order. I believe, thinking about it, there should be no reason that you can't play it in Victor. So I wonder whether people have kind of gone away and said, is there a way to refine it, build it out there? I don't think that's what everybody has done for this, but it may explain like an extra percent, an extra couple of percent here and there on the number of players.
Oh. It's kind of hard to mention it. Like with Lux, you do really enjoy the extra card draw.
Sure, yeah.
Here and there, where you are really looking to get through as many cards as you possibly can.
Yeah.
I think personally, Victor wouldn't ever debase himself to something else. Actually, that would be really in character for Victor to go infinite.
And I will say, a little bit of that is speculation. I know this week has been a bit of a hidden testing week for a lot of players. A lot of players saying, like, I'm just going to hide my stuff a couple more days, and then I can reveal it at Utrecht. So we're excited to see what the meta is going to do. I think we saw Pike there in the top of the meta as well, but the fact that we're sub 10% on every single legend, I love. That means we have so much variance here.
The diversity is absolutely undeniable. When it comes to Pike, are you a Pack of Wonders believer? Or are you an aggro apologist?
If I was playing Pike, I would just have to... no, you know what? I played against Pike like week 1 of Unleashed, and I was playing Aurora still when I was playing it, and it was miserable. Like the discard setup, so I actually would just want to avoid it in general. We're heading into our round 3 matchup. We're going to get a Master Yi as one of our players. Take a quick look at the deck list. Okay, there's some tech in here that we have heard people talking about. It's not really tech. Primal Strength. A pretty good way of saying, actually, I'm going to go over the top of you in this combat, and there's not too many things you can do about it, unless, of course, it gets, countered, defied, whichever version of it. That's a pretty big turnaround.
I think the interesting parts here to mention is we have seen players gravitate more and more towards triple Rune Runner every single time. Introducing more challenges as well. The fact that we're a little light on that, and we're main decking the Zhonya's, which they can be sideboarded out in Game 2. We have seen it happen more and more. Is there a overcorrection, you think, now that the initial fear-mongering around Aurora is behind us, and people are lifting their foot off the gas when it comes to main boarding gear removal?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. So much of that kind of the minute one-off, drop one, replace one, sometimes just comes down to like player feeling. The number of times I'm like, this card is useless, and you speak to somebody else and it's like, this card is amazing. On the other side of the table today is going to be a Rengar, who, of course, we've seen Rengar put up some results recently. A lot of that quick aggro style of like, I'm just going to play a ton of units and then move them around, throw a hunt, lots of stuff, bounce them back, and ready them again for the ambush.
Here is what I love about the Rengar list.
Sure.
A traditional aggro list is usually very linear. It's kind of on the rails. It's like, I have one game plan, I'm going to stick to it, and if I don't make it, that is a bit of tough luck. Like we saw with the Teemo, right? There's not a real backup plan if you can't get onto the battlefields. With Rengar, you're introducing a lot more options for yourself, where every unit played is now a decision for you.
Sure, yeah.
you can immediately jump onto the battlefields if you feel the need, or you can develop for a turn, see what comes out of it. Thrill of the Hunt allows you to regain control of units, dodge removal if need be. The flexibility of this deck is very, very scary. Yes. And I think it will partially explain the favorable percentage we saw for the Rengar.
And of course, we have a good amount of favorable battlefields as well with the Rengar when you get the Emperor's Deus, as well as the Star Spring. Just that maneuverability, leave units behind. Very difficult to form one specific line against an irresistible Fey Folk. When you're going second, this is such a dangerous position for your opponent to play into. Is Fey Folk moving into battlefield into Rengar is obscenely strong if you're not prepared to deal with it.
And this is the lightest version of it as well. When you're on Star Spring and you can pull someone into your Star Spring and then ambush and get your Fey Folk back into your own base is where things get really out of hand.
That's where I quite like Melvin LM's decision here of like, you can have my Scuttle Crab. If you want to do that, you can have it, because I'm going to get the card back from it. I'm going to get the information out of hand. I'm not going to commit past that and get the Sand Soldier as well for themselves. So again, you kind of, this is where you have to say, I just am going to give you the least valuable option in this situation, and that's exactly what's going to happen potentially here. It may not be the Rengar, could just be any of the other abilities. It's going to be the Grim Apothecary.
Grim target Fate to bounce.
There is a lovely little bailout for you.
And you heard Just Drowned say targeting the Fey Folk with the Apothecary, so when it does enter, it will be able to return it.
Pass by.
Always funny when it returns itself.
I do like that.
But you can do that.
The audible response back in Vancouver when we saw the Apothecary on the Star Spring as well, where you launch an attack. Oh, you punch first, let me bail out. By playing the Apothecary, bouncing back your initially attacking unit, letting Grim Apothecary bounce himself back to hand. Like the tricksiness of a Rengar deck, you gotta keep on your toes. The lines are very similar in amount when you compare it to a Diana, where you can duck left, duck right, keep up, go down.
And one of the other things is the deck, when you're able to pick and choose your battles quite easily, does actually have a surprising amount of card draw. The Nidalee, if it wins combat, will get a card draw. We, of course, know that there's Kaisers in the deck list that can easily conquer a battlefield.
Kinkus.
Yeah, exactly. More card draw. So typically, these decks that play a lot of units tended previously to not refill their hand quite so well. Now, okay, I've just got to make sure I'm making the right decisions.
And it's usually incredibly hard to be taking care efficiently of larger threats, where it was all about the Dravens, it was all about the Kaisers, right? Yeah. Where you would be losing out 2-3 cards to deal with one. When you're in the situation, again, where you are tapping out, you are vulnerable to all... One unit rarely ever stays one unit when you're playing. Yeah. Infernus coming through is a nightmare.
And buff.
So buffing can even put it up to 3.
Or just,
It's an irresistible but deadly Fey Folk at this point, because of course we'll get the +1 from the Rengar Legend as well, which suddenly this Fey Folk is going to be able to punch pretty hard. Inferno comes in as well. Again, going to pump up.
And the longer that this Fey Folk gets to stick around, the more impossible the game gets for a Yi.
Yeah.
As long as that Fey Folk gets to stick around, Yi's Legend passive might as well be whited out.
Pay 1 to bounce.
It is, and then again, same thing. It's Emperor's Deus. Every time it's like, cool, I'll just take that back to hand. Yeah, I'll take my ambush unit back.
I'm gonna play Inferno.
Always, as Inferno played out once again. And this is the thing: is like when a Yi falls behind on units, your replacement units are either one or two small things or one big thing. And Rengar actually is fine with kind of both of those exchanges, because having access to your chosen champion at reaction speed when you want to pick it is like, great, you've played one Ruin Runner. I'm just going to go over the top of that with one unit and a Rengar. Of course, Fey Folk can't pull Ruin Runner. That's a really important distinction in this.
But it is exactly like you said, right? Where a lot of decks that will deal with larger threats need to target Rengar pick, all right, I'm going to play 4 units now.
I'll hold for 3.
And, it is not a death sentence to have an inefficient, quote-unquote, inefficient trade where you have to spend 3-4 cards to deal with a single Rune Runner. If you only have 2 in your deck, what are your outs remaining? And you can already tell that the pressure is mounting on the Yi, and his options are dwindling, the cards in hand.
I believe Just Drowned moved the Sand Soldier back and asked if that can be taken back and leave it on the battlefield.
Okay. And I conquer Pookie.
Okay, looks like the resolution is that the Sand Soldier is moved. And that's the scary thing is, yes, okay, you get a lot of the information, what's bouncing back and forth, but you still have to keep track of quite a wide hand of exactly what's happening. You can see like Kai'Sa from hand. Whether the original plan would have been to accelerate the Kai'Sa and conquer the second battlefield, and then...
Well, if you were to stay on the Emperor's Day,
I'm at 4,
you get the draw of Seed of Power, right? That is
exactly
every little card you can get your kitty paws on. One you will welcome.
But I guess that would have been the other thing is you get 2 draws. If you're looking at the Kai'Sa and you're like, I want to conquer it and I want to draw for the other battlefield.
I think that's like the one thing I like more than drawing 1 card.
It's drawing 2 cards.
It's drawing 2 cards.
Hey, what about drawing 3 cards? If ever you can. Could you ever?
Target buff Nida.
My imagination.
What if you have a Nidalee?
Did you just summon that Nidalee?
It was already there. I looked up and saw it on the screen. Because that will end up being another card draw if you went, ooh, committing the punch first. This could... I mean, we're tapped out now for Just Round, so you know that this is a one-way trip.
These are those efficient trades that we were talking about that can really put you far behind. But it's also the bailout that you really needed.
Absolutely, because that's what we said about like either one big unit or like multiple small ones. Well, now you're like, well, I have a Master Yi already on the battlefield. So if I can play something else behind it, actually just going to go the Trinity Force route, but if you can play more behind it, it would be possible. It doesn't look like there's another unit in hand. And haven't taken a look at our Yi player's hand for a little while.
And I do believe that was the last card to go.
Yeah.
And even though we do have a Kai'Sa in base, which we're very comfortable with, let's talk about that Trinity Force.
Sure.
Because you might have heard, I am not as excited to see it as in our match against Teemo, where it was very pivotal to mount the pressure up once again.
Yeah.
I feel in this situation, it's very convenient. It makes a lot of sense to be playing it out. However, it's quite vulnerable on the Yi. And now that Yi also has no access to orange runes anymore, to no body runes, you are currently safe from any punch first. It's just the disciplines that you have to worry about. An on guard here or there.
You're also, if I'm not mistaken, you're also safe from the
Rengar trigger buff Kai'Sa.
Is it Primal Rage that's in hand?
Yes, that is 4 and an orange.
Yeah.
And a body as well.
So you're also not
Rengar's,
able to deal with that?
So there is a bit of an open door right now if they want to capitalize. The showdown is started.
It's 9, 9 to get 8.
It's 10. She has a buff and +1 from the Sensor.
6? Okay, 10, yes.
Yep.
Even it up, but if you can get another pump spell off the top.
I'll play Inferno. I give the Kai'Sa +1 again.
Yes.
Pass.
Every unit is just extra value with that Rengar Legend.
It's a bit of a race of chicken.
Okay.
Right? How much do you want to invest? End of the day,
I have the
he is valuable.
Kai'Sa is 6, 7.
But is it worth the world?
Kai'Sa and
And it's just surprising amounts of might that come out. Like an Inferno being 1 might base, but then with Assault plus the Rengar Legend, you're like, actually, this is paying 2 to add 4 to the board. And that's an insane trade. Like, people do the math on like Master Yi's Legend ability, and it's normally like 2 for 2 energy. 2 energy for 4 is a great deal.
That is Aurelia at home levels of value.
Okay, and that is going to be scooping up game 1 from just saying, yep, not able to come back. Didn't have replacement units in hand in order to re-establish control. And that's the difficulty playing against this Rengar. Rengar has 1 million units and will just spam them out.
And the tough part there is they are really getting in front of the problematic part of the game for AE. They never got situated. They never got comfortable in the game. They were always grasping at straws as the Yi, where if you do allow them to, entrench themselves on the battlefield, get themselves that stronghold all set up, then you are sweating a whole lot more. And the ease with which the Rengar pulled it off as well. The pivotal point in that match is for how long that Fey Folk was allowed to be a terror on the battlefield.
And it's difficult because every time you commit something to it, you've always then got to look at what your opponent has and say, how badly do I lose if they have Thrill of the Hunt here? Like how bad does this go if I commit a lot to it and suddenly you're like, yeah, I'll just move it. It's fine. It'll get flickered, as we may or may not call it. But, getting it banished and then bringing it back and just saying, oh, you targeted it with something? No, actually, we're not going to do that.
The detail to keep in mind here
sure,
is that it was a little closer than we'd like it to be. Not in score, but there was no gas left in the tank for Rengar. That was it. There was not an extra King Kudo. There was not a way to really stock up your hand once again. So even though you can say that was perfectly timed, there was not a whole lot more margin for error. If there was 1 extra out for the Yi, it's a little more tricky. So even though convincing game 1, there's not a lot of wiggle room there. When Yi gets to go first, we might have an entirely different game on our hands.
That is a fair point. I do wonder how the battlefield selection will change in Game 2. We talked about how the Emperor's Deus is a good one, obviously, for Rengar, but some of the other options are also equally, so delightful to play around.
What we like about Emperor's Deus the turn 1 is there's just plenty of options with the sentries that we play as well. A quick 1-drop, if you get it here early, great. We can completely sideboard those out if we think we're no longer needing them. That is kind of the flexibility introduced if you need to introduce more gear hate, introduce more gear hate. So they're even in the sideboarding options that a Rengar has, where in plenty of other decks, like, I kind of need all of these cards for my deck to run. There are easy swap outs as the battlefields available to Rengars become less and less.
Yeah, that is a fair point. I think we also saw on the Yi side, the Akshans came out. I saw the Thinking About Not So Fast as well. These Rengar type decks don't run spells particularly much, if at all, outside of Thrill of the Hunt, and Thrill of the Hunt and Not So Fast do not interact. So
yeah, exactly.
Punch first. Like, you're like, no, okay, that's kind of a useless card in this matchup. So I was busy yapping with you when we were looking at sideboarding for our Rengar player, so we'll get surprised by anything that changes on that one. Scuttlecrab to open makes a whole lot of sense, and the stars are springing in this game.
Plenty.
If you thought we were bouncing at any point with just the one battlefield allowing us to move things around, Starspring as a combined
really,
game
really
2.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
That Grim Apothecary not bouncing himself. That is... what do you think the thinking behind that one is?
I think it's as simple as, I would like a unit on the board, please.
Deep takes.
But, that actually does... It doesn't say too much, but it does also say that, like, hey, my opponent has an imperfect unit to open the game. May indicate sideboarding out the 1-drops, where we kind of talked about it. As I said, it's not too damning.
Yeah,
it's information.
Yeah, if you can utilize the card to its full extent, you're a happy camper. There can be no doubt about that.
And this is the other thing, is it tells you, okay, there was a buff coming on the second way. You wanted a recipient for that. So, again, it's piecing together, like, okay, maybe not perfect at the time. Ooh, discipline on top of that is the danger of attacking into a Master Yi, as that is a 6 might Lonely Paro.
And this hurts.
That hurts.
This gets the ball rolling for Yi, because not only Is he now establishing himself? Ooh, Payfolk.
Okay.
More on that later. But this is that little nudge that the Yi needs to give the kitty a bit of a kick in the face, and make sure that they're not coming out the gate swinging. And I mean, essentially, that is just 1.5 cards wasted.
Oh, and I would feel like if you're looking at that hand, you feel pretty good. Double Rune Runner, there's a Rengar in there, you got a Charm, you got a Back Off and a Discipline. This is like a toolbox at this point. So you're like, how do I develop? And then the rest of my hand, if I can deal with this Fey Folk, are we tapped out? Are we exhausted? No, 1 up is threat for punch first, of course. So you can't just charm the Fey Folk to pull it in and say, yeah, we're actually taking this fight right now. You do have a Discipline, so... And I guess the other problem is if you do charm the Fey Folk, it turns off... Like, the Scuttle Crab's coming over now as well. Is the Fey Folk move will bring it over. So you turn off the Legend ability. Now you're gambling your opponent does not have a punch first in hand.
And if you do want to punch first, right, it'll get you all the way up to 6.
Yep, that's fine. I'm
Okay.
not gonna kill. I'm
The...
gonna put my damage in here.
You have 1?
Yeah, I'll put 1 here.
Ah, okay. You don't
okay.
kill
I don't kill, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Marking 1 damage. I think that just a little...
Just not killing the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, but it will heal up, so that damage won't persist. Just
No,
making
you
sure
need
that...
to do that when you... Oh, he was ready, right? Oh, good, yeah, so...
Just going through the cleanup step for the showdown and making sure everything is straightforward. That's going to be a Yi at a hand. Now it's a much better position in this game for the Master Yi. Like, you've weathered the storm, taken out 2 units, and denied a lot of the trickery that the Rengar was going to do with that Fey Folk.
And in the same way that we saw the Rengar keep the Yi at arm's length in game number 1, it's being mirrored in our game number 2. Sabotage will at least get some information for our Rengar to get a better feel for what he's working with, but I think the most information you're gathering is that you're a sad kitty when you're looking at that.
Yeah, you're like, do I take Discipline because it's actually 2 cards because I'm denying you a draw plus a combat trait? Back Off, you can play around a little bit more, and you actually don't care if you're going to get bounced back to hand as much. I mean, when you're behind, you care, for sure. But it's, you know, kind of the point that Rengar wants to do anyway.
And you're still not all that safe to start attacking the Yi as well. Not only do you have to power through 6 might, there's still the threat of another punch first laying in wait. Well, okay, maybe you did just sabotage, so you'll have the confirmation at least. But
I believe these Darius are coming in from the sideboard, so we'll get that as it is the second unit of the turn. It's +3 as a reminder, because when a unit enters with a Rengar Legend, it's going to get an additional +1. The Darius gets the +2 for being the second thing played in the turn. So we'll end up taking that battlefield quite handily. That is some extra strength that is going to be difficult to deal with. That's kind of like a tipping point of might for Yi that Yi doesn't get over with units alone. You definitely need the cards like Discipline behind it to be able to take that fight.
Yeah, and we've expended already one of the charms. So
yeah.
Making it go away is a little tricky. And if you do try and you kind of have to take care of it in this regard, because if you let that sit around another turn, punishing a single exposed unit on Starspring is a lot harder than it seems, because it's so easy to just ambush a unit in, bounce it out.
Yep.
Goes up to 5 with the Conquer. And this is the thing, is this Yi from this position has been a lot quicker to be able to punish, deal, as you said, the single units. You just take them out, move on, and make sure it's like a 1 versus 1 on a battlefield, and never really let the Rengar stack up too much aggression. I mean, to play Rengar from the champion zone at this point is basically an entire turn's worth of resources and puts you behind. So you have to have units out first to then set up. We'll go for it on the Scuttle Crab. You're fine, though. That you're not particularly hard-pressed about that. And having a challenge in hand, is there a way to actually take advantage of that?
Well, currently you are sitting on more might than your opponent's Rengar because of the trigger.
Rengar and Starspring move him down.
Of course, yeah, because as it enters, it will end up doing. But we're gonna start Starspring back.
But there's not a lot of cards that Yi hides away.
Yeah, it's Sonya's.
Yeah. we talked about it earlier. We're like, oh, if you got like 10 different hitting cards, you got some dual mind work to do. And the deck. And this is that point in the match where you have to take it slow, in my opinion. You don't want to give unnecessary breathing room to your opponent, but trying to rush to the finish line right now, trip up, leave an opening for your opponent to take full advantage of, that is where the game can come crumbling down. So what I want to see right now from the Yi is cool-headed, calm, controlled play. It's Rengar that has to make a move here, not the Yi.
Yep. And Yi is actually going to not do the opposite of what you were saying, but put to a very quick 7th point. We've only played 20 minutes in this best of 3. And we're closing in on the end of game 2. So that is a double hidden card. I'm trying to think if there is anything else or whether that is 2 Zonyas. I'm sure chat will let us know.
Do you even, like, what's the line here? It's so tough to because that is 2 times 8 might you have to power on.
Yeah, which I think is not insurmountable, but I think from this situation, you have your Rengar, which is buffed. So, again, you have to spam out units that are able to
8 and 7, my bad.
I'm trying to look at what is in hand. So you got the challenge. Maybe it's possible. There's a Kai'Sa in hand for accelerating, but on its own is weaker as a unit, and you can't challenge the Ruin Runner is the other thing. And so you already have to clear that out.
And the other part is once you've challenged, there's damage on your Rengar. Like he's not very keen to go into battle.
Give the Rengar +1.
Where you have to show down the Ruin Runner first so that it heals up. Then you challenge the one Rengar to the other Rengar now. Then Kai'Sa conquers the battlefield behind him.
I am 7.
That is the one way to get yourself out of that position.
Sorry. Oh, I can't.
And then pray. Pray that there's no Define.
True. Yeah, that does. And you know that your opponent's got 1 up. Oh, surprise, Sonya's.
That's 1.
Yeah. So even though you get it off the Star Spring this turn, you still know the next turn is likely to be both of these units still there, and you've expended a lot of your resources in order to play. Oh, has the Defy. Yeah, there's the fist bump, as you were saying. That's the one card you needed to make sure they didn't have, and you made them have it, and that means that Melvin LM is going to take game 2 in this series. Very quick from both players at this point. A quick win for Rengar, a quick win for Master Yi, and we'll see what third game has.
Props to Drown, because there are a lot of lines for Rengar's. Right, where do you want to stack your extra might from Rengar? That if you are not seasoned, if you're not experienced, this can be eating away at your time. And well, against the Yi, who also has a limited amount of choices to be making, really throws down the gauntlet and says, all right, can you beat this, yes or no? Right, it's really asking the tough questions to their opponent. I like that. So props to Rengar players that keep a clean ship, a tidy ship.
So we're just getting some highlights of games.
That was
1
a
and
good
2.
one. I remember that. That was a good time.
As we'll get back into the action.
For game number 3.
Yeah.
Do you even want to make changes as the Rengar?
Do you want to side back in... Hello again. Do you want to side back in your 1 costs? I'm just going to double check. We should be heading to a game number 3, as that was a concession. As it was our Master Yi player was on 7 points. So yeah, so going back across the table, do you sideboard back in your one drops?
So the 1-drops are getting their most value from Emperor Deus. However, Yi has an Emperor's Deus. That he is forced to field right now. So I think there's definitely an argument to be made for them, because the value you can get from them and just make it even harder for the Mastery to get stuck onto the battlefields, and it's another unit you can hit on turn 1. I think it's not at all a bad idea to be having.
And this is something that I think throughout the entire RQ journey and a lot of the things I talk with co-commentators is like sideboarding is such a undefined art. Everyone likes to say, I've got my sideboard guide, I've got everything, and it's hard and fast, and that's it. And that's how you sideboard. And I'm like, but when you play through, sometimes you have to de-sideboard for game 3. It's like your actual early game that you took out, well, no, you need that back in for game 3, which a lot of newer players to competitive and best of 3 don't necessarily look at. Is like the pace of your series really does dictate how you play.
Okay.
I always like to say proper sideboarding really at times feels more like an art form.
You get creative with it. You start throwing out all the rules. Such a consistent start, though. Unit into Emperor's Deus, bring it back. Oh, use everything. Get like that body left behind. Buff it up.
This is kind of a tricky situation for the Yi to be in, because it is hard to make efficient trades with the cards that are in your hand currently. It's hard to really get that 1 for 2, that 1 for 3, with a pit rookie.
Yeah. It is.
And you don't have a lot of time, because you are running into the arena's greatest. So you're on the clock. You got to be mindful. And even though you're not too mournful about losing Lonely Poro.
That is a quick third point, though, with that Rengar coming down. Now it's down to just round to see exactly what the exchange can be. There's a Nidalee in hand if you're looking to go into a showdown and then end up drawing a card.
But you're just so exposed. Like, that Rengar is kind of a key piece. It's a bit of a more valuable piece. And introducing an Inferna onto the Emperor's Deus is so painful.
+1 and draw 1.
You want to take it a little slower.
Okay.
With the Kinko there throughout there, get a little bit of extra might going. Leave the Rengar for what it is right now.
This net?
Yep, just takes the draw. Says, I'll just refill and look, I'll establish board control.
And that should give the information over to the Yi about what is in hand here. Because punishing the Rengar when the Yi is tapped out, if you had that option, 9 out of 10 dentists recommend taking care of the Rengar.
Hey, that bone tooth necklace. Where do you think he's actually a dentist? That's where he's getting him. You've ever wondered where those extractions go? Now Rengar's gonna hop over to the other battlefield with the not quite ganking. Being able to ready and move over. And as you said, he's kind of the menace at this moment. If like, not dealing with it in the last turn makes it very difficult. Now, once Yi is establishing units, you're going to have to dig a little deeper, find bigger units, bigger threats to handle this.
It is a very large beat stick, that Rengar, that has to be answered. And on the defense, it only gets harder.
Yeah. There's a couple of tricky cards in here as well. There's a pike in hand, which when you can play that from hidden and do the all the reveal. Although there are multiple pikes, so let me double check exactly. I think
you can just like pseudo accelerate it,
yes,
give it a little extra might.
Thank you. Yes,
get it out swinging, and because it's accelerated, it comes out 4. But you have the Rengar. It's like 3 energy for 5 might on the board, which is an absolute delight. He needs to start coming up with answers quickly, because every turn that this Rengar is allowed to just be a predator and be pouncing on all these succulent little low curve units.
I think it might be too late to petition something into Vendetta about Kha'Zix and Rengar, but it's there. It's there. Hear me, it's there. There's something. The quest should be...
+1.
There is the pike coming in that you were talking about. Will come in pretty powerful at this point. So trying to go over the top of that Rengar. So one of the...
No, they'll be coming back in the set after Radiance. Called, I think that's a couples therapy set. we'll have Graves and TF and...
Very fair. As that could be an expensive set if you're paying by the hour.
This is a large commitment. This needs to pay off for the Rengar. If they get pushed off of this, they might as well wave the white flag. What is their answer, Fu?
Ooh, just saying nope, can't beat that. Punch first comes out. This Rengar has really been the difference maker. That one key turn of not being able to get it off that first battlefield. And now it's sticking around, and it's only backed up by more units from here. So where does Melvin Allen go here? I would be interested to see what's in hand. These aren't exactly the best cards for...
There is a lot of riding. There is a lot riding on this Rengar.
On this Rengar. If it falls, the unit for unit power that Just Round has is more significant.
But there's no large enough stick on board for the Rengar right now. They're working with kindling, and they have no sparks to turn that into flames.
Yeah, and the problem is when you start using resources, but you aren't able to commit enough, well, now you've only got half of your resources to try and do it the second time. That's another Rengar in hand, isn't it? That's another Rengar that just came off the draw from the Scuttle Crab. So it means even if you commit everything,
I mean, they won't have any.
A Rengar. Now we just pull it back. We're at 7 points. You don't have to play riskily. You actually can just keep it and then look to re-control the board. Because you know, is there any way that Just Round is able to, first of all, conquer both battlefields and then hold both? It's almost going to be impossible.
Exactly. When you are talking about Rengar, you're talking about attack, attack, attack. You have a lot of assault trigger on the Infernus, right?
Yeah.
In the same manner that a Yi would rather have to be defending, a Rengar would rather be attacking.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very conscious play for the Yi to be, I have time on my hands. Even if I don't see the most opportune moment come through, I will have my battle when it suits me.
Yeah. Rengar from the Chosen Champion zone.
Giving the... Bit rookie +1.
Okay.
Yep.
Shoring up the second part of this turn. Saying, okay, well now I don't need to expend anything to go over the Lonely Paro.
I'm gonna go in here. Good one. Play Nida +1.
Wants the draw.
In Italy. Okay. Okay, I kill. Yep. It's okay. And this. You draw first.
Yep, and I'll draw one.
Yes.
I'll draw.
And this.
I believe only has like one rune up though, so.
Denying a double.
Oh no, doesn't have any.
Is seemingly impossible.
Yeah, with a Rengar on board, and we know there's a Rengar in hand.
It's all
I'm pretty
right for
sure
the
it's just move into the battlefields and. Okay, and a challenge as well. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be it. You'd imagine it's Rengar on Nidalee, and then you move into the other battlefield. Everything taken down, and that is a 2-1 win for Melvin. And again, it's one of the reasons that we're seeing so much Yi. The consistency that you have answers to most things already in your main deck. And even though some of the decks can give you a hard time, especially post-board, you once again are able to shore up a little about how that game plan plays out. You can side out the cards that don't work for you, put in the ones that are there as a fix, and suddenly you don't have to worry.
And we do have to highlight here that the fact that the Yi clawed back that game 3 was not an easy feat whatsoever.
Yeah.
Going first has been so important in this series up to game number 3. You are starting on the back foot just that little bit, where we saw just a little bit can ruin your entire game, as we saw in game 1. So finding the opening, taking the risk where Yi is saying, all right, I know it's a little bit risky to be fully committing, tapping out to get the Rengar out, but if it manages to stick, I'm in such a comfortable position. This is what we mean by make them have it.
Yeah,
Rengar didn't have it.
And it did stick. That Rengar stuck on the board. I would love, this is one of these games where I would love to be able to jump back into the moment where that Rengar was on board and look at the hand and just be like, okay, let's figure out, is there a way through? Was there an alternate play? At that point, it wasn't something that I was particularly looking for. But, you know, that's always the fun of this, is you can rewatch it, you can go back, check out your favorite plays or the plays that, you know, you are trying to learn from the most, because you can always learn. There's always more to learn when you're playing or watching RQ level games.
Something that did stick out to me. I don't think we've seen a single Thrill of the Hunt.
No, we didn't.
In 3 games.
Which is a bit sad. Sorry. Sorry, Rengar mains.
It really is a shame, because that flexibility and that unpredictability that a Rengar does bring to the table, it gets so much harder. But what more is there to say? I think we should ask it from the winner himself.
Yeah, let's hear from Barrett and our winner.
Excellent cast there from our wonderful casters, and an excellent game played by Melvin. Congratulations on that round 3 victory on Master Yi.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling? I mean, the fact that, you know, you're almost halfway through the day and you're going on a pretty good winning streak here. Master Yi is one of the most represented decks in the room. Are you confident that you think you can make day 2 with it?
I hope. I play Master Yi because I think it's very easy to play this deck, and it's very strong because green and orange has a very good color. So
I agree. I mean, I think Calm is very much making a very long prominence into the format right now. And in that kind of same boat, they talked about predictability and the unpredictability that Rengar can really bring to you. Of course, it's a very fast, aggressive deck. We just saw Rengar get 2nd place, you know, in Vancouver. And so I think when you look at all the might that can go onto these units, Master Yi is pretty well tailored to fight against that because of the legend ability.
You won't fight, so it's okay for me.
Is there a particular matchup that you're trying to avoid?
Sorry, can I repeat?
Is there a matchup that you're trying to avoid in them? Because I think that one seemed to be pretty good for you.
Yes. There's a good matchup for me. It's I think Irelia. I like playing against Irelia because my opponent must use one card for the passive of Yi, so it's very good for me.
No, I agree. And I mean, the exchange of those resources, I think, was another example here with Rengar, because they're having to play all these units. And so not only are the cards that they're having to use just to get over your legend passive ability, you know, they're also units that they don't have on the board anymore. Whereas other decks like Irelia are playing things like a Discipline just to match your own legend.
Exactly.
So Expert Pilot, it was an excellent match, of course, but you have so much more tournament to get back to. I don't want to keep you for too long. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck on the rest of your rounds, and I hope to see you in day 2.
Thank you very much.
We'll send it back.
Thank you, Barrett. Always lovely to hear more about the matchups. And we were hearing about that matchup there where we were like, oh, is it favored? Do you think it's not favored? And then,
I was quite surprised by him going, oh, actually, I feel very comfortable in this matchup.
Nice, good. You know, I'm like, you're the one that's played it more than me, so
and he's
so
winning,
I'll take
so
that.
and is won, obviously.
Exactly. We are going to see plenty of Yi today. I think it's just the way to put it.
Plenty.
Yes, at a stretch, for sure. As we are going to have Yi featured once again in this matchup, but I think we have a little bit something spicy again. It's another. This is kind of like. A little bit like Scott Pilgrim at this point, where it's like Yi against the suitors. Like Yi is trying to fight off all of these different decks
Yi
that
against
we're
the
playing
world.
against. So it's Yi against the world. This time it's Pike, and it's Awesome Rossum from Challenger TCG.
Here, take it all in, just for a little.
I'm looking.
What stands out to you?
The ultimate Baron Nashor.
All right. Now, then I was casting with a magpie.
Very much so.
Here, this is a development that's quite recent. Introduction of the list.
Okay.
And why do we see that work so much? Well, there's already the Pack of Wonders treasure trove. Both were, I play one out and I bounce it to hand, rinse and repeat value. But when you introduce the list, now you can bounce that multiple times. Get multiple debuff stacks in a single turn, and take down larger opponents, or keep spamming those falling stars.
Interesting.
So
I like that.
Even the Rengars and the likes, even when you go through all of that, you can still get units back into falling star range. And what will help hitting that all the way back home? 2 fizzes.
Interesting. That's a really cool adaptation. I love that. When I saw the list, I was like, this is really cool. This is such a good card. And then I read that it doesn't have like action or reaction on it. And I'm like, this card's rubbish. I don't want this card anymore.
This is a card.
The thought of playing it multiple times per turn, I love that. That's really cool. This is very similar in a list to the one we previously had. We're 1 up on Rune Runner. Let's take a look if we can quickly spot where we're 1 down of. Might be 1 first mate. It's almost the same Yi list. Just pick up orange and green cards and put them in Yi.
What the tricky part is for the Pike is before the engine is up and running, you need to jump through like 4 separate hoops.
Okay.
And if you grab the list, but you don't have the engine going yet of the Pack of Wonders, that is kind of a brick card. The chances of bricking with the list in your list, don't get confused now, is just a lot higher. So you need to draw a lot more cards. You need to see a lot more of your deck to reach that ultimate potential of your deck. It will have to be in this game where they prove the consistency is there.
Okay. Good to know. We're going into game 2, by the way, so we'll find out who won game 1. I am excited by this, and I'm glad that I have you with me here to take me through the list in the list.
We got lists on lists.
Yes. I mean, this is one of the rare decks in the format right now that have direct damage spells. Like, there are a few. There are some. And, of course, a lot of them trend towards blue, playing, like, Singularity and stuff like that. But when it comes to, like, the spells we know and love, like the Falling Stars, many of the decks don't necessarily find places for them. Like, the Rengar that we looked at just then, not really a fan, at least in the main board.
Exactly. And in this scenario, even though Yi is running ahead with it, winning the first game, the direct damage is you're pretty happy with it because you can kind of play around the Yi Legend ability. The only downside to that, Yi's be having a lot of combat tricks.
Yeah, that's very true. And actually, just to note, we're going into the beginning of game 2 with 26 minutes on the clock. So that was a long game 1. That was a near 30-minute before sideboarding game 1 of this match. So let's see how we go. It's Ripper's Bay and Emperor's Dais for our battlefields in this game.
Good.
Oh, that is a... Well, let's wait till it's back on their turn, but that is a gut punch.
Yeah, go with nothing for now. As you said, maybe there's some kind of...
Because this is where it really gets awkward.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little less familiar with the in and out of Pike, so it's one of those ones where I'm like, I feel like this is bad, but until he passes the turn back, I'm like, it's bad, right?
It's real bad.
Okay, yeah. Now you've channeled runes and done nothing on turn 1. Yeah, that's bad.
Why is it even worse? You play the Ripper's Bay when you're going first, so you can almost always ensure that you can get on there first, get that first piece of engine going. And even though the discarding has started, early on into the game, it's just not that much of a threat.
Yeah.
Because even though it says discard a card, you can kind of interpret it as discard the worst card.
Yes, yeah. However, I would say, being somebody who loves discard mechanics, I am, like, rubbing my hands at Emperor's Dais being the battlefield on the other side, because if I can Bewitching Spirit, bounce it back, play it again, bounce it back, play it again, bounce it back, play it again, and just constantly get rid of cards from your hand. If you have no cards in hand, I feel great.
It's lovely to get a Sand Soldier for it, right?
Yeah.
Because Pike is pretty content also just kicking it back into your hand.
Yeah.
Getting the Sand Soldier for it is great. And is it worth giving up the gold that you'd be getting from Pike for it? That is kind of the toss that the decision that you're weighing.
That's a really good point there as well. As you said, like, are you sacrificing more by getting the unit than the economy?
And let me tell you, when you're playing Falling Star upon Falling Star,
and you only have one Fury rune, that gold is going to be significant if you end up taking that choice.
So here we'll start conquering. And when we do start putting cards back into hand from Ripper's Bay, we'll be getting more runes channel.
Yeah. So there's the answer. It is going to be just sticking to the plan. I'm not going to get swayed by my opponent's choice of battlefield. I'm just going to take...
Yeah, there's a Yi waiting to give him a very warm welcome. A scorching welcome.
Yeah. And as we know, only one rune up means Falling Star is going right through because not enough to pay for anything like a Not So Fast. Defy would not do the job in this situation, so getting it out of there.
And stopping the momentum that Yi has built up a little bit is key in the situation. Right now, as the Pyke, you kind of want to rush towards 7 and 10 energy, where you can keep spending those gold tokens to get the profits, to be sharing the booty, and lay the pressure upon the Yi. Do not allow them to get onto the battlefields. If they do get on the battlefields, throw a star at them.
Yeah, and that's, I think, probably one of the, thinking about this, probably one of the trickiest parts about this Pyke deck is like balancing how your recycles affect like your options in game, or what you can represent as an option, and how the gold, well, Sabotage will make sure you're not representing any actions that you can't do anymore.
Sabotage and Scuttle Crab out there.
Yeah. You're like, I'm going to have permanent vision.
I wasn't aware that Ionia was a surveillance state.
I know, I was going to say, we have cameras on the stage for hand view. Should we just tap that in? Do you want to just put a little monitor there by the Scuttle Crab and be like, just play open hand?
And unlike Vancouver, I don't think this will be the last turn. So just leave your hand open as well. So
yeah. Ooh, I am a magpie. And that has got to get that out of hand so you don't get forced to discard it at this point. But I mean, you're looking at your opponent's hand, you're like, okay, they have a stack deck, they have a way of making me discard. So suddenly my read on your hand and your information and what options are in this game is now drastically different. Stack deck, the one card I saw from that was stack deck. So you can chain them. It always feels like good for an option of like, sure, I'll do that.
And here is where we start to slowly enter the comfort zone of a Pyke deck. When we are when we're hitting 7, 8 runes, and we can keep the chains going. Right now, you'd prefer to get some more units out, but a single discard right now already hurts a lot more for the Yi.
Yeah.
And with the tools available to them, the Lonely Porter and the Scuttle Crab, yeah, they will be getting draws. If the Pyke lets it happen, they can wait for as long as they want to amp the pressure up on their hand first, take the hit in the victory point department, and then let the Yi draw cards when it suits the Pyke.
Of course, that interaction that people may not be as familiar with the treasure trove of the Pack of Wonders and the way that it bounces it, and it's when it leaves the board, you draw the card. So, again, another thing that people are just so used to treasure trove is like, oh, you channel a rune, you put it to the trash. But actually, the other way around is if it leaves the board by going back to hand, you just continue, just get lots of cards.
And that is why once a Pyke deck reaches that terminal velocity, I'm going to say, where you have such efficient use for your energy once you have plenty of it. And because the engine itself will give you more runes, once it's going, it's very hard to stop.
Yep.
That is not quite the infinite.
Sun Soldier?
Pyke going infinite? No, definitely not. But it's definitely the kind of thing that I think this is one of those decks that you just have to know the mechanic loops, if that makes sense, of like, if I do this is what I end up getting, like I'm net positive on, and I draw into more, and then, okay, maybe I do it again, or do I have another loop?
Because the one part that you are always a little bit worried about when you completely tap out is like, all right, what's the absolute worst thing that could happen right now? Getting onto the battlefield, even though mounting up the pressure, getting more bodies out there, the fact that Falling Star can deal with that rather efficiently, up to a certain point, there's definitely a sweet spot. Once you're hitting Azir territory, you're way past your comfort zone.
And when you're tapped out, you really hate seeing your opponent charm. For the most part, like in this situation, charm the Vex in, pay the deflect cost. You're like, yep, that's worth it. I'll take that stand. And yet, you're right. Is like there may have been some vulnerability on the next turn to Falling Star, but if there's no units behind it, it's difficult to turn the favor back to Pike in some ways, at least in my perspective.
But that is where Pike kicks in.
Okay.
Because as long as your opponent is not getting the points,
okay,
you are doing fine as Pike.
Sure, all right.
Because you can keep your opponent in top deck mode if you manage to loop the discard triggers time and time again.
Got it,
It's all about not falling too far behind and not letting your opponent get too close to the finish line that a single top deck will win them the game.
So eventually your opponent is just hell-bent, no cards in hand, you're drawing only the 1 card per turn, hopefully not getting any usefulness. And you're like, well, I don't care if you got to 6 points or 7 points, as long as you don't get to 8, then
that is also why it becomes a lot more clear why game 1 took 30 minutes.
That's so true. That's where we're at.
Because the first 2 stages of Pike's game plan is not per se winning, but more so not losing.
Okay, so it's a grind down your opponent deck.
100%.
And just, you know...
eroding, like the waves smashing into the stony shore.
There's got to be something there. Something about Bilgewater, something about... You know, there's something lore there. That's not my forte, I will say.
Sleep on it with the fishes.
Well, Bewitching Spirit is going to put another card to the graveyard.
Yeah, they have a long way to go before Yi is in trouble.
Yeah,
card-wise.
a lot of cards in hand. Lonely Burrow will help with that, as with the Scuttle Crabs. That's why perhaps it is a war of attrition at this point, because it's like, I'll make you discard as you draw 2.
Punch first hitting the bin. Not makes sense here. This is a very costly solution to answering a falling star. At that point,
it's action speed. So, yeah, it's one of those things that...
That's the worst kind of answer. The one I can't
the
play.
one you can't do. Yeah, he's like, I'll get rid of that.
Yes.
But that's a fair point. I think that's one of these things where you are deep in the tank. You're just like, okay, it's +5. And then, nope. Again, Falling Star, it's slightly... It's half a step out of the meta, right? So you're looking at...
It was third. I believe. You play Treasure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Keep your opponent accountable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're both responsible for keeping a clear game state.
Yep. That is one of the things that at the competitive level is expected.
You don't want to assume. That's kind of the thing. Right? You don't want to go, oh, it's probably that. We are slowly mounting an army in our base consisting of a bird and Darius. It's vulnerable because once again we find ourselves tapped out. And there's still plenty of cards in Yi's hand.
I'm trying to think of what game it is, but I just have these visions of we're just opening treasure chests at this point of like, quick, open all the chests, see what's in there. We do one behind what's inside chest number 20. Is that what you want? Constantly discarding. It's always discard.
The pieces of the puzzle are slowly getting assembled, but now is the time that we need to start pushing back on these hold triggers. The moment you allow the Yi to get himself in a position where they can start threatening the game, quote unquote, getting to 6 victory points. Right?
Yep.
Is when the game gets so much more restrictive for the Pike. They have to take in, all right, I have to play around this.
These 2.
Targets a Falling Star. Using it on the Scuttle Crab's an interesting one because it's not on a battlefield, but what it does say is if you just discipline it, it's still going to die. Because Zero Might goes to 2, Falling Star deals 3. So how many units survive from this is purely down to how much the red wants to expend. So the Discipline is likely to go on to the other unit. That will keep it alive. But with 3 points of damage. Reveal most of the cards you've already seen.
And we do have the list.
The list is there. And I was going to say, this is not the scariest of hands, but this hand represents the ability to refill your hand with more interesting options. quite well. It's like, okay, this isn't a problem now, but in a war of attrition, I don't want you to draw more.
And not only that, with the damage marked,
I'll name Bilge Water.
Can
oh yeah, okay.
Pull him down even more. And if you then get onto
it's for free. Mastery is gone.
Kick the bird back to your hand, play it out again. Those are the types of engines that you're looking to get scoring.
Yeah. Awesome. Use the tag Bilgewater.
Think.
You're good.
You heard the red say thinking. The reason for this is the minus would take the unit down below the threshold to die with the 3 points of damage that have been marked on it already. That is one key thing in Riftbound, that if the unit doesn't heal up via combat or end of the turn, that damage will kill it if you drop it down below. Discipline comes up. That'll again put it back now to the equivalent of 1 health remaining. It, of course, does have a higher might cost than that.
And there you have it.
Here's what you said. And that just burnt a lot of resources. The list gets played after being bounced back. You name Bilgewater again, -2 again.
The only upside here is that Discipline replaces itself.
Yes.
So we're not like actively going down yet, but the moment that battlefield clears up and we have another way for our bird to be replayed again, that is when the pressure starts to mount. And then 4 points or 3 points away from victory feels like miles.
Yeah, that is very true.
An element that is very, very relevant. The clock is ticking down ever still.
Yeah, so Awesome does have to get through this game and then get to a point where...
Mine 2 or might?
Sure.
Ah, okay.
So, +6.
This is falling. This is
list 1 and then list 2. So it should be -7 +6, right?
That is, I believe, correct. It should be -7 with +6.
-4, 3 damage.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the correct way of putting it.
Allora, questo è per... Ok. It's okay?
Cards in?
Of course, it was the on guard.
Four.
I believe that was used there as well. So that is what takes it up to the 6. That's 3 cards used. Yes, as you said, Discipline. As I love to say, Discipline's great because it replaces itself. But still, you always want to use that in a better spot.
It's gone.
It's gone. That's gone. Now you're against a deck that is forcing you to discard.
5 right now.
And look how little energy is invested. That was
yeah. That's actually, I guess the thing is, you said when you get to this point with Pike, you're like, well, my things will cost really little amounts, and I can do a lot of damage with them.
The issue you're running into right now, there's only 1 Pack of Wonders.
Yeah.
We are done putting it back in our hand. There's a second one.
You dig.
Hiding. There, I mean, as you can see, there's still options for drawing.
Yeah, I was going to say...
With the treasure trove.
With the treasure trove, and just say, yeah, I'm going to do that. Like, that might be my other option. Hope the top of my deck is going to give me some kind of good fortune. Otherwise, you're like, well, I kind of have to
sorry, thinking.
No problem.
You're going to have to commit one of the units. It's probably going to be the... I don't know, actually. I was going to say probably going to be the low might.
So, here is the dilemma that you're in. Even though your Darius is buffed up,
yeah,
you need to
want
start putting
Mass focus.
And the fact that, yeah, there's damage on it, but there is still...
And again, this is coming back to
now
it for,
7
again, players to represent the board state.
3 damage.
That is actually, a pretty strong unit that is there. Even though it's got points of damage on it, and it has been minus, we've still had a lot of pump spells pushed back into it. As it's with the Master Yi Defender bonus is going up to 7 again. Oof.
That's good. Yep.
Oh, and now all of that earlier in the turn,
all that hard work,
obliterated by the punch first. Finally stepping into a window where that action speed is able to resolve, and suddenly
is
now
that plus
also
11.
Plus 11, minus 4, and the damage falls off because we have had a heal come through from the end of that showdown.
That's not your first mate. That is your first best friend forever.
Promoted to captain.
Yeah.
Admiral at that point.
First admiral.
First.
But to highlight how gut-wrenching of a turn that is, that, even though it cost the Yi a lot, they had a lot to be spending.
Yeah.
They are not poor in any form whatsoever. The fact that they can... They probably don't want to retreat, because giving open battlefields away and giving up your legend, that is not the way you want to be doing it. But you can just flood your own base. You don't have to worry about Pyke ramping up the pressure. The world is at your feet. And now the Pyke's hands are tied. They have to cover off game-winning plays each time and again.
And that's the thing. We talked about how Pyke wants to have their opponent have no cards in hand. Look at the game state we're in. Pyke has no cards in hand, and the Red's hand is full. Like, this isn't how that's supposed to go. But Awesome Rossum was just forced to play out, you know, the treasure hunters, the treasure trove, everything treasure. Not treasuring this moment in round 3 is they'll get the one draw off the top of at the beginning of the turn, get the one draw off the treasure trove, and then you're hoping that your discard draws are favorable. But if you can't make it work, there's no real line to turn this game around. The things that you have on board are not significant enough to stop this Yi.
So, if we want to look at the other side of the medal, we know one thing. All of those combat tricks, spells,
are gone.
That can turn the tide, they're out there. They're mostly in the trash now. If you can find the Darius, once again, get something accelerated out there. Keep in mind that Pyke can also hit the ground running.
Yeah,
true. So they're not helplessly lost at sea. But they're getting on that point where if they're not careful, they might be sucked away by the tide.
Remind me, was Pyke played from the champion zone in this game? It's a little above the screen. I believe it was played earlier, right? I think it's in the trash, third.
Oh, that would be really unfortunate. That's on
me. Our screen is a little far away from me.
In the in the general sense, right now, yeah, as the Yi, you have the option to either just flood your base, take your time with your decisions, and that is kind of the other part that you have to keep in mind as well. If this does go to a game 3 than overtime, I'd rather be playing the legend that has Accelerate on it.
Yeah, that was a shake of the head.
Floater red power. Pick this up.
Gonna pick up the draw.
The dig continues. And do keep in mind, you can't just play it out, pay the power, and then just get rid of it yourself. You don't have to bounce it back to hand.
That was Tide Turner picked up from that. So at least has some options for if you want to be able to discard.
Use this to crack it, and I'll get back.
The old-fashioned treasure trove. Starcrossed, does that help? Does that slow down enough? Now, the problem with slowing down enough is 6 points to 1 point means that the red from this game state, if the time expires, will still take game 2, being this far ahead. So you do have to close the gap in enough time. And then you're in the draw bracket, which becomes tricky in its own right.
The noose is slowly tightening.
Yeah.
And when you get into choppy waters, you need good control out there.
Oh,
can they right the ship? Because honestly, with the resources out there, you're not looking good. And a 8 Might Rengar.
The Rengar to an open battlefield surprise, just trying to hold on. Defied.
Undefied.
Oh, that's painful. One of the only options that Awesome Rossum had, and that's the extend of the hand to say, nope, I can't come back from this situation. So the red is going to pick up game 2 against a very relieved, the red at that point, against a deck that really wanted to just drag Master Yi into the late game.
And we talked about it at the very start. The list variant of this deck, yes, it has a lot of flexibility, but it is prone to bricking. There are just more dead cards that don't do anything unless you have their 2 friends to go along with it.
Yeah.
And only having a single pack of wonders really hurt them there. Not having a turn 1 play really hurt them there. And it was, at the very end of the day, a death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, it's a really interesting deck archetype. I do like it, and clearly there's something there. The Challenger TCG team, I'm sure, have been testing and playing it against matchups. I would be interested to know how that matchup goes, because it kind of is, you know, the old adage in movies of someone doing like a lot of flippy stuff around, and then Masti's just stood there in the middle like, I don't care about your flips. Like, it doesn't matter.
And then Rengar comes out and just puts him in the bag.
Exactly. It's kind of just like that consistency versus like flashiness and showiness. And in this regard, consistency once again wins. A surprise. At least the games that we've cast, Masti has been like the consistent, straightforward, relatively dominant deck right now for day 1 that we will keep an eye on as we go through the rest of the day. That means we can close in around 4 when we come back.
Welcome back and goedendag to Quick Decks here at the Riftbound RQ in Utrecht. The format where players have 30 seconds of time to tell me what their deck does. Next to me is Nixus. Why did you choose your deck and what did you choose to play?
I choose to play Kha'Zix, the best bug in the whole game. He's awesome, and I play him because his playstyle is very unique. I love it.
All right, very unique playstyle. We like to hear that. You have 30 seconds. Are you ready?
Sure.
Go!
So, first of all, we have our signature ability. It's basically a charm that we can use, and it's a Ride the Wind. It's one of the most broken cards in the whole game. I have only 30 seconds, right? Okay, we gotta go fast. Irresistible Faithfolk. It's a 2-drop that's basically a charm. It's really, really good. You can oppress your opponent really good with it, and that's the whole ability with Kha'Zix. And I've almost forgotten his legend ability. It makes you capable of moving your unit, your exhausted unit, back to the base, and it's also capable of buffing. So
and we are done. Thank you so much. So, to summarize this, everything in your deck charms, and you're taking away the main strategy of your opponent by just pushing everything into your battlefield.
Right, exactly. 30 seconds were really quick.
All right, thank you so much, Nixix. Yep, that's how Kha'Zix does it. Just lures you in, gets you singled out, and then wins the game versus you. Thank you so much. We're going back to the broadcast with haste.
All right, Riftbounders, we're coming back at you loud and proud here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. I'm Shea Burton, joined with the one and only Leo. How was that explaining those decks in 30 seconds then? They made it look quite easy.
Yeah, I mean, they were incredibly stressed because I also stared at them. I thought I could yell at them a little bit more, but then that would have taken away from their 30 seconds of time, right? But I think all the Riftbounders did a fantastic job, and you actually get a lot explained in 30 seconds sometimes.
I mean, you say that. I think if I was trying to do that in 30 seconds, I would be so unbelievably tongue-tied, I don't think I would be rather good at it. So as we've been getting through this Utrecht Regional Qualifier here, Leo, anything jumped out or surprised you that we've managed to get on stream so far?
I mean, we've just seen the Pyke, two very, very strong players against each other, and Pyke got dominated by Master Yi. And usually Master Yi is one of those decks that is not incredibly flexible versus a deck that thrives off of its utility, like Pyke, right? Pyke has different forms of removal, has Falling Star, which is one of the best spells that cannot be defied. So in theory, you would say, hey, this deck can easily take out Master Yi's units and then try to start hand ripping like the Blood Harbor Ripper does. However, in Game 2, you have seen the battlefield that now all the Master Yi players are on. Emperor's dies. Emperor's dies.
Let's go with that.
Combine this with the little Scuttle Crab. You have almost infinite draw, infinite value. You can always drop the little crab and then try to conquer with the Sand Soldiers. So you get so much value out of this battlefield that it's really, really hard to combat, and then you're just amassing cards after cards while you're also holding. So your opponent will have to try and get rid of those Sand Soldiers, has to invest something in there, so can't always keep up 3 energy to play the Bewitching Spirit, and then you're just running away from it. And I think this is the beauty of how battlefields can flip entire matchups on their heads. sometimes you have some we call them hate battlefields, like Rockfall Path versus a Rengar. You can't ambush into that field. Sometimes you have some battlefields that just proactively help you win some matchups that are tougher to play, and I love that.
Yeah, it really seems to be like Master Yi has been doing fantastically well so far on our stream here. And I believe it's actually our most represented deck here this weekend. And it was unfortunate to see the Pyke, not do as well, because I did pick it as my cast prediction. But we also picked some other MVPs from the Unleashed set. Remember, viewers, this is our first time here in the EU. We've managed to get our hands on Unleashed and take it to a regional qualifier. Leo, what did you pick and why?
Okay, so first of all, Inferno, if you're listening, I am terribly sorry. I underestimated you so much in the beginning. I thought Smite was kind of a game-changer card for Fury, but Inferno is such a strong 2-drop. It should be illegal to be that versatile when you're a 2-drop, so you can just play her on your first turn, get a Conquer point, and then sometimes also with Emperor's Days, just bounce that card back. However, this is also a combat trick. This card is incredible. Plus Vi Peacekeeper. I think those two together, they make a good Rek'Sai deck.
Yeah, you've sort of picked to the ambush ones there, especially Inferno used in the Rengar deck. You get the Pride Stalker buff there as well, playing it from the hand. Love to see that. Now, viewers, you might look at mine and you can sort of tell what sort of decks I like. I like big, bad, scary boss monsters. I've gone with Elder Dragon there and Baron Nashor. Two cards I think when they hit the field make an immediate effect.
I think the way you're smiling there is every single time when someone drops an Elder Dragon or an Aurora against me. This is just the face that you're getting from them. That is the...
That is, yeah. Finally got it in play, everyone. Elder Dragon and Baron Nashor. Yeah, I just like those units that come down, Leo, and they just immediately affect the game. Baron Nashor cannot be target, giving everyone +2. Absolutely love that. And who doesn't love bringing a third battlefield, adding a whole new dimension to the game? And obviously, Elder Dragon, any amount of damage will kill your opponent's units. I love a bit of that.
Yeah, and I mean, the Star Spring Scuttlecrab combination from Bandit is also really fantastic, right? Because this kind of fixes some matchups for the deck. Decks like Aurora or decks like the Lux Infinite Loop, you want to score early on. So if you start with a Scuttlecrab, you push it into the Star Spring, and then you're playing your first mate, you immediately get the double conquer, and you could start running away with points in a deck that was deemed slow in the beginning from everyone.
No, you're so right, Scuttlecrab. Honestly, one of the underrated cards, I think, coming into the format, and everyone's quickly realized how good it is. And then we're looking at the Irresistible Fae Folk there and the Rengar from James. That Irresistible Fae Folk was one of the best cards there in the Rengar deck, to be honest. If your opponent starts trying to get clever with it and they just hide their units at the base, you can say, no, bring them up over here where you can meet my Infernos, my Rengars, and all that stuff. Speaking of Rengar, putting on a stellar performance here at these regional qualifiers, getting second place already, and now has been put on the map. Whenever I go to locals, I have to combat my way through a few Rengars, and quite honestly, it's scary every time I try.
Irresistible Fae Folk is such a versatile card in multiple decks, and it strongly picks apart some of the meta decks like Master Yi.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's a nice way to out a Hui from your opponent, but I don't really necessarily think you should do that to give him an extra move. But if you already have a unit in one of the battlefields, you can push your Irresistible Fae Folk from your base into that battlefield, and then you're not getting a surprise defender opponent. You're putting that unit in, it doesn't get the boost, and then you can pick apart the board from Master Yi as well. So I think decks that are playing the body domain with Irresistible Fae Folk, they are going to have a good time in this tournament. They're getting matched up against Master Yi quite a bit.
I believe you are correct. And let us know, viewers at home, what your Unleashed picks, or what would you have played to this event if you're going using that hashtag #RQUtrecht. We'd love to see and get your opinions as well. I'm going to put you on the spot here, actually.
Okay.
If you were playing this event, let's say you wasn't here casting with me, I'd be very sad, of course. But what would you be playing and why?
Yeah, it's tough. So I have basically, of course, also inspired by Alan ZQ, who started playing Diana a lot. But Diana is a deck that is so incredibly hard to pilot. Basically, in every single matchup I played at local tournaments, I have encountered new mechanics that I have to know just to play that matchup correctly. Like, for example, playing versus Master Yi, the way you utilize your Vex is completely different. It is really, really hard. I think I might have still gone for Diana, get a few more reps in, but maybe in the end, also Rek'Sai could have been my call.
Okay, well, it looks like, Leo, 175 players agree with you here in our Utrecht regional qualifier here, occupying 10% of the meta share. But again, as we sort of opened up this round here, we said that it's sort of been Master Yi's event. We've seen it do rather well here this weekend on stream already. We saw it do rather well there in China as well, taking one home. But then as we look at the rest of this graph here, Leo, any other surprises?
Irelia is dethroned.
Yes.
The queen of Riftbound is now down to 3rd place. That is rather interesting to me. What I find very, very exciting is that Master Yi is top dog right now because, yes, people said, okay, Master Yi with especially Rengar Trophy Hunter is going to be so good in Unleashed. But people have slowly but surely realized, okay, the way people approach the Master Yi deck, it is a bit too slow.
Yep.
And it doesn't give the player who runs it the biggest agenda over the game, right?
Yep,
so you don't have too much card draw. You're a little bit reliant in some matchups on finding certain cards like Defy versus Diana, because if you get Moonfalled constantly, you're not going to win that.
Yep.
But people have found out to play this deck way more aggro, and that is so cool with Starstring and the earlier mentioned first made combination with a 2-drop, where you can get those early points, assert a lot of pressure. People run Arena's Greatest now in that deck, and that changes this deck completely because you're not giving your opponent time anymore to find the good cards to outplay you a little bit. No, you're just rushing them down. Then you also have Surprise Defender Rengar in the end.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to absolutely really draw your attention to here, viewers, before we get onto our most played battlefields here in that Master Yi. I'm a big fan of that Ruin Runner, quite honestly. It's one of my favorite cards in the game right now, and I cannot wait to build some more decks around it. But Leo, we have our most used battlefields here. Arena's Greatest, as you just mentioned, I imagine a lot of those 30% will be in the Master Yi deck. Any surprises here?
Shay, are we in an aggro meta?
I mean, you look at this, and I think it's safe to say we kind of are, right? But I guess you do have the 21% and the Aspirants climb, which is, it's almost like we're drawing the battle lines have been drawn here, as it were, where you've got the 30% of the Arena's Greatest, you've got the Targon's Peak and the Starspring. These are sort of battlefields that you want to try and, reuse units and increase the game speed. When you do have the Aspirants climb base, you're saying, hold on, I see what you're trying to do here, and let's just make the game 1 point longer.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see how they are complementing each other because there are so many games where one player chooses Arena's Greatest and the other player chooses the Aspirants Climb, and then they basically nullify each other. That's like the only way you're actually playing without proper battlefield effects in a game, if you remember the Arena's Greatest.
Yes, this is true.
But also Sunken Temple on 13%. Sunken Temple is a battlefield which I figured when I saw it for the first time in Spiritforge it's going to be in so many different decks because there are so few battlefields that let you draw cards. There was like the Dreaming Tree, and I'm saying there was because we're no longer allowed to run it, which gave players so many draws in one game. But Sunken Temple can kind of do the same if you consistently get those big units out. But it seems like maybe it's the one energy cost that you have to pay because people really like to use all of their energy right now. It's a very, very tempo-heavy game. Then just trying to conquer somewhere is already always not that easy. And then also investing stuff plus the one energy extra can sometimes come back to bite you.
It really can. How many times have we seen already on stream, and I'm sure if you guys play along at home, you've already, when you go to your locals, you go to events, how often that one rune difference can, make or break a game if you haven't got enough to defy or anything like this. So, if you do win a big, long showdown chain, have you got enough runes at the end to draw cards of that Sunken Temple? Sometimes not. But Leo, we have looked at most played decks.
Yeah.
We've looked at most played battlefields.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at most played units and see what these players have been cooking with here. And you know what? Right, Leo, give me a second to speak now. Vex Apathetic. This card is obscenely strong, right? We know this. It slows the game down for your opponent massively. It's got that deflect. But I tell you what, viewers, quite honestly, I despise this card. It is so good. Golly, I'm not surprised to see it here at 37%. Leo, the floor is yours. What else jumps out to you?
I'm not only going to say that Vex slows the game down, it speeds it up for yourself as well. If you actually get to clear the entire board of your opponent and drop a Vex, you're guaranteed a double pointer. So that one is really strong. Of course, Scuttle Crab as well. Card immediately replaces itself. In the early game, you're going to get some draws and some points with it as well. But also just in the end game, to just throw your Scuttle Crab in, get full information, and then knowing what you want to play around is amazing. Disarming Rake at 30%. Is very interesting.
Very high.
Yep, that Aurora counter *1.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. If we was to take the disarming rate there at 30%, right, and then we look at Ash there at 90, I know Ash targets a lot more than just Dazzling Aurora, of course, but I think a lot of players are playing it for that. we're looking at, what is that there, 49% just off those two. And if you add Akshan in the mix as well, who again, can, maneuver around more gear that's not just named Dazzling Aurora, but I can tell you now that's what it's there for. The players here do not like Dazzling Aurora.
There is, if you could separate the side decks from the main decks, I'm sure we would have other numbers as well. Akshan, a really, really nice unit for the main deck as well, because you can just play it out as a vanilla. Of course, that is not ideal, but having a consistent 4-drop that doesn't necessarily cost you power is kind of cool. What I want to turn my attention to is the Tide Turner.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
It was also kind of obvious.
For sure.
No, but Tide Turner at 29%, this card really didn't see too much play in Origins, and now it just got the flexibility that it brings with exchanging places, moving other units, also being hidden. That is just so much value you get out of cards like Hui or maybe a Stellarcorn Herder, right? Those cards.
Yep.
So this card is absolutely insane. You can also, sometimes in Diana, you have your units like Vex or like a Ravenloom student, but okay, this turn I'm going to have to invest a lot of energy into my unit to overcome the opponent. And then you want to save it for the next turn. So you play a Tide Turner, you're not going to get an extra draw out of pushing your Diana back, but you know that maybe in the next turn, if your opponent takes your Tide Turner, you can go into the other battlefield, and then you can start predicting again, save that Diana, get more value out of it. So Tide Turner is such an incredibly versatile card that can help you build up more advantage, but also can help you build up momentum.
Do you think, real quick, before we get to look at our most used spells, you said that Tide Turner wasn't played a lot in previous formats. Do you think with the addition of Ambush into the game, being able to just quickly preserve something, has that had an effect on why Tide Turner is seeing such an uptick in play?
Definitely. You have to have it hidden somewhere to respond to an ambush. That does come up sometimes. Yeah, you have it away on the one battlefield, and then your opponent decides to throw down a Rengar, and you're like, I don't want my way to die there, so I'm just going to send the Tide Turner, and that definitely helps there. But I think that the fact that it is a 2-drop that you can play to not lose tempo in the early game and then get some more value out of it or preserve cards in the long run, predicting opponents' moves, is a little bit more of a factor there.
Sounds good to me. Now, I've mentioned it and teased it a little bit. Now, let's look at our most used spells here. And to be honest, I don't think there's many surprises here. Justified Discipline, Star-Crossed at 38% as well. Leo, talk to me. What's jumping out at you here?
Gust. Yep. Is so incredibly good. It's found its way into so many decks. That's kind of crazy, actually. It's a huge counter to LeBlanc, and LeBlanc has kind of slowly dwindled down in usage, but people stick to their Gust. So it also has some other ways. Like if you're playing Diana, you have a lot of might modification to push down your opponent. You can bounce cards back then if they are not... this is a great answer to a punch first, right? So that's already where you win the game. What else do we have here? We have Defy, of course. It is the best counter spell card in the game.
For sure.
By a landslide. Discipline is one of the best combo tricks because, you just get a free draw. Stack Deck has declined, even though it is an incredible consistency card. Then, there's a lot of combo tricks there, but the Uprise in Sabotage is also really interesting because the hand knowledge is just key. And decks like Master Yi, they're like 6 cards to look into your hand.
Yeah, Sabotage is one of my favorite cards to play with, honestly, at locals. Being able to, as you say, get that free hand knowledge, and just before you start a showdown, just rip away the answers is things I like to see. Stat Deck as well, obviously, you said one of the best, if not the best spell card in the game, in my opinion, for just letting you filter through your deck in combination with Fizz, just using it over and over and over again. So yeah, that was our most used spells. Let us know using that hashtag RQ Utrecht. What's your favorite spells, battlefields, deck, or unit? Just tell us all, really. I can't wait to see what you say.
Yeah, and what is your favorite unit? I love the unit Rengar Pouncing, for example. There was a moment at the Atlanta RQ, I believe it was, where Prismaticism used it in the end game, and that was an absolutely wonderful moment. Perfect precision in that gameplay. And why don't we learn a little bit more about that?
This is a story about a big meta upset. A story about technical precision. This is the story about how a Rengar changed the tides. Riftbound Regional Qualifier Atlanta. The last regional qualifier before Unleashed release. we're finding ourselves in the League of Draven. Chaos and Fury are the domains to beat. A whopping 211 of the 1,832 players brought Draven Glorious Executioner to their tournament with the hopes and dreams to win it all. Equipped with Ferris Forerunner, the undisputed best unit in Spiritforged, and Rebuke as the best answer to it, the mid-range deck proved as the most dominant force in the tournament. Winning combats with sticky units and utility cards to profit off the passive card draw engine of your legend. A snowball that once it starts running, cannot be stopped. The perfect strategy? Not for Prismaticism. He found a way to play Draven's game, but more aggressively. What the Draven legend brings in value, and he doubles in tempo. The meta centers around powerful units and, most importantly, 2 energy cost chaos spells. Flash, Hard Bargain, Rebuke, and Ride the Wind. All of those cards provide utility on your turn and on your opponents. You can dodge combat, force points, or protect your units with all of these cards. While these cards provide similar amount of utility, they work in completely different ways, which makes it hard for the opponents to play around all of them. Annie the Darkchild readies 2 of your runes at the end of your turn, which allows you to always be able to completely exhaust your runes in order to play your biggest units and maximize energy usage, while still keeping your opponents on their toes with 2 runes up at least. But one card in particular sets Annie apart from the Draven decks. Rengar Pouncing. The OG Ambusher is an incredible offensive threat, coming in hot with 5 might on attack for only 3 energy straight from hand. While the offensive possibilities that Rengar as a champion historically has are quite obvious, Prismaticism finds more depth in the card, which brings us to the moment he won his first regional qualifier title. We are finding ourselves in Game 3 of the Atlanta Finals. The winner immortalizes themselves in Riftbound history. Prismaticism on Annie versus challenger TCG's Coco Lopez on Draven. A dramatic aspirants climb game in which both players reach 8 points.
Both players literally 1 point away from being the regional qualifier Atlanta champion.
The tension is palpable and the resources are few. Prismet finds himself with 5 runes readied, looking at a Ferris Forerunner previously established in Coco Lopez base. Both battlefields are empty, and Prismaticism only has a long sword on his side of the board. The situation looked dire. The options in his hand looked mediocre. A traveling merchant for 2 and a pass, immediately readying his runes again. After thoroughly thinking through all the possibilities and checking both players' treasures, he decides to only play a 2-drop with no immediate impact on the board state? It feels almost like a concession. GG's were spammed in chat already. Coco Lopez starts his turn by trying to conquer the arena's greatest to set up for a winning hold next turn. That was the moment in which Prismet with haste slammed down the Ride the Wind, pushing the traveling merchant onto the other battlefield. No answer from Coco. First the move trigger of the merchant happens, discarding the Ferris Forerunner to draw another card. Then both players conquer in their respective battlefields and draw a card since they cannot get the victory point just yet. All of a sudden, the pressure is on Coco Lopez. He needs to deny the holding point or Prismaticism will be crowned the Atlanta champion. His out is just in his hand, a falling star that he kept in hand to get rid of the traveling merchant. But again, lightning fast, Prismaticism picks up his cards and throws down a defensive Rengar pouncing onto the battlefield.
Does Coco have the rebuke in this instance? No, shows it! That's it!
Immediately followed by a quick concession of his opponent who fought so hard to become a finalist. Instead of developing the merchant in another unit to then later on try and deal with the Ferris Forerunner. Prismaticism in this tournament displayed how a risky playstyle, playing the odds and bravery can catch your opponent off guard and win you a regional qualifier.
Well, what can I say? First of all, the first thing I want to say is bravo, Leo. What a script that was. Almost if I was there myself. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Leo, and we're going to get ready for our next Swiss round here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. And Leo, we have a pretty all-star matchup coming up, right?
Yep, you would have guessed it if you've watched the video closely. There is a good chance that Prismaticism is sitting in the chair right now, preparing for the next round of the Riftbound RQ here in Utrecht. How are you feeling, Shay?
I'm feeling very excited because there are 2 of the decks that I think are at the tippy top of the metagame. I think it's safe to say that I can't wait to see how they get panned out. One of my favorite combination of domains as well, which we will get into more detail soon. But Leo, how are you feeling as well?
Fury And Chaos right now is in an odd spot. You know, you have these top players saying, hey, Annie is one of the best decks in the room, but nobody except for Prismaticism really performs like crazy with the deck anymore. So maybe this is a player versus car situation. No, that analogy doesn't make any kind of sense. Wait, I will get back to this. But he is a phenomenal Addy pilot, right? Yep. He is the best player with this legend. As you can see, the swag wearing a best of Annie around his neck.
Yeah, that's not a statement, all right? Just as you sit down for your opponent thinking, yep, I want one of these. Many of them, actually. And is obviously a previous regional qualifier as well. And I think, you know, Annie, it's a deck I would love to pick up. You know, it's one of those, it's coming from the starter sort of set, as it were, the proving ground, with that really strong legend ability that comes up almost all the time. And it just means you're never really safe. Which means we are going to have a very to and fro game. And one thing I said, why this is one of my favorite two domain combinations, even though you do say not a lot of players outside of Prismat are actually doing well with it, is because it's got the combination of draw power, it's got the combination of denial and removal, and it's just got some of the best spells in the game.
Yeah, there is some different sorts of counter spells. There's Starcross to play around something. Actually, Starcross plays around almost everything. But
exactly,
really stops an Elder Drake there. Still on that triple Rengar pouncing, which is interesting because you do not see this in basically any other list, not even in a Rengar deck.
Yep.
You have, of course, the Inferna and other cards from Unleashed. Next to the Abandon is Grim Apothecary and Vex Apathetic. Those cards are really, really interesting. Funnily enough, he is not running the Starspring, which is a cool card to combine with Grim Apothecary.
Yeah, that's literally just what I was looking out for there, but doesn't play that. But this is where, you know, it just, look at all these options. You've got Noxus Hopeful coming in for that nice Legion. You got Cleave for the big swings. Stat deck, we saw it in our most played spells, just letting you search through your deck. Well, not search through your deck, you know what I mean? Look at the top three, grab one. And you've got Flash for some big defensive plays as well.
The deck looks so incredibly basic, right? You have some good units that bring you some momentum as well. Ferris Forerunner feels like a card with basically every deck playing Starcross that shouldn't have that much impact anymore, but it somehow, of course, does. You're playing cards like Longsword just for good stats, because manipulating your own runes is so incredibly powerful and gives you so much momentum. And then we have his opponent, Mercia, running Consult the Past, which is an interesting tech that we have also seen before. And Frigid Jewel. Frigid Jewel is a card that we have last seen in Vancouver from Dwally in the top 4 match versus Alan ZQ. And this card, of course, really helps you in certain matchups. Like, if you get to draw multiple cards, you, of course, trade much better into other cards. You have a Ruin Runner on your opponent's side, not that big of a deal anymore. However, if you're playing Diana Minera matches, then you're going to have some issues there, because acceptable losses and Turn to Dust all of a sudden have targets to hit. So Frigid Jewel comes at a risk, because in some matchups, the main deck gear removal is just completely useless.
Really is. So here we are, going to get started at our Swiss Round 4 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier. There is our fist bump. Mulligans have been concluded, and it looks like Mercia is kicking us off here with the big, the bad, the scary Diana deck. It's just going to be 2 now for that Traveling Merchant, and it is over to Prismaticism. Let's see what he can cook up. Triple Fury Rune into that stat deck. Not a bad card you want to see at the start of the game. Now you look at top 3, put one in your hand, recycle the rest.
Yeah, going second, it's so hard to miss the 2-drop just because you have stacked deck as
well.
Yeah,
exactly.
And how many are we running? We're running Traveling Merchant. If you have the stacked deck too, you have the Noxus Hopeful, of course, but you also have Inferna and Overzealous Fan. So those are all cards that you can definitely hit on your first turn. If you're starting the game with only 2 runes, that is a little bit much more of an issue.
Just wanted to say for Mercia, they're only playing 1 copy of the Traveling Merchant, so done pretty well to get that into play. We are going to see that stack deck conclude. And in case you don't know, Andy's legend ability, the main reason the deck is played is because at the end of your turn, as we are going to see a Noxus Hopeful come down thanks to that Legion, is that you actually get to ready 2 of your runes, making it one of the best, if not the best defensive deck in the game, letting you fire off responses on your opponent's turn. It's over to Mercia now, though, 4 runes open to play with. Playing that Diana, giving you an extra energy to use in showdowns, making it very scary in combination with Hwei, letting you move Hwei around, get to a ridiculous amount of might, and just ask your opponent questions. Leo, what do you think we're eyeing up here? Looks like Traveling Merchant's move.
Trigger? Yep, trigger's good.
Traveling, definitely not the worst card in that deck. The question is what you want to develop next. Because if you're just dropping the Vex now into the base, right? We're not quite there yet when it comes to the runes. If you're just dropping the Vex into the battlefield, you are giving up your merchant, right? Because then you can only use Diana ability and then stupefy, and that is going to bring the Noxus Hopeful down to 3. So it's interesting. Are we going to see a saved Traveling Merchant here with something like a Flash, which is still a card that is quite costly, or is it just immediately a positive trade?
No, looks like Noxus Hopeful has come in and sent that Traveling Merchant traveling all the way to the trash, as it were. Prismaticism still got 5 runes open, all Fury runes. Keep an eye on that one. Don't know if it actually matters too much here. It's like Inferno's being eyed up here, play to base, and then a 3 for the Grim Apostasy as well, all into the base, meaning that if Merger decides to develop that champion unit into a battlefield, it can get rolled up on really fast.
The Grim Apothecary doesn't really necessarily want to be played in base, but the battlefield we're playing on right now is the Rockfall path, so can't be played there anyways.
Oh, there's that Frigid Jewel that you mentioned.
Trigger.
Okay.
Oh, a stack deck is being found immediately, and that is triggering the Frigid Jewel. So we are already at 5 might.
Wow.
Longsword.
Longsword coming down there, that activation as well. Immediately, the ambush equipment. Back over to Merger now on the priority. Still got 4 runes open. There's a lot to play for here. Stat deck, can we find an answer? Stupefy is a good one.
Stupefy helps us trade at least. It doesn't really solve the entire situation yet.
It doesn't. You'd rather not try and lose your Diana here, letting you filter cards throughout the game with that Predict, letting you churn through your deck. I was thinking it's safe to say Diana is a bit of a combo deck, so it needs to see cards to have its responses. You'd love to get more use from this Diana. What is Merger going to take?
In this matchup, I love the Frigid Jewel.
Yeah.
Just trading for momentum, and you're going to get some advantages every turn, basically. And this is such a good Ride the Wind, unanswered from Prismaticism.
Wow.
Okay, this showdown ends.
This is basically saying, okay, Rockfall path, nothing's going to happen there, but I can push my Diana ready into the Seat of Power, get a point there, and then push her back into base as well. That is a really good
How many cards in your hands?
escape plan.
And let's not make it. She did take the Moonfall, I believe, from the Predict as well. Keep an eye on that one. That signature spell that manipulates mites in a major way is over to Prismat now, though. Here we go. What can he cook up? We have a Starcross, Cleave, Grim Apostrophe. Not the most craziest of cards here. Starcross, one of the most impactful cards there from that Unleashed set. It looks like Inferno moving in for the Conquer.
Seat of Power is going to give you another draw. Now the question is are we pushing back the Noxus Hopeful from the Rockfall path? Absolutely we do. And
play another Grim, pick up Inferno.
Play a Grim. Yep, and gets the Inferno back to hand for some more follow-up. The question is, are we developing that one too? Yes, we are. Going wide against Diana, always a good idea. If that's a Frigid Jewel, that's a threat to your trade, so you better leave those battlefields open with a little bit of a point advantage. So you can already see where the game is going if Prismat can still dominate.
So it is over to Merger now. Let's see what she can do. Let's have a quick look at this hand.
Is that perhaps a good turn to develop a way?
I think that seems like a good idea to me. We are just going to see the Conquer first. Going to see some extra cards by that Predict on that ability.
If we're going to use even, we can use the Legend ability.
Okay.
Yes. Remember, Moonfall is currently in the hand, don't forget. Looks like this is going to be the way it's looking like.
Yeah, we are at a critical point when it comes to runes here. If you use the Diana predictability, then you are going to be down to 2 runes on the opposing turn without your Diana ability.
You are very correct.
Whatever happens, you cannot star-crossed, and I think that is one of the best interactions that you are having if you want to save your own units as well. So we have developed a way which is looking like it might stick for a while unless the Star-Crossed of Prismaticism find its way into this way.
I'll attack.
Love what you did there. Noxus Hopeful charging in. to that Diana there. We are going to see something being played there. It's going to be the smoke screen, I should say.
No, I won't put it through.
Wow.
That could be the perfect timing for a star-crossed bounce way to hand.
Let's see if that's what Prismat chooses to do. Priority has been pathed back. That smoke screen, is it -4, I believe? Yep, -4. An incredible 2-drop, in my opinion.
Yeah. Costs the power, so it does hurt your grind game a little bit.
It does cost the power.
Play cleave.
Oh, but we are going to get the response cleave, which will pop because it is that is the attacker. An extra 3 now. And it looks like, yep, we are going to conclude there with Diana getting sent to the trash, Prismat getting a big conquer.
Prismat at this point is just really overpowering his opponent. Going to almost certainly take that 5th point as well, draw a card of Seat of Power as well, really making the most of this battlefield. The Rockfall path, not
there's
really
there's the Star Cross, Leo, just as you mentioned, going to remove that way, which is one of the Diana's biggest weapons, currently been reset back to the hand.
Go away,
5 runes total right
back
now?
to hand. Okay. Seat of Power, and that is such a great play, having that cleave used on the Noxus Hopeful, because then again, you are not going to hold on that Seat of Power any, lack some card draw sometimes. If you can draw multiple cards in the next turn, that would be the 3rd draw off of Seat of Power. That would be absolutely incredibly useful.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Inferno and a Traveling Merchant as well. You mentioned card draw. Traveling Merchant can obviously get you there as well. Prismat with 4 units currently in the base, 2 runes open. Back over to Merger with a bit of an anemic board, it's safe to say right now, but has got a lot of runes to play with. I think that was a Vex Apathetic in the hand. Could have lost its usefulness now, though. What can Merger do?
We're also only at 7 runes, so that means that Hui and Fizz into Ride the Wind is not even a possibility. That is also something that you really, really need when you want to catch up on points, catch up on trades, take some units out of the side of Prismaticism, because Prismaticism is just chilling there, has 4 units developed in base, the tempo is all on his side, of course, he has fewer cards on hand, but what does that matter? Every single trade that he can make is going to be almost favorable for him, and he has cleared out the entire board state of his opponent.
Just oh no, Vex Apathetic going to come down now. Obviously, really, really strong when it's in a battlefield, slowing your opponents down, stunning them and not letting them move. But you're right, the key to this matchup is going to be getting that way in play and moving it around, because its ability triggers whenever you move, not only letting you filter through your deck, but depending on what card you discard from its ability, you can either draw an extra 1, ready 2 runes, or get an extra 3 might, letting you just, quite honestly, bounder through battlefields and score points, which I think is going to be the key to victory now as Merger falls behind. Here comes the Fizz.
Oh, and Fizz, if I heard that correctly, wants to go for stack deck, so digging for cards while completely being tapped out. How much is that going to consult the past? Could be hidden, so that would be something, but Stupefy can also work with the Diana Legend ability.
And it is just going to be the pass, Leo. Back over to Prismat, going to hold for 6 as well. This is getting scary.
There is value in tempo. You have bounced back the Hui earlier, and that, of course, does not feel as good as just permanently removing it. But is Merger ever going to have time to play it again?
I'm not sure. I think, you know, as we said, I think Vex Apathetic's usefulness might be closing, but I think you're right. When you're currently, 4 points down, as it were, that way is going to have to be moving, you know, all around the place to be able to try and get Merger back into this game. And we know that Annie Love can be very defensive as well if needed. Here we are going to see 4 runes and a recycle. Oh, wow. There's for the Annie, going to let you grab back a spell. Did you see what it was? Was it the Star-Crossed?
Yeah.
Of course it would be. And a Nexus Hopeful coming down as well, Leo. Oh, no.
The offensive
and still has 5 open, sorry, Leo.
That is so incredibly well played, asserting pressure the entire time on 7 runes. And it feels like, even though there are at times not many cards, and it feels like you're playing against all of the possible options, but because of this Annie Legend ability, always readying those 2 runes at the end of the turn is so strong. Another Frigid Jewel. But how is Might going to help you at this point?
You just have to be very, very, very mighty. The problem is, not only is there double battlefields developed, but let's count them up, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units in the base. We are going to see Vex Apathetic attempting a conquer here. Will that go through?
Yeah.
We are, oh, sorry, we haven't seen Priority pass yet. Stupefy. That's going to reduce the might down by 1 on the Nexus Hopeful and draw 1, of course.
And then we have the double Frigid Jewel trigger.
Triggers?
Yep, triggers.
Yep, triggers.
And there we go. That's going to be just enough to hop this Vex up here in this showdown.
6 to 4.
All right, so there is a chance that Prismaticism utilizes the longsword that he has picked up earlier and plays another one.
Oh, there you go. Right on cue. That assault react equipment, an extra +2.
Let's see. I'm at 7 now. Yeah. 6 to 5. 6 against 7.
6 against 7.
And we can just see how important this decision is as our players are really going through it here. Any response, this could be game defining.
The thing is, we know that there's Starcrossed in hand for Prismat. Now, if Merchant needs to lets this go, Vex just dies, combat lost. If Merchant has to play another card, you can still Starcrossed later on, and you can still interact and save this card.
Okay, so we are going to see a Moonfall, it's looking like.
That is playing around the Starcrossed at least a little bit. Because yes, you push in Inferna, but she's at 0.
So here we are, back at the showdown.
I'll play Flash.
And there is a Flash just securing all of those units. Not even the Inferna, but saying, okay, you're going to have a favorable trade in the other battlefield as well. I would rather give up Inferna than the Grim Apothecary. And I think he gets out of this combat relatively safe. Mercer gets a point, denies acceleration in the next turn or ambushing. But there are so many units in base already.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Prismatic did rather well there, identifying that wasn't going to get out of that showdown. So instead, using that flash defensively to preserve those units for a massive, big late game push. Mirza, I should say, what else can she do here?
There is, of course, are we hiding a card? That can potentially be huge. That is an unknown factor for Prismat to play around. However, there's double Frigid Jewel still on board for Mercer, so every Stupefy can make a 5 might difference, or at least once, right? It also works on the opposing turn, right?
Thank you.
Oh, it's a second card, right? When you draw your second card each turn, so you would have to use 2 Stupefies if that is somehow possible.
Well, let's see if it is. Over to Prismat now on that 7th point. So in order to win this turn, we'd need to conquer both. Can he do? I mean, looking at this board state, I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility. But let's take our time. Let's work this out. We have the stacked Nexus Hopeful. We have another Nexus Hopeful. We have the Annie. Grim Apostrophe ×2.
Look at this absolute unit of a Nexus Hopeful.
Yeah, I know. Double longsword. Again, imagine the mental image of that Nexus Hopeful. He's charging in for glory. What do we have in the hand there? I see a start. Okay, here we go.
I'll pass.
Will we see a response? Tide Turner.
And no switch?
No effect.
No. No effect. So it's going to be 2 on... What is it now? 2 on... No, 4 on 5, I should say.
Yeah.
Cleave.
Let's go.
And the cleave comes through for the big assault 3. Prismat clears off for that showdown. And it looks like... Is that a concession? Is that a concession? Yeah, it must be.
Very much.
Yeah, that must be a concession there, as Prismat will take game 1. It's looking like Merja unable to win that game 1. Prismat going up game 1, going into game 2 here.
Oh, and would you look at that, still saying, hey, I want to look at your trash one more time, take some notes, knowing which cards you kind of played, and then saying, okay, there we can go. Prismat taking game 1 versus Mercer. Some of these players make it look so easy, man. The Annie deck is so incredibly hard to pilot. It looked like it was a bunch of not too hard decisions, but the precision behind that is incredible. Just knowing when to go aggressive, knowing when to force out cards of your opponent is incredibly tough. Just the sheer knowledge that you can pressure a lot with the longswords from your hand while you still have cards to retract your units. In those situations with the Noxus Hopefuls, every time Mercer was pushing in, he presented longswords, which, you know, even if you lose the combat, they will still hold value.
Yep.
So you're forcing out cards from your opponent, and then when those cards are expended, energy is expended, flash, Starcross, push those units back, keep the might added bonus from the longswords in your base, still have them in play, while your opponent will lose the might, will lose the extra oomph that was added to the units. Perfect.
It really is a fantastic masterclass there in Prismatics. As we look at this graphic, I want to draw attention to something here. We have the Legend favor, 45% versus 55%. That's just if you was to take overall matchup data, all right? So looking at that, Diana should be slightly favored. However, when we go down to our win prediction, which takes into account more than just raw matchup data, Legend matchup performance, and player current recent form as well, the overall strength of Prismat with this Annie deck pushing that to a 61% win prediction.
But Mercia, of course, having to play against such a strong hand as well. And
good point, good point.
I think put up a really good fight so far. So I'm quite curious to see how this goes after siding. I don't know how prepared players are going to be in their side decks versus the Annie decks, because I can imagine that something like an extra Moonfall, if you're only running 2, is a good idea.
Yeah, it looks like it's an interesting one. I don't think anyone is going to side deck particularly or specifically for Annie. I think you're right. If you're Prismat, though, we saw the Frigid Jewel ×2. That can get a little bit intimidating. Do you think if Prismat wasn't to play any Gear Hate in his main deck, are you potentially siding any in or no?
It depends on the Gear Hate. I mean, we're playing Chaos Fury, the Gear Hate in those domains. I mean, there's Thermal Beam, which is a great card, but against 2 Frigid Jewels, I mean, you're losing runes on that, and your opponent will have already utilized it. You're also paying 5 energy, so that is more than your opponent has ever paid if you take out 2.
Yeah, good point.
And your Factory Recall as well. I don't even know how many other removals are there. I just know that Chaos decks tend to play other acceptable losses is also something that you could run. I don't know if we're doing that. But that is a card that I can see working in that matchup.
And here we are going through the sideboarding phase, I should say. So integral in a game of Riftbound, you know, it can make... It's almost like if you win game 1 with your sort of main deck, the strength that you have to sideboard for game 2 and 3, meaning that, you know, if I'm now going second, but I have my answers, can quite honestly really flip a matchup. So I think if you're Prismat now, you must be thinking, okay, I'm feeling quite good going into this now.
Yeah, going back to the side decking process of Gear Hate, even a card like Acceptable Losses would feel very much reactionary against a deck like Diana, just saying, okay, I'm a bit afraid of your trades with Frigid Jewel. And I don't think that is how the deck wants to necessarily play. I think you want to push your own agenda, and relying on your opponent to draw the Frigid Jewel and not discarding it with something like the Hui to get some extra runes up at the end of the turn does not feel like an Annie play. So I don't think we're going to see that necessarily.
I think you're right. I mean, looking at that game 1, Prismat really wasn't on the, oh no, I'm scared of those Frigid Jewels, right? It just said, here's my ×2 Nexus Hopeful, one of which holding 2 longswords, and, you know, the rest of my army, as it were, come charging at you, seemed to work rather well. But yeah, this Annie deck, whenever I see Prismat play, honestly, I'm just so impressed. It makes me really want to build this deck and try it out myself. I don't think I'm as clever as Prismat, though. So he may make it look easy, folks, but trust me, it's not. But yeah, I'm a big fan. 2 of my favorite domains as well.
Yeah, also, I still want to play Annie. Still looking for a 3rd Kaiser. But I haven't quite had the bravery yet to bring that to a tournament, just because I know it is a deck. It feels like it has low ceiling, or rather high ceiling, low floor.
Yes, I agree.
And you would have to play it to such precision. It's like one of those decks you can put 100 hours into, and then you're still not half as good as Prismat.
Which is what I think we saw in our graphic, where it said the overall Legend matchup with Anna was favored. Because I think, you know, as you say, super low floor. If things aren't going right with Annie, you're twiddling your thumbs, as it were. But when it is in the hands of a player like Prismat, it can be scary. But let's talk a little bit about Mercia then. You know, obviously game 1 didn't quite go her way. What do you think is going through her head right now?
I think Mercia needs to find some outs to units in base. Something like a Singularity that has risen in popularity in Diana side decks recently, just because it's so good in the mirror match takeout away. can also help here because Prismat has won this game by just saving units, has won this game by going with Apothecary and especially also something like a flash to preserve these units from combat. If you can stop him from going wide in the base, I think that's the way to do it. We're just starting with a Tide Turner, which is okay. That's every time I see a Tide Turner, I'm opening hand, I'm like, oh, well, at least I didn't whiff turn 1, right? You still have it, but you would have rather seen a Merchant or the Ravenbloom student.
This is something I want to draw attention to, as we are going to see the Nexus Hopeful come down with the stat deck and it back over to Merger. Merger has chosen the battlefield of that Targon's Peak, I should say. Now, that readies up 2 of your runes when you conquer at the end of your turn. Really going to have to try and keep Prisma off that, because that's going to really play into his into his battle plans as well, essentially letting you get up to 4 runes ready at the end of your turn. But here we are going to see the Nexus Hopeful charging into that Tide Turner after the Diana champion unit coming down for Merger. Let's see what she can do.
The Targon's Peak makes it so much easier to defend that battlefield. So it's like a snowball effect immediately when you have it. So you're starting your play with a 2-drop, you push into it, you get to develop your Diana, and then you still have 3 runes up for energy together with the Diana Legend ability. So therefore you can very well prevent your opponent from getting into this battlefield. However, Prismaticism had the golden start of Stack Deck plus Noxus Hopeful again, which is an incredible 2-drop with 4 might. So that is getting harder and harder. Another Stupefy is another card invested. I mean, it replaces itself, but still it costs you a little bit of energy.
So now we're looking at what? A 2-2 right after 2 Stupefy. Now we see that Prismat does have a longsword, so can use that to boost up the Noxus Hopeful. If he desires, of course. We do see Inferno as well. We see, is that 2 longsword actually?
I think that's a flash. And
yeah, flash and the Inferno, yeah.
So maybe he's thinking to just give up that Noxus Hopeful, say, okay, you've passed the priority. Oh no, the Stupefy still has not resolved. So that's also something you need to think about. But maybe you're saying, hey, I'm going to trade evenly here and develop a Kaiser or a Vexen base.
Sure, that resolves.
And that's exactly where it looks like it's happening. That is going to resolve. So we're currently at a... Yep, a 2-2, which is going to be the trade.
There's so many cards that could even punish him for the longsword play. If you're then encountering something like a Smokescreen or an Eclipse, no, actually just Smokescreen. Eclipse is not available anymore at that point. You're gonna have some problems. Develops the Vex even instead of the Kaiser, just perhaps to play around Moonfall a little here because of the deflectability.
Yeah, that Vex Apathetic. Our most played unit here at the Utrecht Regional Qualifier.
Activate.
We are going to see Diana come charging in. Can use your champion ability there, of course, to predict.
Conquer.
That's the legend ability as well.
Yep.
If you want to forge the future, you got to consult the past.
Wow.
I don't even know if that makes sense semantically.
Love that from you. That was Ravenbloom student coming down. That card can get out of hand. So can 2. Anything else?
That is a big investment after we have pushed our Diana into the Targon's Peak, but I think with 4 runes open, you kinda can afford that. Oh, plays a Traveling Merchant as well. Opens up 2 runes, so we might see Prismaticism here forcing a bigger trade this time around with a potential longsword if there is a rejection from Mercia. Being only at 2 runes also opens up hard bargain plays.
So we are going to see the showdown now then, Leo. Priority has been passed, currently at 4 versus 3. I'm sure Merger would love to keep her champion Diana around. Let's see if she has a response.
Oh, I can see. The Smokescreen.
Smokescreen coming down. That's a -4.
1 Mind Rune and 1 Chaos for the deflect. Pretty costly card. Basically the cost of a Rebuke almost. The question is, what does Prismatism do against that? I like the aggression in this play of Mercia.
I really do. You're 1 game back. You can't be letting Prismatism have his way. Looking at that hand, I only see a longsword as a response, or the flash it's looking like, right? Or the Inferno, I guess, as well. But you'd love to keep the Vex Apathetic up.
I think so. I think that... Oh, wait. Completely tapped out. Could be Inferno, longsword, plus flash.
Okay.
this one resolves. If you're going for... Oh yeah, of course, the Diana is only at 3 might, and we're trading versus the Vex. Still a conquer from Prismaticism.
And it looks like we are going to see Kaiser coming down there as well. That Fury staple. And we'll open up an additional 2 runes. From that Annie ability, of course, is over to Merja. Who has a whole treasure trove of units to play with here. Ravenbloom student ×2 and a traveling merchant. Let's see what she can do here. Only 1 game back here in our Swiss round 4 feature match.
I'm quite confused, actually, that the Inferna is still there, because Vex was at 0 might, no? And Diana was facing versus a Inferna that has 3 might, so... I guess you cannot overkill there. I think you have to assign 1 damage to the 0 might Vex to kill it, and then you can only assign 2 more.
Yeah.
Trigger?
Yep. So we are going to see Traveling Merchant going in.
Yep.
Draw 1, discard 1. There's that Frigid Jewel again. Frigid Jewel ×2.
Now the Thermo Beam doesn't sound as bad.
I told you, didn't I? That Thermo Beam would be quite... And we see a hidden card as well. Okay.
I think
this is getting interesting. This is getting interesting here, folks. Over to Prismaticism.
It looks like the defensive Wombo combo for Mercia with the Frigid Jewel and Consult the Pass, which will, in fact, on the opposing turn, trigger the Frigid Jewel for 4 might at this point. So that's kind of neat. Flashing the Kaiser and the Inferna back to base. Now, are you pushing both of these into the Traveling Merchant? Starts with just the Kaiser. Consult the Past as an output resolves, and then we're going to see some jewels that are very, very frigid.
Oh, wow. What a nice interaction. That is the hidden Consult the Past, giving you +4.
Longsword is going to match that, so we're both at 6, and we're trading. No, okay.
Longsword ×2. Here we go. So we're at 9-6, it's looking like.
Should be 8-6.
I say it should be 8, yeah. I just want to say it.
So the
1 card, right?
Yep.
I'm not the best at math, so these always take a little bit of time for me.
Neither am I, Leo. I can tell you that for free. But it looks like, that is going to go through there. Traveling Merchant sent to the trash. And then we get the draw 1 from the Zone Ruins as well. Zone Warrens, I should say.
Yes.
Gets rid of the Star-Crossed. Finds another card. First draw was from the Kaiser Conquer, actually.
Yep.
Stack deck looking at the top cards. Again, after this big investment of 2 longswords in 1 turn, we're going to possibly, unless we're dropping this Noxus Hopeful, which it kind of looks like.
I think you have to, as you say, you've used so many resources now just to be able to get a 4 might unit down seems quite nice to me.
Okay.
And at least you can ready up 2 of your runes as well. Strong turn there for Prismaticism. The battle of the board continues, is over to Merja.
Prismaticism might have gone up to 3 with this. Yeah. But now Merja is already having a big turn here. Double Ravenbloom student with double Frigid Jewel and a stacked deck is immediately going to pump 1 up to 7 if you want to push it with both of those jewels. So this 8 might Kaiser, which in a tempo-heavy game with only 2 2-drops on the board should be incredibly impactful, doesn't look like it's gonna necessarily cut it. There is ways to get these Ravenbloom students up to way more might.
Honestly, whenever I see these Ravenbloom students just go from like what they're 2 base up to like, as you say, 8, 10 and beyond, it's honestly terrifying. And it's not, as you say, with the Frigid Jewel, with all the cards you're playing, it's not actually that hard to do. Coming in with one of the most premier 2-drops in our game right now. It's terrifying, Leo, honestly.
Yeah. I love this matchup because it feels some kind of fundamental.
Yes. We are going to see coming down there now as well. It's going to use Stupefy. That's going to be some more ammunition there for the Ravenbloom students, of course. And you get to draw 1 as well.
Draw.
Now we get the Frigid Jewel triggers.
That's ridiculous, Leo.
Especially with the Stupefy, that is a clean trade if there is no interaction in hand. And sometimes you need to play to your outs. If there's only one card in hand of Prismaticism, yes, there are 2 rounds open. That doesn't mean that there is an interaction. Gets an incredibly favored trade here to go up more points. Also taking over that Targon's Peak.
This right here is a massive turn there for Merja, clearing away that Kai'Sa with a double longsword, conquering both battlefields and starting to get ahead here, which is what you need to do in a game 2.
And we haven't used the Zon Warrens yet. We're, of course, still going to just do that in this turn, of course. Finds a new card. Interestingly enough, keeps Hard Bargain in hand, which is a card on low card amount of your opponent with very many runes. It's really hard to utilize. Now, of course, we're using a Rootfall that is just immediately going to basically kill the Noxus Hopeful there in base. Of course, it has moved to the Zorn's Warrens and then has been killed in combat, but that is not too important right now. I just love the flash, though. Having the flash here is going to make Prismaticism's life really hard. Also, all of those longswords that want to be equipped at some point, I can't see the Hard Bargain clutching things out in the end.
Only 2 cards in the hand, just the Kai'Sa and the Hard Bargain. Not really. I mean, Kai'Sa's obviously very strong right now. You can try and develop your double longsword Kai'Sa or just a longsword Kai'Sa, but it's going to have to be Kai'Sa against the world, it feels like here. We are going to see the showdown now into the Raven Bloom student. There's the flash, as you said, going to preserve. Oh, there's the Hard Bargain coming in, though.
That is absolutely huge. Kai'Sa conquering over that Ravenbloom student, getting the first draw, getting another point, and then Inferno is going to have a nice time equaling that. The biggest question you have to ask yourself now as Prismaticism is, do you want to invest the longsword before in case there is something like a Stupefy, because 1 rune is still up. Equips the longsword, hits for 5, that's a huge Inferno. And then is going to trigger that Zorn's Warrens. Responding to that with the Inferno, playing it to the battlefield so you don't have to discard, and you can draw for free. Now Targon's Peak and any trigger, 4 runes up. Prismaticism out of nowhere is absolutely back in this game.
This game has been a battle of back and forth. Merja clearing both battlefields last turn, and Prismaticism said, hold up, wait a minute, let me challenge you back there as well. Over to Merja now, does have the Hui in hand. I think if Merge is going to be able to close this game out, currently it is tied. We'll need to start getting that weight and moving around the board.
It's very good from Mercer that Prismaticism is only at 5 points. Can afford to let him double hold there.
Yep.
There was an argument to be made to push the Fizz into the Inferno battlefield, that there isn't going to be an easy hold there. But decides to keep that unit around for a potential double conquer in the next turn. I think that is one of those play to your win condition moments. And Prismaticism is asking, hey,
3 in hand?
You at 5?
Yeah.
Yes?
You're just making sure, yeah.
Okay, then perhaps we are going to see a full-on retreat to threaten game next turn, although 7 is always very tempting to try and hold.
So the Legend unit could be being debated. Moving back to base. No, we're not. It's teasing me. Teasing us, I should say. It's not just me, viewers, as well. Come on.
Messing around with all of us. The signature Prismaticism move.
Head in the hands. Here we go. Okay, so we are going to retreat back to base. Are we going to see the Annie coming down? It looks like. Looks like we are. Going to let you return the spell. Target was the star-crossed.
Who needs Fizz if you have any, am I right? Because then you don't even ever have to recycle the card. Drops another Traveling Merchant for a potential power push next turn. Can find more cards. Has the Star-Crossed available to him because of any the Darkchild.
All right, so here we go. Prismaticism is, you know, threatening game next turn. It is on to Merge now to try and stop him from doing that. Currently has 4 runes open as Bismack. Going to start us off there with a showdown into the battlefield there. Draw 1 because of Huawei. Oh, does get a ride the wind, Leo. That right there's a bit naughty.
Considers to drop the Vex. I think at that point, trying to find more defensive cards by discarding something like the Hard Bargain could be a very viable option. I think
these decisions that can make or break games, quite honestly. It really can. It looks like Hard Bargain has been discarded, gets to draw another one.
Oh, and that Moonfall
That
might be
Moonfall.
absolutely huge. So this could be pushed into Zone Warrens. So you're going up to 6. And then you have how many runes? 8, I think. Yeah, we're going to dig for another card then. With the Zone's Warrens goes up to 7. Equals the score. Mercia also very, very close to winning this game. Something like a Vex Apathetic would hit really hard, would deny so many top decks.
Oh, it looks like the Vex is getting discarded though, Leo.
I can see that as well, because you want to find more spells. You want to have more flexibility.
Yeah.
Or keep in mind that there was a Star-Crossed, and we have another Vex anyways.
Oh, we have a second. Okay, Vex Apathetic slowing down Prismat. No fancy shenanigans next turn. Moving units into the active. They will get stunned. Not into active, into the battlefield. They will be stunned and not unable to move.
On Mercer's side, I'm a little bit worried about the amount of might that is already on the side of Prismaticism.
Yeah.
There is a Inferno with a longsword. That is 5 offensive might, 6 from the Kaiser, 3 from the Annie, 2 from the Traveling Merchant, and another 3 from Inferno. I'm sure you calculated all of this. Give me the total.
I was just thinking he's going to charge them all in there, really, aren't you? Yes. But yeah, you're right. It's a lot being developed.
Math is for defenders.
What's that?
Math is for defenders.
Yeah. But I have to say, Mer's done a fantastic job here of, you know, making life as hard as you can for Prismat.
Very curious to see. 5 runes open for Mercia, which means that you can only Moonfall plus Ride the Wind, not all of those together with a Stupefy. And the Stupefy can be crucial. If you Ride the Wind over the way, draw a card, and then discard the Stupefy, you will get to draw another card, trigger the Frigid Jewel. So what I imagine Prismaticism needs to hold the Star-Crossed for is the Hui as a response to a Ride the Wind scenario. Does he see that?
That Star-Crossed pickup from Yanni will be huge. Both our players really debating on what to do here. Make or break decisions.
God, this game is so much fun.
It really, really is. It's so much more fun when I just have to talk about it and not make these decisions myself. I can tell you that for free. Remember, this Merger needs to win this game to try and advance to that 4-0 record. Prismat currently 1 game up.
Okay.
Result of
yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, we have the Targon's Peak. That was just the end step, so we have a lot more possibilities.
Okay. Here we go, Leo. 1 point to take for Prismat. We'll have to conquer both battlefields, of course. Has a ton of might on his board. Has the Star-Crossed available. Does have the Grim Apostrophe as well for what it's worth. But remember, there is the Vex Apathetic down for Merja as well. Keep an eye on that one. But for now, power play, Prismat, what can you do?
Perhaps a good way to approach this would be to try and force a trade with the Vex.
Send Kaisa here.
Okay, we're not going to do that. First thing that is going to happen is the Stupefy onto that Kaiser to level this up. But I could imagine, yeah, Prismaticism passes immediately.
Do we in a recycle?
Oh, that is a Moonfall. That is dangerous territory. Moonfall trying to push in.
What's the text on Moonfall?
Inferno with the longsword.
So it resolves even if they no longer have a unit there?
Oh.
I hope so. That's the plan.
Prismaticism.
Just getting some clarification on exactly how this Moonfall will resolve.
I think that's, I mean, everyone here knows that he has the Star-Crossed in hand from any returned in the previous turn. So I understand the question to the judge. Marsha also saying, I hope this still resolves even if the unit is no longer there. And I really understand why, because if you bounce that Hui and you still push the Inferno, then that is so much might that you are relieved of, right? The longsword is stuck under this Inferno. It is stuck under that
It'll
Kaiser.
resolve no matter what. If the unit is no longer there. Or does it need to be a battlefield where they have units in order to resolve?
Valid question.
Oh, very valid. I'm there waiting to hear the answer myself, if I'm being honest. I need to know the answer myself. But as you say, you don't...
This Inferno?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you really don't want to have to, as you say, waste that might from the Inferno plus longsword combination, especially while it will have the assault trigger as well. And these are the decisions, these are the players, you know, that separate the good from the great players and the great players from the world-class players.
Still currently maybe waiting for a judge ruling. Oh no, I think we're just starting to resolve Starcrossed.
I think we're getting back in the mix.
Is it even worth it? No. So this will be 3 and 3.
I think just no matter what happens, Starcrossing the Hui is going to solve a lot of problems, because then Mercia is not really likely to trigger that Frigid Jewel.
Yeah, it can resolve.
Okay. Okay.
So, oh, these dice are weird. Okay.
Moonfall does resolve.
-2.
Kaiser is now
at 6 against your 5.
3.
And I'll pass.
And Inferna also still is making this quite awkward, because she is also attached with a longsword, so overpowering that Hui. And that would have to be followed up with a Ride the Wind. No, I don't really see a way in which you can come out of this here. No, but Mercia reaches over saying, I can't get out of this one. The Moonfall really didn't put up enough.
Yeah, the Ride the Wind. I was.
Might.
Yeah,
It put the might down.
Yeah.
But not enough. It was still 6-5. Hui couldn't get out of this.
Wow. And Prismat getting a quick game 2 win there. We're advancing in this round 4 match. Going 2-0. Going to that perfect 4-0 record.
As it was to be expected by one of the best players in the world. There's so many Riftbounders that claim that he is the best of the best, in fact the best player in the world, and he has shown that once again. A long thought out decision in this scenario about the resolution of the Moonfall, saying, hey, do I even want that? Do I want to go for some Starcross shenanigans? Then in fact saying, hey, just gonna get the Conqueror this way. And then if I get the Conqueror, I can use the Starcross on something on the other battlefield. I can take out the Vex, and then we're cooking.
Yeah. And that's what we think, as we see the sort of replay, every turn was so meticulous. You know, the Noxus hopeful coming in there, again with the clean. That was a big turn there for him to sort of win this game 1. Emergence has said that was enough. Now we saw the, the Frigid Jewels come up quite a lot in game 1 and 2, but, Prismaticism just saying, okay, I can just dance around them, don't worry about it. This was a back and forth game though. Merger put up a valiant effort, I think it's safe to say. Really made life hard and made Prismat think, as you say, with that signature head in the hands, I should say. But again, just been able to weather the storm, reloading those runes thanks to Annie's ability, and was just able to eventually clutch this game out.
Agreed. I think you are really putting up a good fight if you get Prismatism to put his head in his hand. I think that's the sign of a really good game of Riftbound, that he is sitting there and he really has to think the turn through. But in the end, just the developing of units in the base versus these Vex-heavy decks, like Diana as well with combos, it really helped. And also, it did help him quite a bit that the Hui was drawn this late in the game. Like a Hui that is developed early and cannot really be stopped. It is tough to handle also for an any deck.
Yeah, when that wave just starts moving around, you know, going from base to battlefield to base to battlefield, stacking that might and drawing you a ton of cards at the same time can go out of hand. Again, if it does turn up late though, and your opponent just has a lot of units in base and says, you can dance your way around it, it's fine. When it sticks to the backbone, it's my turn. I'm charging in my Noxus Hopeful with my double sword, and we're going to have a valiant effort.
Yep. And someone who charged in some Noxus Hopefuls in those games. Game 1, Game 2, stack deck into Noxus Hopeful. Fantastic performance by Prismaticism. Let's hear it from the man himself. Over to Barrett and Prismat.
Thanks so much, y'all, on that wonderful cast. And of course, I have the privilege to be joined here with the Prismaticism Regional Qualifier Champion. Of course, the Annie Man himself. You're officially halfway through with the day. You're 4-0. I feel like I have talked with you a billion times. So I got to ask you, across the day as a whole, matchup-wise, how are you feeling? Because I feel like if I ask you about Diana specifically, how many times have you actually practiced against Diana?
That's pretty much all of my practice, honestly. But yeah, other matchups, I played against an Azir, and I played against an Aurelia. And both of those went pretty well overall. I think there were games where it was pretty close. My opponent probably did make some mistakes, which let me back in the game. But I capitalized on those and then got the wins.
Love it. I mean, like I said, halfway through the day, you know, I feel like a lot of your tougher opponents are, of course, you know, once the bracket gets a little more closer into each other, all the undefeateds. There are still some heavy hitters in this room. You said Azir. We know that Pedro, or, you know, Squirtle is still roaming around, you know, another regional qualifier champion. There's still plenty of you in the room. But I have to then ask a follow-up question. That was a great performance. I think your match, the adaptations and the long swords, like extra of them now in the deck, I think is a really strong choice. And you really showed it off even in that game where we were kind of talking about how, you know, we thought it was going to be a detriment of spending that power so early. But the fact now that your units are so much larger now to combat against these other decks, do you think that's maybe a shift even for like the Master Yis that are going to be mainly in this room?
Yeah, it makes a big difference in a lot of matchups. Like in the end game situations, I get to 6 points, my opponent's defending, I get to cascade the weapon. It's a ton of value. It helps me protect my battlefields against Rengar. I don't need to flash out. I can just fight him with the longsword. It was just a card that I should have noticed or realized sooner. I was happy every time I drew it. Who cares about the runes? Like, my units are too big. And even in that second game, I was thinking, oh, I'm really far behind on cards. This is not looking great. But I have these longswords in play. They're actually extra cards in play that are a lot of value.
It's not one card. It is as many uses you get to attach and equip it, of course. So my last question, as before we hand you back to the rest of your day, is I got to ask, have you done any push-ups today?
Not yet. I did one, like, quick arm wrestle. I lost yesterday. And then, well, I knew I would lose. I went against Grappler. That guy's massive, but it woke me up, so.
Good. Well, again, fantastic. Always great chatting with you and getting a little bit more into the hair behind the brain, or the brain behind the hair, I should say. But thank you so much, Prismaticism. Good luck with the rest half of your day, and I hope to see you in day 2, but we'll send it back.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Barrett. Yeah, we had a lot of hair in that winner's interview, actually, there. Barrett has luscious locks himself, and we love hearing from Prisma, right? As you do say, a lot.
A bit jealous about those from time?
Yeah, I haven't quite got the locks myself, but I do get this close-up shot. Thank you, production. Yeah, not quite as luscious as Barrett and Prismat there, so it doesn't look. I don't look as majestic when I have my head in my hands and I'm thinking hard like that. But as you say, it's really great to hear from Prismat. In many people's opinions, the world's, well, the best Riftbound player here, so it's great to hear from him.
But we, of course, have another feature match that we can bring to you every time the first feature match is over rather quickly. We have a backup match, and this time around, we're in the League of Rogue again, because this, if I am not mistaken, should be a Victor versus Kha'Zix match, Game 3.
Okay, now this is an interesting one. You know, two decks that, you know, not surprised to see, but, you know, not at the tippy top of the metagame. It's safe to say, you know, that Victor being able to, quite honestly, make a cornucopia of tokens, whether it's recruits or the birds as well from the Karen Dredger there. So this is going to be really fun as well. It has a lot of good, interesting things with, you know, Hidden Blade, Colder Week, Thousand-Eyed Watcher, Singularity, Wages of Pain, Bellows Breath combination. Honestly, can get out of hand rather quick.
There is one card that you didn't mention that, for me, tipped the
what's that?
back into the next level. That is the Safety Inspector.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you're so right, actually.
5 energy, 1 power, has the Cull the Weak effect unless you can spend 3 XP, which is never going to be the case in that deck, unless your opponent gives you XP for free. I don't know if that somehow works. However, this card cannot be defied.
Yep.
Therefore, this is a blowout versus decks like Irelia, like cards like Ruin Runner, decks that sit on it for too long. You can just Safety Inspector, get rid of the camel, and then you win the game.
Yeah, quite honestly, that card is terrifying. But speaking of terrifying cards, that legend of that Karsic, worth noting that Karsic champion has been seeing a massive uptick in play recently, and here we get to use it for our fullest effect. And again, this is a very tricky deck as well. I'm looking at Rengar, I'm looking at Irresistible Fairfolk, I'm looking at Starcrossed, Vexed, Lucian, Akshan, and of course, everybody's favorite, Punch First in those showdowns.
I am the biggest Lucian Merciless fan. I like the alt art a little bit more, the High Noon Lucian. That is an absolutely gorgeous card. But the ability of this card to just score a point and then immediately dip out again to open up that battlefield is just unmatched. And I'm kind of sad that we don't get to see way more of this card in Unleashed. But I think the best deck that utilizes the body domain is Master Yi. And in Master Yi, you don't necessarily want to leave your battlefield open, right? You want to come through the stats that you're getting passively from your legend. But I like it that it is used in Kha'Zix because Lucian can do so much. You can dip into battlefields, then you can go into another battlefield with another unit. There you use the Kha'Zix, you push both back, and every single turn you pick apart more units from your opponent until they can't match scores with you anymore.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a really fun matchup as we do get into our game 3. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the Lucian and the Kha'Zix just dancing around the battlefield? Or will Victor's recruit army be enough to weather the storm and inspect the safety and make life as hard as we can for Ace? We are in our mulligan phase here, of course.
He kept the Lucian. My guy.
He would keep an eye on the Lucian there, Leo. He loves a bit of Lucian. Okay, it looks like we are going to kick us off there. I think that is Arena's greatest. It's looking like immediately getting on the board. We're not missing that one. I can't quite make out of a battlefield, Leo. What is that one?
That is the Forbidding Waste. If you hold there alone, or if you're defending there alone, you're getting -2.
I will begin the game.
I see, and that's going to work really well with that champion unit, Karsic, where if it attacks or defends an enemy unit as alone, you get a +2 as well.
Channel 3. Draw 1.
And we are starting on the side of Kha'Zix, not immediately using the legend ability to buff our unit.
So there we go. Victor's going to get that recruit in play.
Pass.
And then
some people might have already seen this play lane.
I can't quite make out what that one is.
That is the Honest Broker.
Honest Broker, I should say. I apologize. Now is back over to Ace. Oh, we're going to see a Sabotage. Interesting.
That's very, very early, but I suppose versus Victor, that's actually not that bad. Wait, that is horrendous.
That's a no-hitter.
That is wild versus the deck.
No Sabotage being done there. But we do get hand knowledge.
Yeah. See, safety, but trading hand knowledge for not only one energy, but also for a power is rough.
Yep.
See, another upside of the Safety Inspector. Can't get sabotaged. That's just how easy it goes. It's just still sitting there. So all of a sudden, Victor has the board presence because of that extra token. The 2-drop plus a token on turn 2 is strong, but we have the Lucian as an answer.
Chinese Lucian.
Lucian just going into the Forbidden Waste and then dipping out of it is really, really strong. I really like how the deck plays. But at which point are we going to see a buff on the Diplomat?
Awaken?
Never.
Not yet, so we are going to get back over to our Reku now.
Draw 1.
Our Victor player. Let's see, was that Singularity off the top? It was.
Yeah. That is a huge card versus Kha'Zix, especially when their rune economy is already in shambles. Because if you go for a turn 2 Sabotage that derams you early, you have to capitalize on it. That is not a card that you can just throw around willy-nilly. It is, if you play this card, first of all, you want to do this at a point where your opponent has a lot of cards, or where you go for important pushes for the game plan. If you just start developing and you Sabotage, you know what's coming in the future turns. You cannot play around everything because they're going to, before you go into deep combats, they're going to draw 3 more cards.
Thinking, who do I sacrifice?
And then you're also going to be in a massive rune deficit. Look at this.
Sometimes in war there are sacrifices.
Exhaust 5 runes this turn.
Go to 2. Conquer to 2 points.
We are going to see a push there from the Traveling Merchant. We are going to see the Legend ability. You'd love to fire that Singularity now, but currently we haven't got enough runes for that. But you're right, keep an eye on that singularity. There's no, what's the word, restriction on what it can target. Deal 6 to 2 of your opponent's units. That is wild. Here comes the Caravan Dredger.
Love that card.
It's a very good card. It's like a baby. Oh, what's it called? The Met guy. What's he called again?
It's great.
Yes, like a baby one of them, letting you get some bird token when the Carry-On Dredger.
I don't understand how that works, lore-wise, that you get a bird out of this.
I think isn't he like a bird keeper? It looks like in the artwork. It looks like he's a little bit of a bird keeper, perhaps.
That would make a lot of sense.
Let us know using the hashtag RQUtrecht if you think that is the case. But it is over to Ace now, starting off with a stacked deck.
Yellow will get counted.
So even, I mean, stack deck is always a good card to plan your future turns. However, you are giving up quite a bit of tempo if you start your 4-rune turn with this. Look at this. There is a Rengar Trophy Hunter in hand that cannot be played this turn anymore.
Because of that sabotage.
The double Fey Folk plus Fizz combination, not something you necessarily want to see, especially
Take this one.
because if you don't want the card at that moment, but maybe at a later moment, you are recycling 2 of those Fey Folks. So you're basically almost never going to see them at all. Oh, we're going to... Iriku, nice play, picks up his cards, checks if he wants to respond with something like a Stupefier or Bellows Breath, because one card was not known for Ace, was a Singularity. I'm sure that Iriku knew that he couldn't do anything, but he's bluffing a response.
Then I would like to move out.
And there you go, there's your Lucian going in and out of the battlefield, as it were. Traveling Merchant also gonna conquer
And then I
Ace.
Damation Diplomat.
Damation Diplomat, I apologize.
Push him out.
You're good.
And there's the Legend activation. I'm gonna move it back. Love that play there.
And for 4.
We still got our runes to play with. What are we seeing here?
Are we developing our mutating horror? Yep, that one goes to base, and that one might feel the punishment. If you are at 7 runes and your opponent has spent all of those runes to develop units in base.
Could this be the Singularity turn? Oh, we got Cold a Week as well?
Oh, I think that could be way worse than a Singularity turn. It could be a Singularity plus Recruit token turn.
I think so. That big, bad, scary Singularity doing 6 to 2 of your opponent's units. We are going to see Carol and Dredger charging in. We are going to see the Recruit charging in. Is this going to be Singularity? I would love to see that right now. 1. Yeah. Oh, no, it's the Recruit. Oh,
it's fine.
He's teasing us. He's teasing us.
So that's 6.
Here we go.
That's 3.
That's 3 more. There it is.
Oh, and he's got the gold token as well from the Honest Broker, so that is not even super costly. Takes out the Kha'Zix Mutating Horror. That wasn't even played to a battlefield.
Wow.
Takes out the Lucian for flexibility. And he's still up in runes.
Wow, Leo, quite honestly, could that be the game-defying turn right there? That was so much value. 2 points plus an essential board wipe, as it were. Just the Diplomat against Ireku and the world.
Unless you cheated. All good. I would never imply that.
It's so bad.
That would be funny, yeah. That would be funny.
At least Ace is in good spirits as he stares down this horrifying board state.
Yeah,
I think Diplomat will trade with the Dredger. Yep. Gonna leave a bird token behind, and then Irina's Greatest could be a possible Rengar target. However, we know what's in hand. Ace knows what's in hand. That has such easy counterplay. Will you even go for the Rengar here, or will you give away a whole point? Because if you throw in the Rengar into the Arena's Greatest, because of the Forbidden Waste, Diplomat will just be traded away for a Recruit or a Bird token, and then the Safety Inspector just trades off the Rengar for free by tributing a token. So,
yeah, and you know the Safety Inspector's in hand from that sabotage all the way ago, right? So
some plays will get punished at some point, but it's even harder to make them when you know they're going to get hard punished. But sometimes, especially when you have hand knowledge, you know there's no really good plays.
Yes, I'm 1 XP through the combat win.
It's a tough situation for Ace, aren't you? Really on the back foot here. Still has all the runes open for this turn, though, so far.
What else does he have in hand? Does he have perhaps a Lucian? That would be a card that could help. But anything he develops can be just immediately taken out by just removing one of those tokens. That is... I find it very wild how we're constantly switching up the runes we want to exhaust. I find that very cool. Nice hand movements with the cards.
Just debating. God, really making a tough decision here. So that's going to be just the... Oh, 3? 3 in the recycle, it's looking like.
Are we developing another Lucian? Or are we playing the Fizz that we have perhaps picked up from the stack deck earlier next to the double irresistible Feyfolk?
But Fizz only finds a stat deck, I believe, at this time, right? Which
Or another Sabotage.
Or another Sabotage. Yes, that is true. I mean, that would be really risky, though.
None of this seems particularly great.
No, I think you're right. It's not like those Fizz are picking up any game, swinging cards, as it were. We are really thinking about this, though, aren't we? I mean, this is tough when you're on the back foot in a game 3. Yeah. Every decision really does matter, folks. Especially when you're on stream stage, lights, cameras pointing at you. It's very different than playing at your local, I can tell you that for free. But we are going to see 3 energy cycle. And it is going to be the Fizz to the battlefield.
And I will attempt to cast Sabotage for one.
It is going to be a Sabotage. Okay.
That is actually going to hit.
Yes, the Calder-Weak. I have to target the Calder-Weak.
Just Calder-Weak is the only target there.
I Safety and Calder-Weak. So I hit the Calder-Weak, of course. At
bottom 2.
Bottom, then exactly. So now I have to spend this experience to buff this one.
Yes.
There's the buff, finally. I've been waiting for this.
You've been waiting for that buff. You've talked about that.
And you have your Vi.
And I just love being able to hear the players talk out these impactful turns. Ace knows on the back foot, but he knows he needs to really sequence this stuff right, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Now the question is, yes, you have 2 units in the Forbidding Waste, so there is no might deficit from that battlefield. However, you also want to develop something, is you don't want to give recruit tokens too many holes.
No, exactly. You don't really want to be letting them...
I will play Irresistible Feyfolk and I just pass.
Oh, Feyfolk and
Feyfolk is interesting.
The thing is, you also know that there is a Vi Peacekeeper, right, on the side of Ireko. So that's just pushing one of the tokens in there and then throwing the Vi Peacekeeper in. Then you're going to have 6/6 might, and you can take both units out if you want.
Hold on a second. We have the Imperial Decree combination. Is that the math fixer right now? When a unit takes damage this turn, kill it. It's essentially Elder Dragon, so you could charge in, well, both your tokens into the Fizz and the Imperial.
You had 4 points, yes.
I don't
4, you had 5.
think you really need to. Oh, we're going to play the Xin Zhao first. Yes. Then we can still hit him with the 5 energy cost cards. Why? Imperial Decree. Oh, Safety Inspector. Everything. That is very well on curve from Xin Zhao, just at the right time.
Yeah, he has hit everything, it feels like, at the right times. Has a lot to play with here. What's this? 2 recruits and the bird token yet to move.
I have never seen a Victor player this far ahead in runes in my entire life.
No.
Oh, Xin Zhao charges in first, head first. Not even trying to. Maybe we're going to see a Vi Peacekeeper soon.
Which one you kill?
Just to keep both of those units. I would love that play,
Yes,
just to
I have
be
combat
sure.
win. I kill you.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to conclude. Fizz going to be hitting the trash.
But now you can trade with a token because of the waste.
Yes, you can, because of the waste move, reducing the might by 2.
Yes, I do
So
not.
the recruit can just charge in, as you say. Open battlefields.
Oh, here?
Yes, Conquer to
Goes up to 6. Well, the question is, do you... I think you just develop the Inspector, no?
A1?
At this point. Or you make another token. Could also consider Victor Leader.
4.
Yep, goes wide in base. I love that.
Yeah.
Not caring about the Irresistible Feyfolk. What's it gonna pull in anyways?
I mean, we do know that Ace does have a Rengar in hand, so could get sneaky with that. But I like this play for my record there. Just going wide, build up the might, and say, next turn, I'm going to snatch this game 3 away from you. What can you do to stop it, Ace?
Versus Rengar, that could have been a really, really cool line by developing the Safety Inspector, taking away 1 unit from the battlefield and not allowing your opponent to play something into battlefields, and then rather having him to react with the Rengar, so that whenever you push a token into one of these empty battlefields at 6 points, and they use a Rengar, you can Imperial Decree and then conquer with 2 others. So that would have been a cool way, perhaps. I don't know if it would have fully worked out with the amount of tokens that you have, because you would have had 2 less.
Because you are right. That would have been absolutely amazing, though, the Imperial Decree onto a Rengar. But Ace, you can tell, is really having to think this out now.
Honestly, I think this line is way safer.
For sure. Oh, 100%. 100%. That is why Areku is currently, you know, at this 3-0 record. He knows his way around this Victor deck. Here we go. What has Ace got?
Doable.
Oh, we're going to buff the
Here we
irresistible
go.
Folk. Strong start.
I will move here. I take a recruit. That's
2v1.
I get.
So that's
I
an
have a
easy
combat.
trade.
I conquer to 5.
Gets the XP back.
Yes.
Everyone knows Kha'Zix is way better in the early game.
Yeah, the longer the game goes on, the more the Kha'Zix deck's grasp on the game definitely lowers. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
With all those runes open, I think it's safe to say Areku can fear there must be a Rengar knocking about. We all know that against body players, with that many runes open, get ready for that Rengar ambush. Can Areku clear off the fair folk?
And now that is still an incredible Imperial Decree turn or Vi Peacekeeper if you want. Also, Ace is only at 5 points, so that is very, very chill.
Yeah.
Or he can go for a push with the Vi Peacekeeper, which is very, very low risk. And even if there is plus the Rengar another 1 energy card in hand that puts the Rengar in unconquerable range for Vi Peacekeeper plus a token, you just recall all of your units, and then you try again next turn when your opponent is at 7.
So many options. Just
No, it's the most important turn.
So right.
It's fine. We will finish the game even if we go into time, so it's okay.
Both players realizing, hey, the game is so close to the end, even if we're going to timeout.
The game will conclude no matter what, yeah. But I think, yeah, you say, Areku, so many options. You have the Vi, Imperial Decree, Safety Inspector, all of which are valid at this moment in time right now.
Sometimes it's easier if you only have 1 push.
Yeah, exactly. I agree, yeah.
You don't have to care that much about which line is the most perfect one, because most of them, honestly, at this position, if that's only a Rengar, will get you there.
Yeah, that is true. But we don't blame our players for really thinking out each and every decision. Looks like Imperial Decree is being eyed up here. I love this card.
Play the Decree.
Here we go.
Pushing in 1 token, trading with the Faithfolk, pushing in another token, expecting the Rengar, trading with it, and then going with Victor leader for game. Might be the plan, but there might be a response from Ace.
And the safety Vi and Xin. Xin is gone. How much? 2 more?
3 cards.
That Imperial
Vi and
Decree
I don't know. Okay.
means when a unit takes damage this turn, it will be killed.
I have to.
We see a response.
Oh,
was that the hard bargain? Wow.
F4.
Wait a second. Wait a second. If the last card in hand that we don't know, I mean, it doesn't have to be a last card. If there is a Rebuke in hand, I don't think this is over. But of course, Imperial Decree has 1 lose condition, and that is getting counterspelled.
Yeah. So that hard bargain, Areku decided not to pay the extra, so that Imperial Decree will fail.
Yeah, make a guy.
We are going to get another recruit coming down. And that has really changed the tempo of this turn. Another 2 being eyed up here.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, he's passing. Areku is playing it safe. I like the sound of that.
Don't mind
Ace,
it.
with an incredible repeated hard bargain, saves himself another turn, holds up to 5 to 6.
I hold to
Can
6.
in the next turn maybe conquer in the waste. I'm not even too sure about that. Because how are you getting there? You can't Rengar Trophy Hunter in there because no unit is being played there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind that for my Areku being. Okay, I was going to make my push. You made it a bit harder. Let's take our time. I've still got the point lead. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. And the pressure, make no mistake about it, even after that great hard bargain, is still on Ace here to respond, you know.
Yeah. It still looks incredibly difficult for him. Yes. Oh, that hand motion looks like a pass. It is a pass.
It was a pass. Okay, well, okay, over to Areku now.
Channel 2.
On 7 points. We'll need to take both of these if he wants to win exactly this turn.
That's a card.
What was the card? I didn't see it.
That was Hidden Blade, and that is an incredible card in a situation like this where your opponent tries to grab the last straw to sit on one unit and hope that it's enough, but then you can take it away. Give them 2 draws. Who cares about that anyways? Gets a conquer point. A conquer draw.
Yep.
Not a conquer point, because we are already...
You can't win off a conquer. You got to conquer both battlefields. But with Hidden Blade currently in hand, that could be, you know, not a ridiculously hard thing to pull off here. 3 recruits.
Wow, Iriku is considering...
Oh, there's the safety inspector.
If it resolves.
Does that just not
this resolves.
forcibly remove the Faith Poke? Any charge in theory? Rengar could come out, of course.
Okay, which one?
Takes out the token, yeah, but now he's only left at 3 runes. He has the Hidden Blade if a Rengar comes down into that battlefield.
True.
But maybe there could be another counter. If there's another hard bargain in hand, he's gonna...
Okay, so we're trying our luck here, Leo. Oh, there we go. So this has to be the Rengar response, right? We've seen this in hand already.
To play Rengar.
There's the Rengar.
Now, more runes will have to be expended for the Hidden Blade. Take out that Rengar Trophy Hunter. What could be...
Sick. That's enough.
Could still draw 2 off. Withdrawing 2 off the Hidden Blade might keep Ace in the game.
He keeps repeating, that's enough, that's enough.
Unfortunate draw, really. Yeah, you have it. You have it. GG.
And there we are going to see Victor taking our round 4 feature match B. Our winner will be Ireku.
I reckon he played that pretty well, huh? That was a really, really strong performance there with the Hidden Blade in the end. I would have loved to see, you know, my prediction there was the Vi Peacekeeper. I would have loved to see a Vice Peacekeeper play as well there, but he just played it so calmly, had this big hard bargain where some players would have been like, oh my goodness, no, did I play into that? No, he just kept calm and said, okay, you know what? You will hang on this round. I will not overcommit. I will not try to forcefully win this turn. I will just push more units into base, carry on Dredger, another recruit token, push my other recruit token back to base, and next turn we will try to push again. Won the game of that. Really love that for him. Well played.
Yeah, fantastic play. You know, as you did say, was going to start pushing with that Imperial Decree. As soon as that got countered, our players might start panicking and be like, whoa, let's see if we can reduce this board state. He said, okay, you're well done. You've had your counter. Congratulations. I'm going to take a turn off. You've had your fun now. Next turn, that'll be my turn. And he walks away with that game 3 victory, advancing to that 4-0 record.
Also, shoutouts to Ace for really nice sportsmanship. Very, very, very polite communication of the players. They're always in good spirits, saying, yep, that's good. That's enough. You got this. And no matter what happens, we're going to play this game out. Really love that. They seem to have an incredible time, just like we have right here at the RQ in Utrecht. We are having an incredible time here watching those games together with y'all. And in Germany, we say giving our Senf dazu. So we're giving our mustard to the situation. I realize now that this translates horribly into English.
I was waiting for you to translate that and you say mustard. That wasn't quite what I was expecting to hear. But yeah, we're having a great time here at our Utrecht Regional Qualifier. Let us know your thoughts and what you want to see and what your highlights have been using our hashtag RQUtrecht. But I think we are getting ready for an interview now, I believe. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Thanks so much for that excellent cast here with our second feature match for round 4 with Ireku taking it down with that Victor legend all the way from Origins. And I've got to ask you, we've learned that Victor is actually like the 6th most represented legend in the room, and you're doing really well with it, improving maybe why. Why is the deck good right now? What has changed?
I think it went from like B tier to A tier because of Sprout Fountain. That card is insane. It gives for 2 runes 6 might, accelerated. And of course, I think Arena's greatest is like a automatic win for you, for Victor, because that goes so fast. You can play 2 units on a second turn, and I think nobody can do that well, except maybe Rengar.
No, that makes a lot of sense, because I feel like in my brain, when I think about how Victor was being played in the early days, it wasn't necessarily as aggressive as it is now. And these Arena Greenness being added in for the battlefields, the Sprite Fountain makes an excellent decision on having that accelerated unit to get onto these battlefields. And you played that match so well against another deck that I didn't necessarily think was going to be doing so well, but this Kha'Zix, and there's quite a few of them out in the field. Is there something that you're looking to avoid in the matchups for Victor? I hear that, you know, I play Azir, and I think I have a pretty good matchup into that deck, and there's quite a few good players out there. So are you trying to dodge a lot of these sort of calm decks?
I would love to dodge the Azir, but all the sideboard is made for Azir, so I think I'm prepared for him also. I would love to play a good Azir, actually, because it's a fun experience. Even if I lose, I just want the experience.
But you're not losing yet. You're 4-0, halfway through the day now. Only a couple more rounds to go, and you can lock in a day 2. And I hear this is only your second regional qualifier now, so you're really starting to make a name for yourself. How does it feel that you're this close to moving into day 2?
It actually feels so good, because in my first regionals in Lille, I didn't do so well. But I didn't get discouraged. I brought Victor again. I actually thought about bringing LeBlanc. Same colors, but other champion unit. But still, I thought, no, like, maybe not LeBlanc. It's too hard for me to pivot. I take Victor, go fast, try to win more games than the previous qualifier, and have a good time. And I don't know how it goes.
And I can't think of a better way to have a good time than going 4-0 in the first half of the day. So congratulations, Areku.
Thank you, man.
I wish you luck for the rest of your day, and maybe we might see some more Victor Nation later on today. But for now, we'll send it back.
All right, then, you know what? I love that interview, hearing about, you know what? I don't want to play complicated decks like LeBlanc. I want to go fast. I want to hit hard and win games. It's going well for him currently, 4-0 at his second ever RQ. Things you love to see. But there's also some other stuff that I love to see. That is more Riftbound competitive action. So I tell you what, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick little video, and then we're coming at you for our Swiss round 5.